Hello guys.
Bom dia.
So Philippox, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
+1.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know,
Yeah.
that can be like saying, guys, we can, like individually you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah.
So it's like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. So, like your team understands and like buys in and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right, on the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now we're the IGLs. We're here, and our team is in the pool in the hotel.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
some responsibility,
some
for sure.
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically and like what utility, what you need to clear to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
hey, say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time, and so like as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
Yeah,
it,
it's negative.
it's just a negative balance,
Yeah.
you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well you need to have a aura.
Yeah.
Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Yeah, respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
Right now we are at the studio with those guys. Very colorful clothes because we are in Rio de Janeiro. So of course they are wearing flowers and a lot of colors. And this is the reality. We have all these things and cameras and microphones just to do a good show for you. So you see this scenario on your TV, cell phone, but we all have this structure to make things work, which is really cool because, you know, that's a lot of cameras. Now they are done, let's talk to them. I want to talk to the colorful guys, the one with Hawaiian clothes. Or Rio de Janeiro clothes, come on, Miles, let's talk to you.
You're part of our team now.
Oh, thank you so much. You are very Brazilian right now with these clothes. What's the idea behind it?
I mean, the Reload event in Rio. I mean, why not dress a chord? I mean, it's nice outside. You got to look apart. I mean, it's beautiful people, beautiful culture, beautiful food. I mean, I'm trying to fit in. So this is kind of why this whole get up is what's going on right now.
That's
You look
cool.
Great in pink. Honestly, pink fits him so well. It's one of the manliest colors out there. And I agree. I wish I had something that's pink that could fit with it. One thing I do wish I had and I could wear on broadcast are like swim trunks. Because that would really fit with being in Rio and being in Brazil in general. But I don't think my boss would be happy with that.
No, he would be not. Also, we are in Rio, so have you got the chance to, you know, walk around?
Let's just say my bikini is still packed. So hopefully I'll be waiting for an off day until I go and have some fun in Rio.
Okay, have you been to the beach?
I have not gone to the beach, but I've definitely gone to the top of the pool at the hotel, and you're going to catch me there tomorrow. So, hey, the faster we wrap this up, I'll be right there.
I'll be there too. Just find us.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Reload in Rio, where today you reload to survive. All of that is on the line on day 3 of competition. What a great time we've had so far. I'm Milos, your host. With me are wonderful Foxay and Mr. Laxing himself. I almost mistook you for Jojo Joestar. If you know him. Great guy. You really give me the vibe. It's fitting very well. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Well, I mean, obviously, as you just recently saw, I was talking to Maria saying, you know, I'm going to be at the pool as of yesterday. That didn't happen. It rained all day. So
That's true.
Vibes are a little down for me. Hopefully today I can make it there, but we got to get through a lot of games.
Yeah, and if what brings up your vibe is reveling in the destruction of some teams, that's exactly what we're going to get today. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to Annihilation, and for that we'll talk about the format, kind of refresh you how things have been. Now, the start of the tournament only 2 days ago, all teams, all 20 of them, went in with 6 bullets each. There's a lot that's happened since then. Some have gone way below that, some have gone way above it. The total prize pool is $520,000, $170K for the winning team. But those 8 teams that move on to the quarterfinals, we won't know about them until we hit next week, or well, actually the end of this week's weekend for the 3 days of the main event. And gentlemen, surprised at the top, we see Furia, you know, Dark Zero going well, but what's that third one over there again?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said in the beginning when we covered Fear X, I mean, this was a Korean dream team, and to see them in third right now, it's not a shock to me, but a lot can change today and what we're going to see throughout the day.
Yeah, everything's just been so sporadic. We've seen a bunch of upsets. I mean, Furex beating G2, I don't think anybody had that in their cards. Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's best of 1.
Oh, well.
Maybe not a 7-1.
Anything really can happen, especially as the pressure just packs on. So as the days go on, I mean, today's going to be a really stressful day.
Well, we packed and stacked the top 10, but the bottom 10 look as they do. 2 APAC teams, and of course it has to be G2 and the lowest third here of this system. But again, some of the big names are just stuck here also.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it could be a part of a bigger plan. There's so many things that you can do in this system to be able to bounce back into the standings. So obviously, it's not the end of the world, especially not for G2. We see you down there. We see you down there.
Especially for the lower teams, you know, you get to pick your opponent, and depending on however many bullets they have, you can reload that. And the maximum has gone up today.
Exactly. So you used to be on day 1 and 2 only being able to reload 1 to maximum 2 bullets per day. However, starting today, that has gone up to 8 bullets. But there's also some extra changes. 2 new cards have entered play, and our first one is our extended mag. Now, what is extended mag? How does that work, Davide?
Well, every team came into the tournament with 6 starting bullets. The extended mag is essentially another reserve 6 of bullets that you can only start using on day 3 to be able to risk more bullets, gain more risk for that reward. But it kind of goes both ways, because the amount of bullets that you put up, if you end up losing the game, you could also go into the negatives if you are losing all of your extended bullets and the extended mag.
And that is, of course, single use. This is part of what we call the active cards that you have to put in yourself. And in this case, extended mag could only be played at the end of the draft, once the matches are all being set up and what rounds you want to play and what bullets that is. However, we have a second card that is gone, and an automatic one, basically a passive one that would be invoked. And in this case, it is called our duel card.
Yeah, Milos, this is the heavy hitting card, as you can see with the fist there. This is a card that is only going to be activated if you go to 0 bullets. You have risked all of your bullets. You find yourself in an elimination round. This is what can essentially save you, or for the other side of it, a team can send you home and be eliminated from said tournament. And how the bullets work, if you are the team that is in this situation of facing elimination, you can gain a maximum of 3 to keep yourself back in there based off round differential.
And of course, these 2 cards, both dual and extended mag, interact together, because if you play the extended mag and you lose, well, technically you can go into the negatives, but immediately bumps you up to 0 points and then automatically invokes the duel card, which means you're gonna have to fight to survive in the trenches, 1 game, 3 rounds, just to see what you can do. Maybe you'll survive, maybe you will not. And today we're guaranteed to have a dual card played with how things have gone out so far. Gentlemen, that's been a bit of a recap on what's happened so far, but the emotion itself, that's something you're gonna have to take a look at our next video for. What are they?
Welcome back to Reload, guys. We're here on the B stream
Oh, yeah.
today. Dev and Pengu taking you through it. And yeah, Nick, we did A stream yesterday. We saw Reload kick off, but now we're into the meat and potatoes of the equation. We actually start to eliminate some teams, and the way that this crazy format works, where you get to put your bullets into the reload, you get to get ready to just take everybody out.
Home, you know.
Today is the day where it's unlocked. Like, you can actually
Yes.
reload up to 8 bullets, and for a lot of teams, that means elimination.
Yeah, DOS elimination means 1v1 card, which I think has been the biggest like kind of talking point of this tournament. You can get a 1v1 to stay in the tournament or to go home.
Yeah, it's what makes Reload especially crazy and especially exciting compared to our 6 Invitationals and our Majors, all these other
It's the
tournaments that we've
regular
had.
events, you know.
None of that, please. Give me some spice, and that's what we've got this time around. And as we already know, some of the reloads that have been placed today, I can tell you guys, it's gonna get spicy. So we got 2 streams going on. Obviously, we're on the B stream today. The A stream has a whole lot of banger matches that Des and Ace will be commentating, and we'll have the analyst desk running you through all of that. So make sure that you keep an eye on both of those streams. But over here, Pengu, we have a mix of matches, right?
We do.
We've got teams at the top of the table and teams at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, we're starting with BDS, CAG, which is kind of like a low-stake matchup. Both teams only reloaded 2 bullets. I'm going to spoil that right now. Nothing to be too excited about. But stick around because Cloud9 and Scars, you need to be there for that matchup. We're going to have a guaranteed or a potential elimination, guaranteed 1v1 at least.
That's right.
You want to watch that matchup.
Yeah, it's the first time we've ever had at an esports level 1 versus 1s, and we already guaranteed at least 1 on the A stream and at least 1 on the B stream based on how many bullets these teams have reloaded. Of course, we won't spoil that too much until we get to those games, but get amped for it. Also, there are a 5th match on both the A and the B stream, and our 5th game today is actually Dark Zero versus W7M.
That's a banger.
Which are the 2 teams that were left over. So all of these teams challenged each other.
Yeah.
Starting from the bottom ranked team on the standings, and W7M and Dark Zero were actually the 2 teams left over at the end, the 2 unpicked players at the end of the schoolyard soccer match, and that means that they are, in theory, the highest ranked, in theory, the best teams. Nobody wanted to play them. We even saw a chicken card yesterday.
We
in
did
the draw
see a chicken card
from Team Secret, and they ended up getting a really tough game anyway. So yeah, today is absolutely stacked. You really don't want to be missing it. BDS versus CAG, though, to kick it off. A match that, on paper, right, you hear those names and you're like, oh, this should be an open and shut case for BDS.
Yeah.
This is a new BDS, however.
Roster? You got a bit of a mix of players right now with Virtue, Lasmo, P4, Frek, and Robbie, where you think, okay, this is a squad that has potential for a lot of good things, but I think they need a bit more time in the cooker to really get going. My notes for this: first day overperformance or second day blunder, because they had a 5-7 loss against FaZe Clan, very good team obviously, world champions, and then a 1-7 loss to Furia, where they looked absolutely clueless in the server. I don't know which one of those 2 BDS teams is the real one. Today shows us that.
That's the thing, because we didn't know what this roster would look like until this tournament. Yeah, there's the remnants of the old Wolves, that French team with P4, with Lasmo, and with, of course, the support stuff. We've got Lulun coaching behind the players. You got Helby as well. That support staff is definitely the remnants of that old roster, but then you've got a whole bunch of new flavor. You got Frek from the old Wild. You got Robbie, who'd been on the old Falcons roster. You've also got Virtue, of course.
Came from Secret.
Yeah, came from Team Secret. So a big mix of players. It's a bit of an EU experiment. It's hard to place what they'll look like, and unfortunately for us, we've only seen them against the best teams in the world so far at this tournament.
Hey, they chose that. They picked their opponents.
They did, yeah. So FaZe, like you said, a close game. Furia, like ballsy to pick them, and then disappointing to see such a lackluster performance out of them. But guess what? Now BDS, they had the ability to challenge. They were 16th ranked coming into today, and who did they challenge? But CAG Osaka, the Japanese roster.
Yeah, and the thing about this matchup is that I feel like, in my head, BDS, they get, the really good teams out of the way to pick a quote-unquote weaker opponent in CAG, but then they don't go all in with their bullets, right? Only reloading 2, which, like, if they think they could beat CAG comfortably, you would go bigger up against them.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just telling us that CAG, they are better than people expect, they're respecting them themselves, and they think that they could potentially lose in this matchup, and therefore not going all the way.
That's right. And look, CAG, people didn't have very high expectations for them. They were the best APAC team at 6th Invitational.
Yeah.
Since then, they've made a roster change, or 2. They actually brought in Cully back onto the roster. He'd had a long stint on Crest. And of course, yesterday we saw these guys have a pretty uplifting performance. They 7-4'd Elevate, which is the new Brazilian Elevate roster.
On Clubhouse.
Yes. People have a lot of expectation on this Brazilian team playing in the APAC region, especially after losing to Fearex on day one. It was a much-needed win for CAG, but can they take the win against a European team in BDS today? We'll have to have a look. Of course, CAG and BDS have both reloaded 2 bullets into this, which should BDS lose, that means they'll have 2 left over. CAG lose, they'll have 4 left over. So this is not do or die for either team, but an important win nonetheless. Let's have a look at, of course, where we will be playing today. Like you said, CAG played Clubhouse yesterday, had a big win over Elevate there. And it is going to get banned out this time around by BDS, leaving us with Lair.
I kind of like this, the tail end here for the map ban, okay? CAG, to take Bank away, very big open map. Then BDS to take away the simpler of the last 2, right? You have Nighthaven Labs and Lair remaining. And I think against a team like CAG, you're gonna get as big of a map as possible for possibilities and counter-stratting. So they take Labs away, the simple map, and we're gonna go all the way to Lair. CAG, I think almost all their opponents, they just ban shields, thinking, energy and crutch shields, etc. But we know from casting their region, they're no longer just a shield team. They play a lot of Grim, a lot of Capital, a lot of utility. And when they beat Elevate yesterday on Clubhouse, Elevate were banning Thermite and Monty. And guess what? They play Capital, they play Grim, and they can play these flexible roles. So I hope BDS are respecting this again and doing their prep work and not just banning shield because, good old CG are scary on shields.
That's right. And look, coming into today, let's be real, a lot of people look at this fixture, they say BDS versus CAG, it's EU versus APAC. There's only one way this is going to go. And I want to play a bit of devil's advocate, not just because I'm from the APAC region,
sure.
but let's remember how well CAG played at the 6 Invitational. You look at their Lair performances from that event. I mean, they took a fight to FaZe Clan, they lost 7-4. They took a really solid fight to Shopify Rebellion where they lost 5-7. They actually beat M80 8-7, and they also had a tight game against the eventual main stage appearing unwanted roster with a 5-7. So I do believe that CAG have a good enough Lair to show for something today against BDS. We're going to dig into it, of course, with 2 bullets on the line for either team. We get into a first match of day 3 here on the B stream. It's the Europeans BDS versus the Japanese of Cyclops Athlete Gaming.
So, operator fans, this is where the prep work, the strategizing comes into play. We're gonna start off on a Kaid and Deimos. Of course, Deimos targeting the roam clear capabilities as well as that late round execution in like a, let's say a 2v2 or a 3v3. You can just permit track one player. Kaid for Warden. Then Warden answered with a Blitz as well, actually, both having a similar train of thought there, perhaps.
Yeah, Warden is a very unusual one. I mean, the Blitz is unsurprising. You already mentioned how strong shields are in the current meta, despite a couple of nerfs. It is BDS starting on the attack stage. You don't want to play against a Blitz. We might see a Blackbeard, might see a Monty, but yeah, that BDS ban onto the Warden is an unusual one. Makes me wonder, what is it that they're planning on utilize? If not the Blitz, maybe a Ying.
I was gonna say the Ying can definitely happen. And it's funny because CAG themselves also can play that operator. So often when you have a team that's like really good at playing a shield operator, they also know how to counter it because they know the playstyle. With this information, if BDS were to bring out the Ying or a bunch of flashbangs, I would have to assume that CAG can have that conversation go, guys, if we were to do this, what would be the counterplay? And as I say that, Lasmo in that same breath goes from Raora onto the Ying potentially here, with P4 going from Ace onto Flores. So there might be some Ying gameplay in front of us.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really good Ying. I actually believe it was CAG at 6 Invitational who
they also played it.
They played Ying Shotgun on this very map, had a lot of...
yes!
Remember jumping in through the bathroom on that top floor? Lasmo is running the rifle here, not the shotgun, but regardless, I think that operator, especially in the absence of Warden, is a fantastic pick. It is going to be challenging to go for any explosive executes onto site, however, when you've got operators like Goyo, Smoke, and Echo, which in tandem will really put a thorn in the side of anyone looking to get their boots in the building in an explosive fashion. So we'll see what a BDS cooking up.
Of course, with this attacking lineup, you're thinking a slow start, but this is very fast from Lasmo who's playing the Ying. He's just creeping up the hallway. Is this gonna be freebie? What? Smoke? One tap and he goes. No one's here really to answer.
Yeah, but there's also no one to assist. None of the other BDS players able to support him. Bulletproof camera and the default camera taken down does give him a little bit more flexibility. Now CAG, how do they respond? They have a deployable shield on the Yokais as well on the side. Are going to make this a little bit awkward, but Black Ray falls. A lot of pressure on Arkuli here. With Anaton forced to try and support, he's gotten off his drones, he's using that SMG to try and reply, but BDS, they don't have to rush this.
No, they do not. They got 2 picks, and again, they have so much time to work with. Still Candelas in pocket as well. Swing out goes through, a bit of damage, but no kill there from Chibisu. And now CAG, I mean, you have to get desperate. You have no real plant deny. Sure, there's an Echo Drone, but there's 1c4 in pocket of Chibisu who's far off the side itself. They're readying behind the shield. They're waiting for BDS to make the first move, but I think they might need to strike first and try and get a kill.
If you sit and wait against 5 players, yeah, you don't have a lot of chance here. CAG looking to get antsy. Chibisu wants to duel with Frek outside, already low HP after that initial spray. A C4 could also make a lot of an impact here. Robbie takes a little damage as he's looking to try and cut off this angle. Chibisu continually hunting for something, but he's not given anything as of yet. And, well, P4 is planning that diffuser. Meanwhile, a trade elsewhere. Chibisu looking for an opportunity to try and make his way forward. He still has that C4, a good shot onto Virtue. And now in a post-plant, a 2v3 for CAG looks potentially winnable.
It absolutely does. But I'll just hold on. Again, CAG got to push in throughout that bomb, so you got long lines of sight, the backstep potential, drones with those yellow pings as well. Chibisu has to make the play once more. Already found 2. Needs it desperately, a 3rd.
He knows there's a player outside the bathroom window now, but he needs to start making moves forward. He's heard a jump in, but he cannot afford to continue waiting for these players, especially now Akali's gone down. A 3k for Chibisu, but it isn't going to matter because he doesn't have time to get on that diffuser. Walks over a drone. BDS know exactly where this final player is, and he's a dead man walking. No time to do anything.
Get the ace.
4k, yeah, try and hit the ace. Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. BDS had won it on time regardless, and a great start for the Europeans.
I mean, just the simple fact that they can just walk in the hallway like that, on the Ying no less, was like your execution operator, one-tap the smoke, and then CAG, they almost just allowed BDS to exist in that hallway right by the bomb site. They weren't fighting back for the map control that they had lost. They're saying, okay, we have the bomb site, we got, you know, a C4, we got Echo Drones, but that isn't enough when you're losing most of the map control in literal 20 seconds. You have to fight back. And I think this is a case of CAG. It's the first game of the day. It's still early. This is the warm-up round, okay? Now we gotta be in there and say, okay, BDS are playing very active, very quick, which, to be fair, if you're CAG and you watched the game from BDS against Furia yesterday, they were being slow. They were not having like a thought-out plan. They were not striking first in any of those rounds. They were struggling entering the building. So the fact that last one just runs in like that in the first 20 seconds, it would catch me by surprise as well.
Yeah, no, definitely a good idea to start really pacey for BDS.
Yeah.
Even if they do have to slow down later on, they've got plenty of ingredients to go with a more thorough slow down push, particularly that Ying, right, comes down to an explosive. You know, you might spend 2 minutes setting up and then go for a Ying execute. But I think if there's any time to get pacey, it's right at the start. Catch CAG off guard early in the morning. I mean, it's not that early really, but CAG may still be
For gamer schedule, James, it is currently 12 local, midday. Like, for most scrims start in 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like 6 a.m. for gamers. I also don't know how long CAG have been in the country, whether they spent an extended amount of time boot camping.
True.
Because time zone for them is not dissimilar to the time zone for me. It's actually almost exactly 12 hours different for our friends from APAC. So if anyone is watching at home right now, it's 1 in the morning. Credit to you.
Reloading. Yeah, that's some dedication. Staying up to support. Let's see, BDS still kind of pacey right now. Fast entry drones, applying a bit of pressure on the bomb site walls, making their presence known. And it looks like to be, I mean, this looks like almost a direct attack once more. They're on the green stairs window, EMPs, last one running in. They're going for fights.
Yeah, and Lasmo does win his initial fight, looking for a little bit more. He peeks, but he does lose it.
Trade, yep.
Okay, something there for Lasmo as he does double down. Robbie did fall, but it doesn't seem to matter as BDS have maintained the numbers advantage. That could be a big C4, and Lasmo is finished off. Shoereap has evened up the numbers for CAG.
The follow-up, though. P4, Frank, and Virtue, I thought we were all going to commit to this push together, but it's just 2 guys, last one Robbie, who goes in, gets the trade done, and in this 3v3, I'm not going to say it was a successful attack for BDS, because there are so many ways to attack this bomb site. There's verticality up above. You want as many attackers alive to cover all those possibilities. CG can now sit pretty, like they did in the previous round, but this time it's advantageous. Yellow ping is out, Virtue swings, doesn't connect the shots.
Well, I know where Shoereap is. Oh, Frek does find that kill. So from a 3v3 to find an opening with no response, that's exactly what BDS need. As you said, there's a lot of vertical potential here from CAG. They can sit on the top floor, they can look down through these holes and prevent plants, prevent entries into the bomb site. But now with numbers dwindling, both Shoereap and Blackray are alone.
There's going to be a gap somewhere. Shoereap, well, there's one, but they're on the side actually, right here, going for a second swing.
Oh, he had to win that fight, but Virtue gets him. Blackray does trade back P4 on site. I believe the diffuser down with him as well. A 1 versus 2, both Freck and Virtue are separated. Hello, Virtue! Out of bullets with the SMG-11. Out comes the shotgun, but he can't deliver the killing blow. Big from the Aussie, and BDS go back-to-back.
You see Virtue's face cam and saying, oh boy, DMR close quarter against a shotgun. That could be a 1-for-1 bullet trade. And who wins? Well, this time it was the DMR. Much better around their look for CHG, fighting back, going for map control, but they will call an early tactical timeout to figure out what the problems are and how to reel it back in.
The obvious thing here is that CAG need to be a little bit better at dealing with that early aggression. 2 rounds in a row we've had opening picks from BDS pretty much right on the site within the first 30 seconds to a minute of that round. And to CAG's credit, that round they did actually respond. It ended up at a 3 versus 3 and then unfortunately a pick let slide, but we could see a lot more from them. BDS are taking risks, and it wouldn't take much for CAG to punish it.
No, you're right. So I think right now it's talking about like the possible gaps right now and what they can fix in this, like the short term. Because I don't think CG are losing to massive blunders or massive issues. It's just the small things like gunfights, right positions, and trading your bodies. We saw a very successful entry from Lasmo and I think it was Lasmo and P4 or no, Lasmo and Robbie actually running in and trading each other. And that's what they're doing so well. BDS is saying, hey, who's my closest person? Hey, we're gonna buddy up as a duo system. Whatever happens to me, you gotta rectify that situation and trade me back. And that buys BDS continuous map pressure, because even if they lose a player, they have a second one to maintain that foothold, that ground that they've leveraged themselves into. Then there's a good C4 response from CAG, but again, BDS seem to just always have another player behind their teammates, always ready for a trade.
With the way that BDS have been playing, if I'm CAG, I want to be bringing more traps, even if it's just a few bits of barbed wire, just to make it so that BDS have to telegraph their pushes instead of being able to sneak in at the early round. We've seen also a lot of camera-based operators, things that you have to actively be watching to get that info. In the first round, the opening pick from, I can't remember who it was, he was in front of a default cam and a bulletproof cam.
Who's going to watch it?
No one's watching
the guy who shot probably.
Exactly, literally got on the cams and died straight away. So I want to see more traps. And already CAG, they have the same idea. They brought this Malusi, which, if there's no Brava in play, is unbelievably potent. Like, you've got so many of those Banshees, and while they can be destroyed pretty easily, they make it so that BDS have to telegraph their entries.
That's the thing when you're playing something like a Lion-Dokkaebi combination. Okay, the Lion will give like a 3-second countdown technically, but that's the only warning sign for CG that, hey, something's gonna happen, and you don't even know where. I would love a Fenrir. Instead of, they have both the Echo and the Valkyrie and the Mirror. One of those could be a second trap operator. Lesion's great, Ayla's great, Candela's going out, bit of a smoke there.
Is it bait?
Mostly a bait right now. I think they want to make the roamers fall back towards the bomb site and take free map space. Because they're not pushing this right now. They're just kind of holding angles.
So Yin Candela's sent onto site from Robbie with no entry. That's all 4, as you said, plus the Dokkaebi calls, plus the Lions E1Ds. Virtue does find a kill onto one of those key roamers of Shurip. And with Valkyrie and Echo, that is information that you can't glean while the logic bomb is detonated. So this is such a good counter from BDS. They've already got the opening pick, and with it, likely a lot of map control.
It's weird because losing a player early in defense in this particular round might be beneficial. They have a permanent guy on cameras besides when they're getting Dokkaebi called, which means he can say, this area is clear, focus on this portion because I can watch the flank, for example. So CAG, I think the reason why they weren't moving around all too much is because Shurip can say what areas they don't have to worry about. But again, it's CAG waiting for BDS to make the first move while in a player disadvantage. They have to either go for a crazy kill right now or fight for map control, because the longer you wait against BDS, they will close in that net now. Body system, 2 people against 1.
Oh, but there's a shotgun, and Blackray does finally take down Lasmo. There is a response from CAG and a read onto where this push is coming from. Robbie's found his entry, but it's not all calamitous here for BDS. They found a few picks. It's awkwardly back and forth. Freck finds one deep into the side for Virtue. He gets flashed, but he finds his kill with the SMG-12 nonetheless, leaving it all up to our Cully in a 1 versus 3. And the necessity to retake onto the site. Information on his position gleaned by that drone. Taken down. Freck with the DMR. 3 rounds straight for BDS.
I think if I'm a player on BDS's side right now, or coaching stuff, I'm going, How many bullets did we reload again? It was all of them, right? Oh, it's 2. Okay, well, shoot.
I heard a lot of criticism of BDS in the shuttle on the way here. A lot of people talking about why didn't they reload more bullets? And there was also a counter argument to that, which is, hey, CAG, they beat Elevate, they had a great 6 Invitational, don't underestimate them. But after a flying start like this for BDS, you're certainly starting to scratch your head and thinking maybe we should have been a little bit more confident.
Dokkaebi, Ying. Okay, interesting. I was gonna say, I don't think the Lion's a big problem right now because they're standing still mostly. I do find it curious that they're choosing to ban the Ying over the Dokkaebi personally, because I feel like you can always just play a glass instead of a Ying, and then there's smokes instead of flashbangs that are not kind of messing you up. But with that being said, it's also a matter of no matter what you do here, there will be a counter answer from BDS because of a very flexible operator pool. Right now, Lasmo hovering a shield, for example. Now they're playing Grim, much more baseline fundamental operators, not like cheese executes. And I love when a team will play the first 3 rounds, get that second set of operator bans, because CAG is showing what they think BDS is gonna do. Now they're just gonna flip the script and do something entirely different.
Yeah, I just really don't like the fact that CAG, I think they've failed to read into this from BDS. Like, every single round we've had either the Valkyrie or the Echo or both, with the exception of the second round.
Yeah.
Constantly, even now, not banning that Dokkaebi, they've gone for the Echo again. You're not going to be on those cams, because in the moments when you're going to need those cams, Virtue's going to be calling you, and he's going to be entering with that SMG-12, which he's proved very deadly with. He's got 4 kills so far in the first 3 rounds.
The only thing you can do here, which I think is a bit of a mechanic that people aren't using enough sometimes, is you can put a jammer in a safe position and have, for example, Echo just sit on top of it. That way the call doesn't come through. But we often see the mute jammers being put in very like front 4 positions for wall deny, where a player can sit very reliably without looking around. I can see right now Enerton on his Echo drone, he's not in a jammer. So if the Dokkaebi call were to go through, which there isn't in this round, he would be thrown off the gadget. He's checking though, drone holes, exterior, inside as well. This time CAG didn't know what's going on in the outskirts of the map, and they know where BDS they will be attacking from and what is currently safe. That's a great swing from all the way downstairs.
Yeah, that's a really aggressive spawn peek. There are a lot of ways that you can peek onto that balcony, mostly from the sky bridge, which is where you would typically expect to be vulnerable to, but Shuri all the way down in the basement through one of those windows. It's a great early pick. Robbie fortunately was able to breach that wall before dying. But an opening pick for the first time for CAG is certainly going to help them.
What is the plan B though? With the hard breacher dead, can you to leverage the Monty a bit more now to get that map control walk in and pick an area? But BDS in this particular round, I think they'll be lacking split pressure, from multiple directions. Monty is great for a one-sided assault, but the issue is CAG with that early man advantage, they can put 5 guns against 3, because a Monty isn't really a gun at all, it's a shield. And they can just overwhelm BDS, and there is no Ying this time to help them out.
C4 needs to come through right now.
It's late.
It's a little bit too late, and Lasmo is able to get past it. Now desperately looking for some kind of a fight back. Lasmo's taken a lot of damage to his feet, and eventually he gets baited into ADSing. Shuri, or Chibisu rather, finds him. Meanwhile, Virtue has snuck in from the rear side, looking up prod and poke at R6 room. But CAG have restabilized. As I say that, I jinx it.
Oh my
P4
God.
finds one. He's jumped in and found a second one. CAG have let this slip through their fingers.
It's always a gap to be exploited for BDS, and again, they keep finding pick after pick after pick. I'm calling a 1v3, no babes left, and no life in the server as well. BDS good for 4 in a row, looking clean.
Unbelievable. You lose the opening pick to an outside spawn peak, you lose the Montaigne on your attempted entry, and it doesn't matter. That 3 versus 5 worked like a charm. Huge from P4 and Virtue in that round to continue incessantly peeking on in, taking their fights, and taking that space.
So, they, the first day BDS, that 5-7 loss against FaZe, looking really good in like the team play, the individuals. Then we look at the 1-7 loss against Fury and Cafe, and it was like, I mean, this wasn't the team. It was 5 people playing solo queue without voice comms. It was honestly that horrendous for them, and it was a massive shocker to us casting it. I'm so happy for BDS that they can play this style of Music Siege and find success. Yes, CAG don't have the perfect answers necessarily in these rounds, but it does show, again, the potential of the European roster, which was a massive question mark going into this tournament. But the question is, can you do this exact thing against the better and better and better teams? Because this is the thing, they played 2 teams that were very strong early on. Now they've handpicked CAG. By winning in this kind of way, they're not going to be able to just handpick their opponent every single time and go against weak opponents. They're going to have to meet those middle upper pack teams very soon, maybe tomorrow even.
Yeah. There's only 2 more days of the first phase of this tournament, the Reload to Survive. That's where we play with bullets, and then we get to main stage. Of course, BDS, if they make main stage, I think that would be surpassing expectations, considering it's a brand new roster.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right, especially how well they performed today. They're already quite low on bullets. They're unlikely to be eliminated today. Oh, sorry, it's impossible they would be eliminated. Even if they lose, they'll only go down to 2 bullets in their reserve. But of course, tomorrow they will be in a more challenging opponent. They could get knocked out then, or of course, on Wednesday. Yeah, but the big thing for me is that CAG, like you were saying, like BDS wouldn't necessarily be able to do this against a stronger opponent, but CAG also, I think they're getting in their heads a little bit here.
Yeah.
Like BDS have toyed with them so much. They play fast, they play slow, they bait them, and they bait them again, and it's really affecting the mental of CAG, and they are such a mental-based team. Like, when they have the confidence, they are terrifying.
Oh yeah, when they're laughing the server, even when losing rounds, oh, it's terrifying. Now they got traps though, right? They got the Fenrir, the Melusi, the Capcan, they got 5 traps. No information.
How do you go from no traps to 5 traps? There needs to be some happy medium
You
here.
said more traps, James.
They really took it
hurt
a little bit too literally.
So now there is a lack of information perhaps, except when you pop up with those traps themselves, which of course will be fading away as you pop them. The Monty here is great for BDS once more, just kind of get them in safely throughout the building. Akuli impact and handles a little bit of damage towards the Monty shield, not a whole lot however, and Shurip looking for an aggro angle on the exterior window of Bathroom.
Does he win this fight? Freck peeking with the launcher.
There's a Claymore, I believe.
Yeah, he shouldn't jump out. He'll definitely die to that Claymore.
Oh, no,
he does. He gets baited. Oh, Shurip, if you just waited, you might have had your moment. And now BDS, again, off to a solid start. CAG feeling antsy. Another impact to go out from Arkuli. It does a teensy amount of damage onto that Montaigne, but BDS are happily lapping up this map control.
When BDS don't create the space, somehow they make it anyway for them. That's that Claymore right there. It's a risk he was willing to worth to take, but didn't really pay off. Good drone work here. BDS, a little bit low on time perhaps, but as we say, there's no plant deny. There's no way to really stall for time for the side of CAG. These 45 seconds are completely real. There's no gore, there's no smoke, for example, and they got partial top floor control. They can start baiting with Munch in the bomb side, turn the attention away from upstairs, walk on in, try and take a fight.
There comes the Grim as well. Really isolating that position. Up in R6 room, he's getting aggressive. There are still 3 players of the 4 defenders on this top floor. They're trying to hold on to this vertical angles down into the side, especially as the bomb site has been opened up. The hard breach has been enabled. Freck finds his entry. He's looking for a little bit more. He's pinching with Robbie on the other side, and both of them are taking damage, but they might get the first shot, and Robbie indeed does. It's now all up to Arkuli in a 1 versus 5. A consolation frag is not enough, and BDS go up 5-0.
It's the same story every round. Every death we see from CAG, there are 2 or 3 BDS players in front of them, behind them, from the side. It's so much team pressure on a singled out defender. And I think the thing that makes these rounds so one-sided is simply just the fact that BDS keep getting opening kill. So not only are they playing 2 versus 1 in the gunfights, they also just have more people alive in general. So they can just keep putting more numbers against fewer, and you're guaranteed to win. I mean, that top floor hold, he was getting flanked from behind, flashbanged, Grim spotted, and fought in the front. You're not gonna win that, no matter who you are.
Individually, these BDS players are playing so well on their own together. They're complementing each other, right? You've got Robbie, and he's the only player pushing from that side of the map on the top floor, but he's not over-aggressing.
Exactly.
He's playing very safe angles.
The bait part.
He's also Nomad, so he can Nomad off that hallway to his right, where
true.
is the only way he could get flanked from, so he doesn't have to have someone actively watching a drone. He doesn't have to actively watch his flank. He can just constantly be baiting and waiting out. So really beautiful stuff from BDS so far. And yes, Nicholas, as we said before, they're probably regretting not loading more bullets, but they wanted to play it safe, and they only had 4 in their reserve. They actually bet half of, or rather, reloaded half of their remaining reserve. So it was a risky game nonetheless, but there is one way where they can get even more bullets out of this game, and that is if they win these next 2 rounds.
The 7-0.
If they get a flawless 7-0, they will get a bonus 2 bullets into their reserve on top of the 2 that they have reloaded into the chamber for this match. They could come out of this with 8 bullets.
Just doubling their tally just like that. Now that would be ideal. And I think when you go in 5 rounds of attack on layer in a row, why not 6, right? You're at the point where you've shown that you can pick apart different setups and different styles, different ways. We've seen the Ying, we've seen the Monty, now we've seen the Blackbeard instead from last Mo. What this lineup tells me is that it can be a bit more aggressive and a bit more quick to the punch if you want to, and this is where I think CG, they have really hit the mark. They have the Goyo again, they have the mirror window. There is no extra count from the Skyburst this time, I believe.
Yeah.
Surely? Yeah.
Another shot from Blackray. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to shoot the exothermic before it detonated, but he did kill Virtue, and so again, a numbers advantage for CAG and no further hard breach. It's not likely to matter though. I mean, Virtue had done his primary job. And the CAG, I mean, they haven't proven to us that they're able to win out of 5v4, so I'm still saying they're not out of the woods yet.
But that's what you got the mirror windows, no Ashter counter, no Twitch, you got the Goyo canisters, again, no real counts, but I was like shooting them with your gun or using your only grenade left from last Mo. I feel like CG for this specific situation have the perfect defender lineup. It comes down again to gunfights and how many isolated kills can BDS force. If they can get another 2 versus 1, just twice in this round, all of a sudden they flip the advantage over to their side. Selma going out for the ops wall. Goyo gets the pop, gonna stall for 20 seconds. It looks like BDS will try and go for a default plant attempt, but this time, as I said, against Toxic Babes, against Goyo Fire, and against that bombs at mirror window, this will be problematic.
One Salma left to potentially dismantle that mirror window. In goes Lasmo. He's getting very aggressive up in the hallway. He's got some support as well, taking out that bulletproof camera. BDS are inching closer to the bomb site. A C4 patiently prepared here by Anaton. Nade goes out. That is going to force back Shurip for now. He can still partially play behind that mirror window. It's a lot more dangerous as he doesn't have cover on his feet, but Chibisu finally lands his C4. Anaton still holding his prep to try and go for this Blackbeard should Lasmo be baited into the side. But BDS, they've missed out on 2 players so far, and they're about to miss out on the round if they can't pull this out of nowhere.
Playing it so well for CAG. The bait in the corner, last Babe going out, C4 primed and ready, and BDS have no idea. They're gonna wait right now for the gas to disappear. They're gonna walk on in, and Anaton, he ripped that C4 like 40 seconds ago. It's gonna guarantee get the kill most likely here, and that should just be the round for CAG.
And there's Anaton C4. It takes down the Blackbeard, no less. Chibisu joins the fray. It's all up to P4 now, and there's no way he could possibly plant. It's a near flawless round.
It is a flawless
for
round.
CAG, finally getting on the scoreboard and denying the bonus points for BDS.
Is that a caster curse moment?
I think I did curse BDS.
I feel like that might be one of those. So, they get the 1 round. Bit of smiles there finally from the side of CAG. But it's going to be a long road now with the side swap.
I mean, 5 rounds lost on your defensive side. A lot of people would prefer to be on defense on Lair.
They would.
So now moving on to the attack, having to win at least 5 of the next 6 rounds is going to be a big challenge.
Oh, I love the Ying band.
Yeah, really good from BDS, already getting rid of that Ying, making sure that CAG cannot do to them what they did.
Then the question is it going to be a Monty to, again, just make the attack super difficult? Is it Dokubi for the, the roam clears? Is it a Heart Breacher to make it more difficult to do?
Blackbeard.
Blackbeard.
So Monty's in, Blitz is in.
Interesting. Okay. I feel like, okay, Blackbeard does give you a free set of grenade that comes with the operator, which other shields don't have, so like soft destruction. But I do feel like it's hard to play a good Blitz and Blackbeard on layer. A lot of long hallways, verticality, crossfires. We saw BDS have the most success with Ying and the Monty, for example. The Blackbeard wasn't super instrumental in either of the rounds it was played. So that's where it's a bit of a surprise to me that they opted for it, but I see the vision here. CAG, they can play those ops.
The big hitting operator for me on the defense is actually the Fenrir. I know it seems like it's not like it defends this wall with ultimate precision or it holds this position with ultimate precision. It's just, it's great all around.
It really is.
It's just going to cover a lot of the map at once and make it really hard for CAG to go for those kinds of explosive executes that CAG love to do. And that BDS did very successfully. I kind of wish that CAG had brought that Fenrir, honestly, probably every round in the first half. Would have definitely slowed down BDS's executes. And with you, look at this lineup that CAG have got. You got Blitz, you got Sens, and you got Grim. Like, you're clearly going to be going for some kind of an explosive execute here. It's going to be really challenging to do that when you're dealing with smoke canisters, when you're dealing with the Legion traps and the Fenris traps.
It's funny because BDS are playing a much more what I'll call like standard European setup here for top floor. The bandit trick in the main wall, playing ops room, and very like no outstanding operators right now on the defensive side. So it's all very logical. It all makes a lot of sense. And CAG, it's great when they do like the funky stuff, because BDS don't have the tools to deal with the Sense necessarily, or the Blitz in this round. Okay, sure, the Warden, but
Doesn't see through Sens anymore.
no, for the Blitz rather.
Yeah.
So just the Blitz, yeah.
Oh, speaking of.
And Warden isn't here, so you draw out the Warden, you see where he isn't playing, and it's it. Okay.
What are you doing, Annie? Okay.
Trade?
Well, Akali is able to trade it, but Shurip also went down early. I don't know where the Sens died. Aggressive on ops room, looking for something. I mean, that was just a bit of a lackluster performance from the Blitz there. Very unusual. Anaton's typically a very well-regarded shield player. He needed to pull back after that smoke, but he got a little bit too greedy. He decided to swing it, not seeing anything through the smoke and trying to ADS. There's just a recipe for disaster.
I will say, I think it was awkward because he found himself past the corner of the hallway. Even if he worked backwards immediately, he couldn't sprint, he would get shot, right? He would take a ton of damage from the smoke itself. So by going for the kill, he could have killed the smoke if he landed those shots and then walk forward out of the gas instead. I think it was one of those, either I will take a ton of damage and live, or I might get the kill and survive with half my health instead. Arguably greedy, arguably just one of those, he overstayed his welcome and got punished massively for it. But the issue, I think the bigger issue, is that Shurip on the Sense died. That's your execute. Blitz is the way in. Sense is for the bomb site usually. So what do you do now? You have one Grim Canister. You have one Selma, besides this one going off right now. You got the path into the site itself, but...
Just Black Ray, no?
Can you clear the corner?
Yeah, he's got an inkling here. He should certainly get this kill onto Robbie. Robbie is going to slowly swing it. He's about to be fully exposed, and for some reason, he decides to stay in that corner until he dies to his demise. CAG in a solid position now. They might be able to force this plant down.
Injured.
Yeah, P4 is taken down.
Okay.
Akuli's finished off. Freck and CAG have sprung to life. A flashbang to keep Virtue at bay. Not that it'll do anything against the Warden, but a revive comes through. A little bit too late for the smoke to have the impact he would have liked. And now, called upon are these two BDS players to have an unbelievable retake. It seems very unlikely. Chibasu's got the hallway on lock, and now all up to P4 with his last gas utilized. And CAG slunk back into the corners of the map. They fire up. The second round on the board for the Japanese.
Looking a lot better, fighting back, taking risk, and saying, you know what, we can't go for a default execute. What's plan B? Okay, ops room, let's go for it. Just take those gunfights with confidence. Meanwhile, BDS, you can look at the Bandit player there, Robbie saying, why didn't you trick the wall? Or because he pre-placed either all four, 2 on the exterior towards, the outside, and 2 on the other bomb side. There comes a point where you realize the attackers are coming from ops room. If you don't have one Bandit battery in the pocket, they can breach both of those walls. That's what happened. They breached the right-hand side first with the default plant spot, and he was like, there might be on the corner still. Let's breach the second one as well. And the issue is Bandit didn't have a spare battery in his pocket to deny that second Selma. That's where Robbie is forced into a really bad position. Either you sprint away, gambling your life that he misses, or you stay in the corner and you die.
Yeah.
And he's getting red pinged as well.
Yeah. Nah, well played from CAG.
Totally.
It's still a really long way. Like, if this was a 2-4 split, I'd be like, look, if they keep that up, I think they could do it. But 5-1 feels like it's almost the result cold. I don't want to say that too early, but like, how on earth does CAG come back and win 5 of these attacks?
A funky operator every round, right? We had a Sense, we had a Blitz. They were showing us a glass for a bit there.
Yeah, they
now
were.
they're on Blitz again.
We did have Deimos come through finally. I mean, that was banned. BDS were not able to play it on their attacking side. But the big one for me, Nick, is I did notice P4 played that Maestro this round, and he hid in the prep phase the whole time to prevent CAG from picking that Bravo, which is a really smart move.
It's going to be hard to deal with. I mean, especially Maestro is a phenomenal operator pretty much always. Unless you play Brava against it, then he's kind of terrible.
It's insane unless if you have this one very specific counter.
Then it's really unfun to play Maestro because they're going to hack the camps and it's going to suck. But on vertical bomb sites like this one, where it's very plant-oriented, you can actually, with the Maestro open, play 4 or maybe all 5 defenders out of the bomb site, because those Maestro Evil Eyes will just give you so much information on the site itself that you don't need a presence. You can always see where they're planting, you can sap them, shoot the drones, keep the bomb site pretty tucked in for the defenders. In CAG, as you said, they don't have the right answer for Maestro itself. There is no Brava, and they only really have, well, they have Deimos grenades and Ash charges.
Yeah.
But you kind of want to spend those grenades on clearing corners where a defender could be playing in, not utility itself. So if anything, Shurip has to be the util clear right now, and that's a softball being opened up.
Yeah, he's just used one very early.
Going.
Anaton is going for an aggressive pick. He does get it down, but doesn't confirm the kill. It will be confirmed here by Shurip looking for something, but he's going to lose this next fight against Lasmo. And that's a pivotal engagement. CAG needed to tie things up. Now they're in a 2v4. Blackray seemingly unaware, but he does find one. Almost doubles down for another one. He just gets an opportunity, but Robbie looks the other way. And the fadeaway shot with the SMG-12, the Italian. He fires up, and now Chibisu is left with it all to do in a 1v3. Over a minute to play. Bit of damage onto Robbie, but it doesn't matter at this point. And as you said earlier, Maestro is still on the board. Even if Chibisu makes us a 1v1, he's surely doomed to die. Just around the corner is Robbie. Good shot, 1v2.
Crossfire established. But yeah, the site itself unplantable because Maestro is alive, but now you can track one player, know where he is. Do they have the cross? Right now they do. A very good cross at that, actually. If only you had grenades for those corners, right? Nade the corner, bait them out, shoot them down.
Yeah. Oh, the play here for BDS is just to fall off the side.
Yeah, give it to him. You have 3 Evil Eyes.
Yeah.
And a spare Barbline in his pocket as well.
Yeah, P4's really played this well. There's the first of the Evil Eye. Spots him. Oh my god, Lasmo. Do not give him a chance. The second Evil Eye. And a bulletproof.
There's the third.
There's he can't even shoot the bulletproof here. I mean, P4 is just hidden away in the corner. And yeah, I mean, Chibisu doesn't know. So P4's going to take him down. Well played from BDS. Finally, match point in their hands.
Virtue's been one big smile this entire match, by the way.
I love seeing it.
Yeah. Just smiles all across the board.
And P4 absolutely owned that round. There was never a way that CAG were going to win that with that Maestro up.
No, it's so hard to deal with. And it's kind of, I feel like Maestro getting a third Evil Eye, I think it's like, I don't know, a year and a half ago. It's still kind of recent, if you will.
People forget about it.
Not only that, but no one said anything about it when it happened. And I was thinking,
it was some tiny line
really
in the patch
strong.
notes. It's insane.
It's just happening. People are like, oh, this happened, great. This happened, great. 3 Evil Eyes or whatever. Okay, this happened. It's like, 3 Evil Eyes, you understand? That's crazy good.
People are obsessing over like, oh, I lost my 1.5x scope. Meanwhile, Maestro's just sitting there on a tower of Evil Eyes.
Yeah.
It's funny. He's kind of like one of those operators which is only kept in check by just having an unbelievably strong hard counter.
Yeah.
Brava is just unreal at dealing with Maestro because not only does he dysfunction, does she make Maestro less effective for the defense, but also then she takes the cams and can use them for herself, right?
And they're still bulletproof.
Exactly, and the defenders very rarely have anything to deal with that.
Yeah.
But if you hide it in prep phase, as P4 did just then, there's very little that the attack can do to deal with those Evil Eyes.
It's similar to Clash and Kite, right? Where Kite, of course, EMPs is like the big counter. For Clash, like a Cabotao, Nomad, you know, whatever, Sophia Kali. These operators that have very specific counterplays, hiding them is a pretty recent strat still.
Yeah.
Where before, you just kind of run around, they would hear that you have a Clash, they'll hear the Kite gun shooting. Where it's like, just be AFK in prep phase and drone phase, and they won't know.
Yeah.
It's a genius move. Not sure who actually coined that strategy, but you're just like seeing it now and again in pro play.
Well, last chance now for CAG. It's going to have to be 4 in a row to push overtime. Otherwise, they'll say goodbye to the 2 bullets they reloaded into this match. Do you think CAG was getting a little bit too cocky by reloading 2 bullets? They could have just gone with 1. They did get their win yesterday.
I think it's fair they went for 2 actually. I feel like they have 6, they put in 2. They believe that BDS was like a fair matchup for them. And also, if you're playing it really safe, either you'll have to take a huge risk at the end of, you know, or tomorrow or the day after.
That's right.
Or you just won't have enough, you know, bullets to actually qualify. So I feel like you have to try and stay in the race by just going 2 or more often than not. Unless you're a team who got a bunch of bullets early, you can just ride that 1 every single game because you already got way more than you need. But that's the thing. Some teams are going to go big today and tomorrow, and that can change the landscape very quickly on who's top 4 and who's not.
If you play it too safely, you just will not have enough bullets to survive come days 4 and 5.
C4.
Yeah, very early C4. That's the hard breacher down. Goo Mines catching players, a flashbang and a grenade. Hansen does find one with that glass, but it's still woeful for CAG. They've got control of the rafters, at least for now. There's still players in the side they're going to have to deal with. Now, Anderton does see where that bandit of Robbie is, but he's protected by this wall, and he's got a crossfire, so Anderton can't march on forward.
Risky now. Don't do it, Robbie. Stay in that corner, son. Don't take the risk. He gets shot from below. Oh, this is the thing. Vertical pressure. Great.
Really well played. Anderton to cover the cross. Meanwhile, the pressure from down below. Anderton does get a little bit of damage from Lasmo in the sight. This is going to be very awkward for CAG. How do they mount and execute here?
No hard breach, no secondary smokes. You guys gotta wait for maybe no trackers out as well. They gotta brute force it. That's all they have. No utility whatsoever. Just 3-on-3 gunfight play.
And Freck is going to find Arcoli farming the final kills. Virtue springs to life. Around in the corner. GG's in the chat, and BDS have done it. 7-2 is the scoreline. And they get both of their bullets back and 2 more to boot.
I mean, BDS, that did look very possible. CG, they finally woke up and got at least 2 rounds on the board. And BDS showed us that that day 1 performance could be their true self, at least here today on Lair against CAG.
A big win here for BDS, a much needed one after 2 extremely tough games so far. Now, they didn't get too overconfident. They only reloaded 2 bullets going into this game, but it's worth it. They hedged their bets. They didn't get too overconfident. I think they were worried that CAG had some flashes of greatness, maybe an inkling that CAG might be a little bit more than they bargained for, but they got win under their belts, and now they'll have a little bit more confidence going into the final 2 days. On the flip side, only 4 bullets remain for CAG, and they have a lot of work left to be done in this tournament.
Yeah, might have to take a bit of a risk tomorrow, depending on like what the matchup they can find for themselves. And for BDS, I think maybe the final test for them. They've had 3 games, 2 against very good teams, then 1 now against CAG. Now they might have figured out like the calibration of how good do they actually know that they are, and what's the maximum level of opponent they can take and think they can beat.
Yeah, well, for BDS, a big confidence booster. The first 2 days, really challenging opponents. 3rd day, an opponent that could have been challenging on the one hand, but yeah, CAG really rolled over. That first half, a lot of red flags for me. You shouldn't be going down 5-1, even against a team like BDS, but regardless, look, BDS didn't get there flawless. We did see a little bit of energy out of CAG when they won a few rounds there. But it was not enough. They still have a chance to survive tomorrow. But of course, for BDS, finally a win on the board. And of course, we have 4 more matches coming up here on the B stream, so don't go anywhere.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello guys.
Bom dia.
So Philippox, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
+1.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know,
Yeah.
that can be like saying, guys, we can't, like individually, you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying, and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah,
So it's like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying, like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding, like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least to like your team understands and like buys in, and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right? On the aspects, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
some responsibility.
some
for
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. Because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, as the IGL, you are the main problem solver of understanding what you want to put your pieces basically, and what utility, what you need to clear to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time, and so as I see, to have people that also see the game from a high level, strategically, that can also call is so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
It's negative.
it's just negative balance,
yeah.
You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have aura. Like you need to know how to tell people the good way. People need to listen to you. I mean, you can be really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Respect, yeah.
That's true.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Rio ready for reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the third round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with Siege X.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7X! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1. to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs, one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Yes, smoke it around.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like Clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a East or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Ah, of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you
Bank
said, it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and
that's
why for me it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of like individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I would probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because like we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you like play it, and it's just kind of like you can attack it in so many different ways, like, and the pacing can always be changed, and like it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to like entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause like a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale like over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer. It's kind of like I'm not like sick of it yet. But Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off like what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. Like, it's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about club, obviously, mine's always been club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's like you can make it like it just really easy. But I just feel like club-wise, strategically, it's just like
strategically it's the same map.
Well,
it's
yeah,
never changed.
but it's like who's better at the basics. In my opinion,
Yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah, that's the club. It's like who's better at the basics.
Well,
and it's like you're gonna punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels like sometimes defending on that map feels like
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Like, Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, like, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players. And, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel like really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. The transition to IGL mainly happened just because, on Beast Coast, it was, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning something new. I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds a third aspect to the game where I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I feel like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, putting too much pressure on myself, but nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. Give 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
stakes are higher. Never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through fire. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn. Walk through the fire. I see the tears, I want it to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it in the rain. Crash in the plane. That's about to leave my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in a mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through fire.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Reload. We're here for the B stream. You caught me just looking at my notes. You know why? Because we have such a banger game coming up. It's Cloud9 versus Scars. And guess what, Pengu?
What?
It's an elimination match.
Which means 1v1?
Guaranteed to have 1v1s. Now, guys, we have a brand new format for Reload. It's a little bit complicated. It's a little bit unusual, but it's exciting. To debut Siege-X, Ubisoft wanted to make things a little bit special. They didn't just want to go with the same old, Swiss format, group stage, into finals. Now, we've got this Reload to Survive format, and with people reloading their bullets to try and get as many as they can come the final play days, we've got these new formats. And of course, if you go down to 0 bullets only on this day 3 of the introductory stage of this tournament, then instead of getting knocked out of the tournament, you can save yourself by playing a 1 versus 1, and we are guaranteed to have that at the end of the match. So if there's any game to watch here today on stream, it's literally this one right now. So make sure that you stick around. It is Cloud9 versus Scars. Now, this is the duel card that we were talking about. It's only in round 3 of the tournament, which is today. You have to 1v1 for your survival.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's weird because it's a potential elimination match, because there's a world where, C9 will beat Scars in the regular match, so to speak, but then Scars will win out in the 1v1 duel, giving them, 1 to 3 bullets. So essentially, you can see both teams surviving for tomorrow, or one of them going home. It's gonna be spicy. It's gonna be fun. And when we get there, I think we'll go even further in detail about the specific rules.
Yeah, absolutely we will.
Yeah.
So let's just have a look at the two teams today. Of course, first up is Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
An organization that needs no introduction. They have been... Yeah, I mean, dude's looking fly.
He's locked in.
This organization has been in Rainbow Six Siege several times. Of course, Foxay and Laxing used to play for this organization in North America way back in the day. They had a stint with a North American team that eventually became Fear X, and now they're back in Rainbow Six, and they've picked up a brand new roster from essentially 5 players from 5 different origins. Of course, most notably Dream from that Unwanted roster that did really well in Boston at 6 Invitational. Kobe, of course, from Dark Zero. Packer had a stint on M80, and debutants Silent and Giddy at their first ever international event. They are on the verge of elimination, and it's kind of by choice, Nick. So these guys actually are on 6 bullets currently, but they have reloaded 2 of those bullets and used the extended magazine card to have an extra 6 bullets. So it adds an extra 6 to their reload. That means they're going to bet 8 bullets or reload 8 bullets in total, which means if they lose this, they go down to 0 and they're going to have to play a 1v1 for their survival.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was at breakfast this morning and I saw Fox walking by Dream, and I was like, oh, they're good friends, whatever. And then I hear Dream be like, so Fox, how does the bullet system work again? And Fox is like, oh, so this is how it goes. And I look at the players' faces. I don't know if they had 100% knowledge of how exactly to utilize the extended mag the most, and you and I had a comment about this. You just said that they put in 2 bullets.
That's right.
But they had
6.
So they could have gone 6 plus 6 for 12.
Exactly.
But they didn't. And despite this, they put 2 plus 6 on the max 6. They can still go out.
That's right.
Where it's like they don't gain as much as they could have, but they can go all the way to the bottom.
So there was a little bit of confusion about this extended mag card. People thought that it just added to your winnings on a match, but no, it actually also increases the stakes if you lose. So yeah, they only reloaded 2 plus the 6. That makes 8, which means if they lose this, they lose 8 and are out of the tournament, or at least have to 1v1 for their survival. So huge stakes for Cloud9 here. They were challenged, however, by Scars, the bottom-rated team in the tournament so far, with back-to-back devastating losses to Fnatic and Wildcard. They have only won a single round of the tournament so far. These Japanese guys need to really get on their bike, because they only have 2 bullets left, and they've bet both of them.
It sounds like to say, oh, they've gone all in. They've put everything on the line. Yeah, they have 2 bullets.
Yeah.
That's it. It's all they have. So here's another confusing part. Why did they not use the extended mag to go to 6?
Exactly.
And that's what's like, we don't really know.
Because, they don't actually have a chance. If they lose this match, then they lose both of their bullets remaining. They go to 0. They have to 1v1 for their survival. So yes, it would have made a lot of sense for both teams to go all in on this match. But regardless, Scars have their work cut out for them. As to Cloud9, let's have a look at what map we'll be playing today. We've seen actually 4 different maps played between these two teams, and Cafe is not one of them. Neither of these teams have played this at the tournament thus far.
Interesting. So Cafe, of course, is a classic. It's very defender-sided. So, the issue that happened for Scars up against Fnatic, for example, is that they started on the attacking side of Skyscraper. They lost 0-7.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happens sometimes when you find yourself on the wrong starting side of a map.
Well, that's exactly what's happening here. We can see from the graphic that Cloud9 start on the defensive side, Scars on the attack. Last time Scars played this map, it was back at the 6th Invitational against Virtus Pro, and they lost it 7-4. And of course, Scars have looked even worse at this tournament.
They have been.
Since their roster change, bringing in Ayagator and Choppy from Crest. Quite a big roster change, especially losing Nina. He was such a good fragger for this roster.
The Rek-Nina duo.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Scars really seemingly on their last legs. Can they win more than a single round today? Well, they're going to have to. We already know as well which players will be in the 1 versus 1 at the end of this game.
Don't spoil it.
Let's not spoil it for now. Of course, let's get into it. It is Cafe Cloud9 versus Scars. Setting down elimination stakes for the tournaments. Who will come out ahead? Who will be in that 1v1? Well, we've got to play Cafe first.
Oh boy. You know, starting the event just 2 days ago, I was like, or 3 days ago, technically, I was like, you know, it's gonna take a while to get to the elimination matches. And then like, you blink, and now we're here. Like, this goes so fast. Operator bans C9 and Scars. We can see the Monty and the Castle. Often on Cafe and Bang as well, we see Castle Asami double ban from the on defense to make it very hard to hold piano. We saw that earlier this tournament as well. For the attack, so to speak, Monty makes a lot of sense. Something like a Dokubi, a Demos, a Grim, a Capital, all great operators too. Second rotation, very slow here actually. Dokubi and the Mirror. So you still have Asami to hold piano with. That's definitely going to help C9 on their first half.
Yeah, I actually really like these bans from Scars in particular. Now, we do know that as the attacking side, and as you said yesterday, starting out on the attack versus Fnatic, it's not where Scars want to be. You want to start on that defensive side. You want to ease into the match. And the way to do that is to ban out some of the most instrumental and powerful operators on the defensive side. Now, there's so many to choose from, but getting rid of the Castle in particular and the Mirror, they're the architect operators. They're the ones that allow you to really sculpt the map to your liking on the Cloud9 side. And as a result, they're not going to have as many stronghold positions, particularly on that top floor. Now, they'll actually go for the least common bomb site here.
And not just the least common, but a lot of teams will say this is a bomb site you play with Mirror open, and that's it. Mirror is banned, so they're playing without the Mirror. They're not playing Valkyrie, they're not playing Pulse. Usually you want to play a little bit of Plant Deny, play inside a bakery downstairs, play top floor, kind of sandwich in the bomb site from all areas possible.
What?
That's the pipe. If you're near a pipe, you get concussed. I was like, Elamine?
I was like, how is he Elamine
Yeah,
already?
so if you pop a smoke canister and you're near it, you'll get this like concussion effect from the Elamine, essentially.
Yep. Something we talked about before, those new map ingredients.
Yes.
Those gas pipes and those fire extinguishers that operate very similar to smoke grenades and Vulcan fire. But a lot of teams on the defensive side, they find it's actually a detriment to the defense, so they want to pop it early in the prep phase.
So yeah, as I was saying, like not a lot of Plant Deny here for Cloud9. It seems like they want to play for map control and fighting with their gun skill. Playing stuff like the Lesion, the Jaeger, even Dream on the Sentry. Just like, yeah, fortifying positions, like the Jammer here, that we can get affected by the debuffs, like a Grim, for example. And Scars, the Lion Blitz combo, good call really quickly into his bomb site here. They're going to full send it, maybe.
Certainly potential for a rush. In it goes,
no Plant Deny.
EMPs, smoke grenades, and Fish-like starting to force down that diffuser. Meanwhile, Washoy has gone down. The EMPs continue to protect the diffuser. There's no way to deny that plant, but C9 will gain the numbers advantage afterwards. In the post-plant we go, and Scars have 3 players up, still holding outside the building, holding onto their rappel. Not a single player inside the building, and Choppy does find the opening kill for his team. Kobe goes down.
This is kind of messy, it's risky. I mean, you gotta got that window at some point, Packer. You're on cams earlier, holding a passive angle, but again, you gotta swing first. 15 seconds left on the clock.
C4 from Dream, a team kill. Not what the doctor ordered at all. Ayagator and Rectifying the final kills. And already, Scars have doubled their round count from this event.
Woo! Major success already. I was saying, like, C9's operator lineup didn't make any sense for that bomb site. Again, they had no Plant Deny. They had a single C4 who was playing on the top floor of the map, not downstairs. They had a bulletproof camera inside the bomb site itself, and Pago was just in train on a mute jammer, holding an angle, expecting an aggressive push-up. They had a BP that could have seen the plant position, and yet they had no idea what was happening. So definitely a bit of a blunder there from C9, expecting a big change-up. Yeah, reading bomb site instead. And again, the operator utility is much more gun-related. Mossy now being brought out, of course Melusi, but Duck? This seemed like Cena wants to challenge Scars in a one-to-one battle before the actual duel cards are played here. Cafe normally is all about utility, fortifying positions, playing wall deny, picking your 2-3 different spots that you care about, and waiting for the attackers to get to that point, then you fight them. So this C9 approach is very abnormal for Cafe. It's not bad, it's different, and in that very first round, it certainly didn't really pay off.
5 seconds left.
C9 need to be careful. They could have very easily come into this game and reloaded far fewer bullets to guarantee that they made it into day 4 tomorrow. But it was them who decided to reload 8 bullets going into this game when they only had 6 available thanks to that extended mag. And it means that the stakes are far higher than they needed to be. I think for Scars, they kind of had to go all in because you can't play it too safe. Come tomorrow and Thursday, you are going to be automatically eliminated if you're near the bottom of the table. Oh, wow, this is a great pick from Fishlike, but the Brava is shot out before it is able to hack that gadget.
Bit of a bummer. Oh well. He's got a second if he needs to. Scars, I will say, they're doing all the things right so far. They're droning, they're figuring out like, where are the weaknesses, where are the gaps, what areas are hard to attack. For example, Piano against Asami can be a bit tricky. There is no floors on the board, there's no real soft destruction at all, no nades. I think the drone got caught as well by the Mossy, so...
Oh, did it? Oh, that's why he didn't shoot it.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go, very nice.
You know, sometimes, if I have like a naughty player in my team in ranked, I shoot his Mossy drones just to mess with him. That's like my guilty confession right now.
Of course. I always get my Mozzie drones shot when I'm playing, so
maybe, that's me, I'm sorry.
Maybe you're actually on your alt account and I didn't realize it was you. Kobe's gone down early. This is very...
Oh, that's a big one.
Wow. Brava cam hacked. That's a very high value target for Packer on the Mozzie. He's hacked 3 drones so far. But Kobe and Silent have gone down. That's your 2 main fraggers on this roster. Silent with the Doc, a player that you really expect to be winning fights when you pick an operator like that. Packer! The timing! Down to perfection for Fishlike. A 5 versus 2 for Scars. It's not a solid start here for C9, especially as that C4 has now whiffed as well.
Yeah, and again, I feel like the setup where they're playing or the strategy right now, again, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. For Scars, it's been easy to pick it apart. Isolated defenders, no tradability, and again, really good drone work. Yes, it's been a slow one for Scars, but they're making progress every single second. They're not stuck in their corners, not stuck at the beginning of the round. They're progressing. 50 seconds left, a little bit above that, 55. Vert play happening, Grim Beast got for flank watch. And C9, you'd think they had to go for an aggressive swing. The issue is, the only way to swing right now is walking up a staircase and taking a really, almost impossible gunfight.
Changing mags!
Dream wants to make his way up the white stairs. MP5 in hand, he is being watched and he will be taken down by Gator, newest player onto the roster. And now it's all up to Giddy. His first ever international event. My God, does he have a lot of work ahead of him. Takes down 1, looks for a second, little bit of damage, but not the shot he needs. Wreck goes deep, and Scars dig deep for a second round. Very little contest so far from Cloud9.
So now I'm thinking to myself, is this going to be a tactical timeout, or are you just going to try all 3 bomb set rotations, the 3 primary ones, because they haven't gone top floor just yet? Or they certainly haven't gone kitchen either, but that's like a really, usually kind of a low priority. So far, no tech timeout at all, actually.
No, last round before the additional bans come out, perhaps C9 want
see what happens first.
Yeah, see what happens before using it. Oh, here you go, consulting all of their strats.
Let me just flip the page.
There we go, hide that from the viewers. You guys don't need to see that.
Not to be that guy, but do you want to be copying Cloud9 strats after what we just saw in the first round? You might not want to...
You have been copying a lot of strays this event, but
I'm being naughty this event.
You are. Twitter has turned against you. I've seen a lot of new fans of Siege, especially. Look, I'm going to bring it up again, especially with the whole Shaiko IQ debate. A lot of people say, "Who even is this Pengu guy? Who even are you? What accolades?
Just a hater.
Are you just a hater?
So last night we're doing
what
a drawing
gives you the
show,
right?
and I accidentally, I didn't even mean to. I called JV like not a smart guy. Because and then I was like, oh, what I mean to say is that he always trolls us because he pretends he doesn't speak English. But my brain was like, yeah, he's not smart. But I was like, that's not what I meant at all.
Okay, what you need to do is you need to start saying, guys, I'm sorry, English isn't my first language.
Oh my god, I should play the card.
Because that's what JV does.
Yeah, and he's a genius for that.
He is. Oh, so now you're going back? He is a smart guy? He's a
I
genius?
never thought he was not a smart guy. The guy's won invitationals, okay? This is that he always plays the stupid guy because he doesn't want to talk to us sometimes. He goes, oh, no English, no English. Other times, oh, hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Let's talk about it. It's like, JV, what do you mean?
If we're in the middle of a cast and you just are really fed up with me, you just say, oh, no English, no English.
Then you'll know. Get me out of here.
English isn't my first language either. I speak Australian.
Right.
G'day, mate.
Right, g'day, mate. Howdy, howdy. The whole upside
Howdy
down.
is not Australian.
I feel like for non-Australians, it kind of is, though.
Okay,
And that's the thing.
Sounds like cowboy language.
Yeah, that's exactly what we think of Australians. They're cowboys. That's you fight kangaroos in the desert, man. That's some cowboy stuff right there. Scar, same start though. Again, really good fundamentals, and it's surprising to think that they've only won a single round so far this event, losing 0-7 and then 1-7, because they're looking fundamentally strong right now.
Yeah.
Roam clear, drone work, prep phase, operator pick selection for the bomb side. It's C9 who looks like the weaker team right now, at least in the first 3 rounds.
And also, like, not to throw teams under the bus, but Scars haven't actually been tested with a top team so far.
Yeah,
They've played Wildcard and Fnatic, and aside from the APAC teams, I think the 3 teams that people would point to this event from the major regions and would say, look, these are likely the weakest 3 teams, probably Wildcard, Fnatic, and Cloud9.
Yeah.
And Scars barely had an impact in those first 2 games. Now they're looking really solid against C9, but it comes just at the moment when they need it most.
I like this though, the vert still being done. The two-brow here is quite interesting, just stalling for time, doubling down with the Goyo and the Echo as well. So I see the vision from C9 as a plant denier, as a time waster. And Scars, if they don't start speeding up their pace, they might have to start using that sense to go aggressive on the side, rather than just cutting off the line itself. Silent, key position on that B chassis. If he does not get cleared, he will always be able to deny the plant, or at the very least, force a gunfight before Scars can get close to a plant situation.
I mean, he should die here.
He should.
There's so many ways to kill him, and down the drop from Washington. He
is.
does find that entry kill. Still a player to worry about in VIP. It's Paka. 1 bullet remaining in the DMR, but the Yokai drone's been dismantled, so Scars do have an opportunity to get right on in there. A second Yokai still toying with Fishlike, who's got that diffuser, gets back into the site. Still Paka uncleared at the back of VIP. Scars devilishly towing their way around the bomb site, surrounded by Cloud9, looking for an opportunity to plant, but finally they get the kill that they needed, and now they've got to sneak in and force that diffuser down. But C9, they look to hold the position, Dream looks for a flank, and still the Vulcan's fire prevents Fishlike from finding any safe haven on the fight. There is no way to plant, and Giddy comes through with a big flank. A good round from Cloud9, a chaotic one, but one that they will take home.
And again, playing the utility, making it hard for Scars to problem solve on the very basic fundamentals of a kitchen and kitchen attack. Not forcing gunfights, not making it easy whatsoever. That's what I expect more from them on the other bomb sets as well. Play utility, pick your corners, make Scars work for the basic areas of the map, like Piano, for example, and a reading or top floor defense. That second rotation of operator bands though, Grim and Valkyrie.
Interesting. I really did not think Valkyrie was the operator band. Last round...
It's been more Echo than anything.
Sure. Last round, I actually think the one operator that won the round for Cloud9 was Goyo.
Goyo?
Yeah. I mean, there was, what, 10, 15 seconds, maybe even 20 seconds left in the round when Scars were basically ready to execute, and they found the opening pick. The only thing that stood in their way was the Goyo.
Fire got popped, yeah. And it's... You think 20 seconds, you can wait for 20 seconds, right? It's a very long time to look at the ground, be like, okay, when it's my turn, okay. And then everyone died around the guy who was trying to plant, right?
Yeah.
So it's a tough one. And I agree with you, yeah, the Valkyrie is interesting to me because the issue is, they've been playing some Valkyrie, they've been playing some Echo. If you ban one of them, you're still kind of forced into playing the IQ for the Echo counter despite banning the Valkyrie. If you ban the Goyo, he's just gone. You don't gotta play Twitch or Grenade to worry about them. So it's almost like you're still forced to waste this, or invest rather, this one operator slot into IQ just in case of an Echo.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward.
Yeah, but look, Rek is 5-1 right now on the
He's
IQ.
great.
He also did get a lot of value out of it. They're spotting not only the Echo drones, but a lot of the other utility around, especially Paco has been running that Mozzie. You want to be checking for those, the Fenrir as well. My concern was less so knowing where the gadgets were and more clearing them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there is no Goyo in this round, nor an Echo, so, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... Goyo is the operator that I think would probably only really come into effect on that main basement bomb site, so, or rather ground floor bomb site. So I don't blame Scars for not banning it. I just hope that they actually bring something to address it should we go back down to kitchen.
I will say an operator duo that I think is kind of underrated is actually IQ with the Brava. So you can consistently find the gadgets and then just go for a straight beeline for it. Whereas often when you're a Brava or a Twitch player, you're looking for something to hack or destroy while risking being seen by defending players. So right now I can go, hey, there is a, whether it's a Fenrir gadget in this particular round or the singular bulletproof camera, it's right over here, go hack it, it should be fine. You see right there doing the gadget work of the IQ operator, the Nomad covering the flanks on the jump outs outside. Mind you, on Siege X, if you jump out a window or drop down a hatch, you'll be forced into a hip-fire gunfight. You can't ADS mid-air anymore, so jumping out piano windows not as viable.
We just saw that, in fact, as Packer drops down into pillars, but guess who's sneaking in the top floor? It is Rek. He's got Silent to contend with. MP5 with that magnified scope. Ooh, Giddy's gone down. That's the Fenrir. No more switching up those gadgets, and Choppy's found an opening as well. Rek baits Silent into some movement, and now Scars are firmly in charge of this round with Dream and Packer down on the site, feeling desperate. They have to make some kind of a maneuver here. They can't sit and wait.
Did it last time, right? And it's awkward because it feels like Cloud9, they have this kind of two halves playing. Three of those defenders who are out on the grave, Giddy, Kobe, Silent, playing kind of aggressive, moving around top floor, while Packer and Dream are playing very sheltered roles near or on the bomb site itself. It's not C9 playing 5 guys in the same strat, it's very much a mix. That leaves a gap to be found. Scars, 45 seconds left in the clock. Bit of verticality here. They can just go for the same old default library take. Yes, there is still 3 Toxic Babes in the pocket of Dream, but you're playing 4 versus 2, make it a 3 versus 2. Dream shotgun kill. Can't find somebody. Traded back by Rek though, leaving Packer all alone. No C4 left. Just again by the bomb site, waiting for something to happen and not lashing out.
There's just nothing to be done, really. The only way he wins this is he finds his isolated fights. He almost gets one on a last shot. He finds him. Almost rounds the corner for a second one, but Scars is there and ready for it. And my, they are looking untouchable in this game. This is not the Scars that we have seen in the tournament thus far.
It's also not the C9 that we've seen, to be fair, though. I mean, I know that they're finding themselves in like not a perfect position, but mind you, going into this, they had a fair bit of bullets available, which means they have been doing well. There we go. You're right in what you were saying. They're waiting for that final operator ban before they call a tactical timeout. C9 will not call for it. They had a 2-7 loss on Lair against Liquid, where a lot of rounds Liquid was stealing them away. And that was kind of, I think that would have been a closer game that the scoreline shows than a 7-5 victory over a very weak PSG in this tournament so far.
That actually wasn't as close as the scoreline looked. I mean, yeah, PSG were all right, but I feel like it was actually probably a more convincing game for Cloud9. I never really thought that PSG were going to win that. This is by far and away the best showing that we've seen out of Scars, and yeah, conversely also probably the worst showing we've seen out of C9. So it's definitely time to get the coach in and start to discuss what on earth they can do to tighten this up. They have 2 more chances to round out this defense. Now, the best that they can hope for here, Pengu, is an even 3-3 half on their defense of Cafe. That is not a good look.
It's not. And the thing is, again, Cloud9 is a roster with these 5 players, very big question mark right now. I'm not sure how I feel about predicting their attack inside of Cafe, because what we're seeing on defense is this disjointed group of players playing 2 different strats on a defense. If you're going to go into Cafe playing 2 different attacking strats at the same time, you're not going to be able to achieve much of the first step. Clearing piano with only 2 or 3 attackers, very, very difficult. Going for a cocktail rappel clear, again, with 2 or 3 attackers only working together, similar story, it's incredibly frustrating and difficult. So I want to see C9 now, after tactical timeout, play together, 5 defenders, 1 strat. 5 attackers, same strat. And what we're seeing already now, with both the combination of the Jaeger and the Womai, is telling me C9 are now putting more into one vision of the round as a strat, and this is a good old one. This is back in 2021 utility meta, where you play Womai, Jaeger, deployable shield, you can hard hold a bit of like cocktail here, and piano, and now Scars have to work for it in the beginning of the round. They can't just take piano anymore.
Yeah. No, but the thing that's different this time, Pengu, for Scars, is that they have brought this Amaru, which typically suggests a cocktail push. Now, Silent does have 2 ADSs in Cocktail. He's actually tempted to go by window.
Oh,
Surely
this
not.
is risky.
30 seconds into the round, there has
It's
to be
not the
support
roof.
from elsewhere. You need someone on the white window repel. You need someone on the Cocktail repel. You need pressure all over the map to enable this. Otherwise, it's just Amaru YOLOing it solo.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to take top floor here. So they're almost attacking the reading bomb site as if it's a top floor defense because they want to go, yeah, as you said, repels, pressure in the hallway, but Chobi's waiting for the go sign. They're missing something right now. Perhaps just open up the windows on Cocktail itself. Yeah, white stairs too. The only issue with playing Amaru is that Amaru's going to get in there very fast, but his teammates, oh, they're going to sort of full send it.
I like this though. In goes with the
good
shotgun.
pick.
In consequence, we saw a player go down. It's Kobe. Meanwhile, Fishlike suppressed with that severe concussion. Rek finds an opening. Great kill from Washoy as well. Doesn't matter that the Amaru falls because it's far too late for the rest of Cloud9 to pick up the pieces. It's all up to Silent now. He's on that bomb site. He's holding his position and he does find the first kill for himself, holding down the fort on the bomb site. Dream nowhere to support. Oh, this is not the bomb site. He's holding onto that top floor. He has an inkling of where this player might be. Somehow he's managing to escape. As the rest of Scars look to hunt him down. Finally, Rek, a 3K on the round. Makes it a 3 versus 1 for Scars. Dream. We know what he's capable of. We've seen plenty of it before. We saw it just a few months ago in Boston. But is he good enough to keep Cloud9's head above the water?
Only thing now for Scars, the issue, almost no drones left available to actually find out where Dream is playing from. That's the final drone right now looking. Oh, okay, they're all gonna take a pause right now. 3 people start droning. They're just looking for that player spot.
Oh.
Misses him actually, but now they'll know he's somewhere in that hallway. Smoke gets popped, 2 more in pocket. And a fair bit of time to dance around with here. Scars can go for a plant attempt or for a kill attempt because they have time and players for both.
The key thing here is you're going up against a smoke. SMG-11. Very small magazine, only 17 bullets to play with. You need to go for refrags here. Instead, they're going to go for a plant.
He can stick it.
Rex should be able to stick this. It's going to be very tight.
He can stick it.
And dies. A consequential mistake here for Scars. And now a 1v2 suddenly looks a whole lot more doable. Dream has rotated upstairs. He's going to be playing on the vertical game.
Oh, it's winnable.
It is so winnable. Time is ticking away, but Scars have rotated to the other bomb site, and Dream has no idea where that plant is going down. This will be a plant confirmed for Scars, and a retake forced by Dream. Still, that SMG-11 in 1v1 gunfights is a dangerous weapon. And Ayagator and Fishlike seemingly separated for now. He needs to jiggle. He doesn't have information, does Dream. There's so many different openings. He has absolutely no idea where these players are. He has to hope for a good shot. He spots Fishlike for a brief moment. A little bit of damage, but not enough to confirm it, and Fishlike peels on back. Ayagator still waiting in the hallway. Both players holding essentially the same angle. And he does bait Dream into the shot. Another round for Scars. A 4-1 lead in the first half on their attack.
There's not many things I can criticize about Scars here. I mean, the only thing is, why is Rek the one planting when he's 11-1 that round, right? Get this guy a gun and get him to hold the angle instead. And also, both Rek and I were like, he can stick the plant here completely. It was 2 ticks off, actually. It was way off the mark.
Really dangerous, and again, like, I feel like, you know, you're playing against a good player, right? But he's only got the SMG-11. Have
Yeah,
a
there are
bit of
bullets for it.
confidence. There's no way that he can refrag 3 people. Like, even the best SMG-11 players in the world, like you yourself, not to, you know, gas up yourself too much, but you played Smoke almost exclusively your whole career, right? You
Yeah,
were very
against
known.
my will.
Yeah. And you know how frustrating it is to have that 17 bullet
It's
SMG-11.
awful.
If you're trying to clutch up, what is the last thing that you want in a 1v3?
To have SMG-11.
Yeah. Okay, well, what's the worst way that the opponent could play? It's
Yeah,
by
pick it
refragging
together.
you,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I can only really take 1 gunfight, maybe 2 at a time if I hit a nasty shot. If there's 3 people fighting me, I don't have bullets enough.
Exactly. It's like the polar opposite to, like, if you were playing Maestro, you want them to refrag you. Even like Jaeger, you know, 30 bullets is more than enough to take 3 fights.
Feed me.
But there's no way that you could get that done with an SMG-11. In fact, the way that you want the opponent to play when you're playing Smoke is to try and plant, because you're the operator that denies plants, as we saw. A little bit of a mistake from Scars. Thankfully, it doesn't punish them. They have one last chance to lock in a dominating half.
I respect the composure, though, and the discipline to say the right thing to do in a perfect world. You know, I'm not going to say Rake hit that, but I feel like he hit that.
I feel like he hit that.
He's going to try again. Watch this.
Dude, this is going to be hilarious if he gets cooked again.
Oh, this time he hit it. Okay. So he missed it the first time, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, an Echo drone as well.
Did he actually? Oh, he missed it. Oh, well done from Kobe.
Not the best value twitch drone there, but good job from Dream being very observant on the yokai drone, saying, you know what, I gotta get out of here right now. Now, Kobe's positions at a bakery would be very good if you had a Jaeger and or a Jaeger or Wamai, but there's neither. So one firebolt from Chopi on the Capitao can completely force him either out of that position or just he can die from it.
Oh, this is such a hard bakery hold now.
Oh yeah, they're committed.
They really need to try and force. I like that from Silent. He burns one of his own keeper barriers to actually deliberately get himself affected by that air jab to burn it. But as you said, there's no protection here for Kobe.
They spent one fire already though.
But they've already opened up the prep wall as well. If they can open up the small bake wall, this is going to be nigh impossible. The last fire to come through. They need to guarantee this kill onto Kobe. They're going to need the blitz to send it on through. In goes the fire, in goes the blitz, but the yokai drone concusses the blitz, exposes him! Kobe finds two! Dream taken out in prep from the upside down rappel of Washoi, but Kobe has been worth his weight in gold, and so he still waits with the Vector in hand, this magnified scope, but he overpeaks and loses his fight. So a lot of ground now gained by Scars, and the valiant effort of Kobe essentially nullified.
Resty Tech is backstepping as well. Thinnermine goes off, they know. They get shot down. Good crossover here from Sana and Giddy. Fighting a freebie, essentially. So Scars, they fight so hard for Bakery, yet they can't do much with it right now. Rake missed a good opportunity for, again, another equalization of manpower. The good news is, Silent, Giddy, both pretty on HP up against the DMR of Rek. He's been so good so far, 11 and 2 in the tally. They have 2 smoke grenades in pocket. They can totally work this angle from the Bakery portion and try and get into the bomb site, but it's not going to be a plant strat. He's going to have to play for kills right now, because once you stop planting, it's effectively a 1v3.
Dreadmine a little bit difficult to contend with. At least we have Dream fallen, so there's no more active yokais on the floor, or on the ceiling for that matter. Washo with Diffuser in hand and that deadly AK-12. A smoke goes out from Rek to try and enable a little bit of a cross. Worried about the vertical angles, but there's none to be seen from Washo. A lot less to worry about. A lot of information on site. Sees the player. Giddy goes down. He wants to hunt for more, but he thinks better of it and goes for the plant. That means that Rek has to cover. Packer's got him. A C4 to come out. Washo has to swing. And Packer cleans house for Cloud9. They redeem themselves somewhat. They scathe away with 2 rounds in the first half.
And so, due to a huge play from Kobe, though, and Dream, you can't forget him on the Echo's stunning blitz 2 times in a row in quick succession, enabling Kobe to get not just the 1 kill, but the collateral, shooting the blitz and hitting the player behind him in cover. It was beautiful. And that's again, C9 actually playing together, which they were missing in the first, 4 rounds, 5 rounds of this game. In Castle?
I like that Castle ban. Again, two halves in a row we see Castle ban, this time from Cloud9. Scars clearly don't want to deal with that Ying as well. What's it going to be to follow up? We're going to see that Azami in play again.
Azami, Mira.
Azami was so powerful in the first half. It's Mira and Grim, funnily enough. So Scars don't want to be playing against that Grim.
I respect the Grim ban. I mean, the only solution is you play mute and you just put the 4 mute jammers in like the player positions, and there's a lot of verticals that can be done on top floor, bomb site especially, where a Deimos or a Grim spot with a guy below reading can just completely destroy your setup. It's not fun being spotted.
No,
that's why we shoot drones too.
Yeah, Mutant, also Jaeger, especially, you know, I think Jaeger with the buff as well, no longer vulnerable to Capital.
Which buff is that one?
The Capital.
So Jaeger ADS cannot catch my bolt. I keep saying, my god damn it!
My
Capital bolts.
Yeah, really, we noticed that a lot on Clubhouse when we were casting that before, but you know, funnily enough, the Capital is, at least for now, picked by Cloud9. And Scars, it really just means that you're more likely to pick the Jaeger instead of that Wamai. There was a period of time there where Wamai was kind of just like better than Jaeger in pretty much every way.
For sure.
I feel like that's kind of flipped now.
Yeah, I can totally see what you mean. I feel like we're back to Wamai and Jaeger serving the same purpose but in different ways, because now they both capture the same things.
Yeah.
Whereas before I was like, Wamai is just kind of arguably better because you can catch the same as Jaeger plus the Capital Firebolts. So yeah, but one is throwable, one is pre-placeable, so one is easy to do mid-round, one is better for a preset corner or preset strat of the map that you're going for.
That's right.
I'm hearing Ace, I think, in the background actually yelling.
There must be a lot of excitement on the A-Stream. The A-Stream broadcast is also an elimination game, guaranteed to have a 1v1 at the end of it. It's PSG versus...
Elevate.
Elevate, yeah. Oh, that's exciting. Big game there.
Oh.
Did you hear that call from our
I did
producer?
hear
Can
that.
we spoil it on the B stream? Spoiler for the A stream. Was it 3-1 Elevate?
I heard 2-1.
2-1. 2-1 Elevate, apparently.
Okay. So, APAC fighting back right now, essentially, on both streams so far. And again, we see Scars doing what I thought Cloud9 would be doing. Very, like, bunkering up, making the enemy work for it, and just playing in the corners. They're playing around utility. And the big thing here is, Scars are playing Twitch quite commonly, whereas C9, they can't clear any of those Jaeger ADS or utility without burning stuff forward. When they stop burning, we're going to see an impact run out downstairs. Valkyrie impacts. Don't see that every day.
No.
And it makes sense, but Packer finds Choppy pretty early on before that happens. Run out is good, 1-for-1 trade effectively. Not too bad for Scars here.
Yeah, beautiful work there from Ayagata. Big player to take down on Dream as well. But Packer finding that opening pick. He's on for this lurk. He's already found his first. Does mean that Choppy, however, can just sit on the cameras with that Valkyrie in play. Of course, he does have to wait out the Dokkaebi logic bomb. But now that's done, so he can sit on cams. Packer still has another logic bomb in pocket. Where is this rotate from Cloud9 going to be?
Yeah, I don't know if this is because like Dream died to a run out that they're like pivoting the attack, but it doesn't look fully clear to me what they want to do now. We see 3 split towards Piano, Red, Cigar. This fight though 50-50. Oh, the timing went for the answer instead. Packer, excellent decision making. Here's the call, goes to the kill, full confidence. And now Scars, they're going to have to play a bit of that, again, over-aggression. Their numbers disadvantage, they're losing the areas that they care about, and C9 have just avoided playing into the Jaeger ADSs. They've even spent any of the fire smoke from Capital because they've just been getting those kills instead.
Yeah, I tell you what, in 3 rounds time, I think Scars are going to want to be banning the Dokkaebi. Pack has already been so deadly, 2 kills so far. Here comes the fire, and here comes the repel inside. Kobe with that Blackbeard shield now in front of his face. He's looking to open up again. This rotate, he's about to meet Washoy on the other side, who spots out that Blackbeard but doesn't really know how to deal with him. A player behind him as well. He can't find the kill. Packer hunts him down. 4 kills on the round for Packer. Untouchable, and Kobe to find the final kill. Cloud9 flying out of the gates on their attack.
Much, much better, more decisive, more aggressive. And they said 3, 2, 1, go. And Scars, I'm not going to say they are baiting that play, but when you have a player inside of Freezer, it's very important that the other defenders are trying to enable him. They had a player in Cocktail right behind who lets Packer push the white hallway, who gets 2 kills and the 3rd shortly after. If you hold the crossfire, if you shoot Packer in the back right there, that could be around victory for Scars. So while C9 do come out victorious, this was absolutely winnable for both sides. But this time, finally C9 put together as a team and all helping each other accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, and what looked to be a really strong start from Scars, up 3-1, has now been equalized somewhat. Cloud9 are back into it. I never would have thought I'd be seeing an attacker-sided Cafe, but if Cloud9 keep this pace up, then we certainly could be on track for it.
So far, so good.
Well, it doesn't take much to catch up with the Scars here in one more round. Now we're going down to kitchen and dining, and once again leaning very heavily into the information gathering, into those Intel operators in Valkyrie and the Echo. But of course, as we established last time when we were talking about CAG and BDS, the more time you spend on cameras, the more it's possible for the opposing team to just walk in.
When you have a blitz, not just walking, running in as well, jumping in through a barricade or window. But I like how it feels like this game is shaping up to be both teams respecting each other more and more, playing again like the counter operators, right? They're expecting something happening here from C9, like a shield, maybe a Monty or a blitz, and that was the counter that C9 used themselves, the Echo previously as well. So a lot of utility, a lot of counterplay. I think with C9, knowing what we all know, they should go for a full map clear, do verticality, and try and play for an execute. When you have the blitz, the great thing about this is it gives you options. You can go fast, direct attack, you can go for a roam clear, then for a plant. He can kind of do it all. And the cherry on top, Packer is not just a blitz player who plays shields. He is the IGL, the captain of the team, who will call the strats. And when you play a shield operator, you buy yourself so much mental freedom because you don't have to worry about getting swung and dying to a gunfight and having to react to it. You have a shield in front of your face. You can make all these calls very, very precisely. And that's why they work in this map so quickly. Good drone work. And again, no real roaming here from Scars.
And I can only assume that they're eventually going to try and hunt down Choppy here in VIP. There's been a lot of pressure on his position since the start. There's good information. Washoy knows exactly what's happening here. Choppy is just going to fire out this position.
Sorry, I want to see when they breach the dining hatch here from Giddy, because they put a Goyo canister on the hatch itself.
Oh.
And I'm curious if Giddy can actually open the hatch without... Yeah, there's a pop it, wait 20 seconds, then breach the
That's
hatch.
smart from Scars. It just forces C9 to wait a lot longer before they can open that hatch, which then slows down the rest of the map as well. Thankfully, they are clearing some of these other Vulcan canisters, though, which proved to be the death of Scars attacking this bomb site previously.
It's an old bank strat, so when Goyo came out, people figured out, when they got reworked rather, because the original game was a shield, right? You can put a Goyo Vulcan canister on a hatch, and some hard-breaching gadgets can't open it, so you're forced to shoot it and wait 20 seconds, and on bank, you know, very big map, you don't always have a lot of time to wait like that. Anyways, 40 seconds, all smoke spent from Choppy, comes down to the Echo drones, and the no C4 because of Valkyrie impact grenades, so C9... They're good for this one. They got what they need.
Oh, and once again, the Yokai comes in clutch here up against the Blitz. There is a good trade, though, from Kobe, but it's chaos in the server. Ayagator springs to action from reception, leaves Dream all alone for Cloud9. Scars up 3 versus 1, 20 seconds for Dream to try and conjure up something, but there's absolutely no chance of it. He doesn't have the diffuser. I know exactly where he is. The first kill found, that Scars do not need to peek him at all, especially with those Yokais up. A concussion comes out. Dream is going to have to hunt for it. He actually runs straight past Washoy, who will easily spray him on down. And another round on the board for Scars means that they are only 2 away from putting this to bed.
I don't know if that went wrong. I was actually liking what C9 was showing us in the round, and then like 2 seconds goes by, they're in VIP, and then 2-3 people just down the attack inside. I don't know if they misdroned the VIP player and Blitz was in it checking the right-hand side corner. They got shot from the left-hand side corner. That's the issue with VIP. There is that awkward crossfire where you look left, you can die from the right, and vice versa. But C9 had so many drones left. So again, I don't know exactly what the problem was, but they got exploited. And Scars, they've been playing utility, sure, but Scars are known for their gun skill.
Yeah.
When they play domestically, they are running over the other Japanese teams, especially back when it was Nina and Rek running the show together. I remember we cast them on Bank, they're just in the building in 15 seconds, bum, 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 challenging main stairs, getting heads back. Okay, these guys are crazy good.
Yeah, and that's also just, not to get too ahead of myself, but casting my mind forward to whoever wins this game, we will go to a 1 versus 1 because the loser of this game is on the verge of elimination. They'll have to 1v1 now. Just as a reminder of how that works. Okay. So we play 3 rounds. It's best of 5. So first to 3 rounds. In a 1 versus 1, the teams elect which player they want to play in that 1 versus 1. And then at the end of it, let's say Cloud9 lose this game, right? Okay. If they then win the 1v1, they won't be eliminated. They'll get as many bullets equal to the number of the round difference. So if they won 3-0, they'll get 3 bullets. But Scars don't get eliminated. Even though like Scars losing the 1v1, because they won this game, they won't get eliminated. Now, if Cloud9 loses this game and then loses the 1v1, they are done. They are out of the tournament.
Same for Scars.
Same case for Scars, yeah, of course. And as you said, Scars, I mean, they've got a lot of gunners. Playing a 1v1 is completely different to playing this game in a 5 versus 5.
I know who I'm picking, okay? That's all I'm saying. And he's 12-5 right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, anyone from C9 that goes up against Rek, it'd be a pretty scary notion. But of course, C9 still have a chance to get back into this. Only trailing by 2 rounds, but on the attack, I mean, it's challenging. It's hard. And they're going against this reading bomb site now. The Twitch drone gets inside. Incredible that Fishlike hasn't heard it yet. He's going to finally take it on down. I believe that Valkyrie camera did survive.
Oh, do you believe that, yeah? I think it did too.
I think so. I think it was tucked into the corner.
I got baited by the ping and he saw it was on the other side of it. Sometimes it's like that, but a very...
second one does the charm.
Correct. So, perhaps pretty high game IQ.
We're talking about game IQ again?
I'm curious what you'd rate yourself, but not now, because action
myself?
might
0.
No, compared to like your level of play, not pro players. Look at that in different
We'll have to
time.
have a think about that.
But C9 looking for a small take here, flashbangs, maybe a Blackbeard Rappel on in. Yep, there it is. And Kobe has a nade kill, actually.
It's a good nade from Kobe. Doesn't have any more left, though, and you're really going to want to use it to take down Fishlike. But that is beautiful. Great team play. Recto finds one. Silent doubles down. Good refrag. Cloud9 looking hot in this round. They've taken top floor, and now Washoy and Ayagator. No C4s between them to look for a vertical kill. They will have to rely on their guns and hope that Cloud9 exposes themselves, makes a mistake, but Packer's going to bring that boogie drone to life on the ram. give very few places to safely stay alive. Silent, uncharacteristic, unusual from him to miss so many shots. It does keep Scars alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, and again, the Valkyrie impact grenades, meaning again, as you said, no C4s, they have cameras upstairs, they're looking for a flying potential, good lockdown on the staircase here, forcing and saying, hey, the only way we can lose is the flank, but look at that, the swing out gets one, gets two! And just like that, C9 back on even numbers, 2v2 with one guy outside the building, diffuser dropped upstairs, has to be retrieved.
I mean, that is such an instrumental play from Washo, and he's hungry for more. He's got red pings, still Valkyrie cameras alive, and it's feeding him information to go hunting. Scars need to stay on the offensive now. They've got the read, a missed shot from Ayagator. Dream ran in that corner, but Washoi's gone big for 3. All up to Giddy now, and Washoi cleans house for Scars. It's match point for the Japanese. After a tumultuous start to reload, they're looking hotter than ever.
Oh man, one thing is to win a round due to red and yellow ping information from a Valkyrie camera. Another way to win a round, or rather to lose a round, is to have an IQ on the attacking side and you didn't find the camera in cocktail. Blunder. Big mistake, but not just that, Scars played perfectly off of it. They were waiting for the right moment to get the maximum amount of intel. Because once you get for that red ping, they banned the Valkyrie. Oh no! You're playing IQ, guys. Come on. You don't need to ban the operator.
Look, I don't blame him. After what a tilt to that round was.
Get out of here. Honestly, get it out.
Get rid of it. But you know what's funny is the IQ, rather Echo is still in, so they could play Echo.
Double down.
Which they've already been playing. Not for this round though. But
no, just a Mozzie hack a drone and just drive it around and ping people.
Yeah,
hello.
I wouldn't be surprised. Still, not many C4s is the surprise to me. I'm not seeing a lot of Scars C4s, both on the Mozzie and the Valkyrie. They've been running those impacts. Does Mozzie still have C4, or they got rid of that in favor of the impact?
He still has the C4.
Do you want me to do a fact check?
No, he has the C4. I just need to be more confident when I say it. He has the C4.
I don't have to.
No, you can check just to say that I'm right.
I am gonna check.
But you cannot correct me if I'm wrong. No,
I am on the.
He does have the C4.
The Portuguese website.
I know
here.
for a fact he has the C4.
My Google always goes to the Portuguese website.
I will bet my hammers on the fact that.
All right, he has barbed wire.
Yeah.
He has impact grenades
and
he's got C4.
Yeah.
Man was gonna bet his hammers.
You know what Fenrir is bringing? The observation blockers, and he hasn't spent 2 of them. And I don't blame him because there goes 1 actually. It's an awkward thing to utilize, but Fenrir observation blocker over bulletproof camera, which is pretty high value in my opinion, and then Valkyrie playing 3 rounds of impact grenades, just very not
unusual
common.
secondary gadget picks. Yeah, I don't know.
But I like it.
I mean, in tandem with the mute, there's a lot of information denial.
Yeah, would you combine them? Yeah, and Mozzie mute and observation blockers? Definitely.
You do get a lot of those ops blockers for every pick. Here comes that IQ, spotting out the Mozzie pests. They're seeing all the ops blockers. Like, are there any Yokai?
Oh, they see a drone that got caught. Drive it away, Mozzie. Live. Survive.
He's not going to know about it.
It's awkward because you're doing this right now as IQ, obviously, and you should be. But then in a minute's time, when you're finally like in the building with all 5 attackers, you often forget what you have to destroy.
Oh.
Hello?
Fish-like. Caught asleep.
Okay.
Kobe drowns him. 5 versus 4. Good start to C9. On the verge of elimination.
And drop?
Staring down 3 match points. A forfeit of the top floor here from Scars. 1 player down. Gifting a lot of map control up to the North Americans.
Yeah, this is dangerous territory now for Scars. I mean, sure, they got Rake on the smoke for some plant deny, but just like seen on that very opening round, they don't have a lot of ways to deny a mining attack plant attempt right now. They have piano control, verticality. The only C4 pre-placed, spotted out, EMP'd as well. He's gonna shoot it down and pick it back up. That's very smart, actually. How long can Washoi stay in this position? He's gonna feel the pressure and fall back, stick around. C4 toss now sits very safe up above. They will terrorize this floor, get the hatch opened up, and again forcing Scars to play outside the bomb site itself, therefore enabling Xenon to go for a planet tip later on.
A whole minute left to play. Packer mincing up this floor. Of course, the bomb site is not reading. It is mining in Fireplace. Where are they going to poise for an execute? Are they going to go for kills or are they going to go for a plant? Because mining, it's actually quite a challenging site to plant on.
It is, but that's where the Ver comes into play. They can take Pillow with it. I mean, this right here is actually legal from a shot, right? You sit in the middle of the bomb site, undetected, unseen. Agata finds a go to Kobe all of a sudden, and C9 doing too many things at once, perhaps. Very good trade there back from Packer, the IGL of the squad. They need more. Time is ticking away, 35, and they're clearing Library Vert still.
Desperate moments now. as the time continues to bleed away. Good
yellow
information onto, I believe that's Rek hidden in the corner of Train Room. Dream is just waiting for his chance. He does swing. He does find that kill. Washoy and Choppy will not stand up. It's all up to Choppy now in a 1 versus 4. Making his way over from Pillar, little bit of damage, but now they know where he is, and there's 4 players to contend with. Caught in the cross, and C9 breathe a sigh of relief. They are still alive in this game.
That's tertiary bomb site. That's the hardest one to defend, arguably easiest to attack. It's C9 willing to keep the composure and keep the pace they've been showing us so far, and again, just keep playing together. Don't let go of that net that they have. Don't give them 1v1s. Scars calling a tactical timeout, saying it's a one and done for us, and we're gonna prep everything we can and get the perfect strat going. So they got options. I mean,
2 more match points before we hit overtime. If there's any time to get it done, it's right now before C9 can build up that momentum. I mean, should C9 make a 3-round comeback into OT, you certainly would think that the favor would slip. The C9 have had a really solid defense so far. They've won 2, they've lost 2. Now they need to knuckle down, put this game to bed, get their first win on the board, and get ready for that 1 versus 1. On the flip side of that, Cloud9, they can use this tactical timeout. I'm sure they would be very happy for a chance to talk.
That's the dangerous part. Obviously, defense is a bit more proactive. You choose what you want to do for setup, and then attackers have to react upon it. But attackers, of course, they have the attack or repick option. They can change up to all 5 attacking operators to get that perfect thing going as well. While only some Scars here, it's a very clear plan and win condition. And I mean, we see the side now, kitchen and kitchen. We see the operator selection. It's very clear. It's time deny, it's utility, just like how they won the previous round as well. And what C9 were trying to do against Scars. The thing is, this is a great strat on paper. Most teams will go for this at the highest level of play. But on the flip side, a good strat is also often known by the opponent because it's the best thing to do, so they all do it.
Yeah.
So Cloud9 should not have any real surprises right now, unless, of course, something like the Echo goes unnoticed in the drone phase. They might only realize, oh snap, there's a minute left, they have an Echo, this could be troublesome. So besides the Echo being hidden, this could just be like, and he's roaming actually right now, so he might actually be seen by drone.
Surely.
There shouldn't really be any big surprises.
Yeah, I still think it's a very hard lineup here to contend with for Scars. I mean, there's a lot of time delay here, and there's adequate shield counters. Now, Pangu, have you played a lot of the Monty since all the recent nerfs have come through?
I would say a fair bit.
Because my question is, like, always Monty has unshielded when you hit him with the yokai, but we saw earlier what happened with Blitz. His shield actually gets knocked away, and it's very easy to just shoot him in the body. Does that happen for Montaigne as well?
So if Monty's extended, it's going to unextend the shield. If Monty is unextended already, then he's going to get shoved to the side.
So can you spam him twice?
Technically, yes.
Okay, wow.
Technically,
so
yes.
If Fishlike knows the best way to deal with the Monty, then Packer would be extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, and that's what we saw last time. It was a double Echo stun. The question is Monty going to put himself in a position where he is going to be vulnerable? Because this is the thing when you play, especially like a Clash or a Monty, these like safe shield operators, if you overstep your welcome significantly, you are in trouble. But if you just keep playing by the corner, wiggling back and forth, if any danger comes, just step back behind the door, back behind the corner, you're safe. Packer is an experienced shield player. A lot of teams.
Kobe.
Okay.
That is not a Kobe shot.
No, not quite. But Packer is an experienced shield player, known for it in North America. A lot of teams ban Monty against his roster, and or against Packer, whatever squad he's on, whether it's M80 or here, for example. And Packer's been kind of waiting for this moment, the right time to play the shield. And why not when your back's against the wall, 4-6? If nothing else works, go for it. Now's the time.
I do like the rest of this lineup, though. For me, a big factor is going to be Silent getting his Twitch drones inside and clearing exactly all the util that Packer is currently spotting out. So most importantly, the Vulcan canisters. Really nice work from Dream to take down that bulletproof camera from above, but the Vulcan canisters in the late round are really what I'm concerned for Cloud9. Considering this is match point, it matters far more than ever. C9 do not want to have to go into that 1v1 to try and stave off elimination here at Reload. They want to continue pushing here until they get to overtime.
Now the question that I have is like, how well aware are they of all the possible plant deniers, right? You got the 2 Brown right now coming out, Storm the Hatch further, 3 Toxic Babes, potential Yokai drones. I don't know if both have been shot or not. I'm trying to look for it right now. My point is though, they are going to be so low on time. It's going to be a panic.
Wow.
We have no other choice. 2 Browns keep on coming out. But look at that, Kobe makes space. He finds
Kobe!
2!
That's exactly what C9 need. A 3K for Kobe. He's marching in the sight and giving C9 another chance. Another one for Kobe. This guy's decided to turn it up to 11. And Fish like he's got to deny this plan. Packer, another chance to try and force his diffuser down. Fish like finds Kobe, finally puts his rampage to a rest. And now amidst the fire, he looks for more, almost gets a second kill, but Dream finishes him off. C9, stay alive.
You have a team, you have 5 players, but sometimes all you need is one. Single-handedly is Kobe walking on the white staircase, getting 1, 2, 3, 4 kills in the round. That would have been, in my book, a done situation for Scars securing that. They had time on their side, they had so much plant deny. The Yoga drone was primed and ready. But Kobe said, no, I see the issue. He hears the comms, Packer going, we can't get the hatch. The 2-bar freeze is too strong. The Goyo fire, we're not going to have time, guys. Kobe might have asked, can I take the risk? Or he just full-sent it when his team saw the kill feed, said, we're right behind you, buddy.
That's exactly what we needed from Kobe. Especially after he had such a slow start to this game. He was, what, 1 in 4 at the first half? And, I mean, can we talk about who's playing in the 1v1 after? Or should we keep that?
I feel like we should talk about the 1v1.
Okay, I feel like we know it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen in the next couple of rounds. And I don't believe the players are able to change who their 1v1 players are.
Surely not.
We were told the 1v1 players that these teams had elected, for Cloud9 it was Kobe, and for Scars it was Rek.
Oh, yeah.
The start of this game when we saw Rek on like 10 kills in the first couple of rounds, and we saw Kobe on like 1 and 4 for way too long. It was like, God, this does not look good. Should it go to a 1v1? That is exactly the confidence booster that Kobe needs, because no matter the result of this game, he's going to end up in a 1 versus 1. And if he plays like he did in that round, then, well, maybe Rek does have a reason to be worried, but he doesn't look worried at all so far. Chill. As Scars just wait out this technical pause.
Oh, man. It's going to be good. It's going to be so good, because now both players are ready for it. And, I mean, so what happened in that round, Scars called their technical timeout. They want to choose the right side with the right setup to secure that final 7th round that they need. And then Kobe happens. Now you have choices. You can go reading bomb site, mining bomb site. You can go anything actually. Everything's open. So, and I actually think it's a lot harder for some teams when you have too many options. Because let's say your IGL goes, let's go top floor, and 2 people go, actually we think kitchen is better, and then the coach in the background is sitting there thinking because he can't talk. Actually, I know for a fact that reading is statistically our best side. You're gonna have to have somebody take charge. One of the players and say, this is going to be the bomb site, this is a strat, believe in this.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a situation occur where you're going to be like, yeah, okay, I guess we play this side. And it's just like this half-confident situation. It's not a good look.
Yeah, it's a tough call because...
It is a tough call.
On the C9 defensive side, they actually only won kitchen, right? Every other bomb site they tried, they lost. Scars, the first round they tried bar, they lost it. Then they tried kitchen and reading, they won both. And then they tried reading and kitchen again, and C9 won them. So for Scars, like you said, it is a tough decision. Do they go to mining where they've never gone before? Do they go back to one of those bomb sites where they've both won and lost? Or they go back to bar where they started this half and lost pretty handily? And I feel like the answer is either retrying on kitchen there, because strategically everything went right. Or do they go back to reading room where they've had mixed levels of success? Now, Cloud9, obviously, it's a technical pause. They have a little bit of a chance to chill their nerves. They have one last shot at going in for this, at pushing us to overtime. Scars really need to focus up and get this done before the game extends into OT.
Speaking of things getting done, spoiler for the A-Stream result as well.
Really?
6-3 between Elevate and PSG, with Elevate on 6 and PSG behind on 3 points. So they are potentially, just like us, 1 round away from that 1v1 duel.
Wow.
Because they are also playing for elimination.
Who do you think would be playing between Elevate and PSG for the 1v1?
I actually don't know who I would pick from Elevate because I'm not so familiar with the roster. We haven't cast them either yet, so I haven't seen who's been popping off. But from the side of PSG, I had to go with Misa or Ryder. Misa is the IGL. Ryder is like... the meme is that he's the Korean Shaiko. He's a Deimos god, basically, and he's good at getting kills.
I heard Derry and Tim, who are casting that A-Stream match right now, I heard them earlier say that Semper was looking really good.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to have a look back through some of these Elevate games and see who was listed as the MVP. I guess they lost both of them. So it's going to be from the other team.
I guess they don't have any movie.
Yeah, unlucky
That's
for
unlucky.
for Elevate. Yeah, funnily enough, the one player that always jumps out at me when I look at that Elevate roster is obviously Psycho, world champion.
Right.
I know.
I saw
From
him in the
NIP.
catering. I was like,
It's
what's he
weird.
doing here?
You're like, wait, is it 2018
Yeah.
again? Am I about to play you, Psycho?
Yeah.
But no, he's actually the worst rated player on the team. But he, like back in the day, he was like the Ash God.
Yes,
that
he
guy
was.
was insane.
Yeah. Good old
It's
NIP days.
Definitely time for the young ones to pick up the slack, and it's a new era of Siege.
Yes.
And yeah, I heard that Semper's been looking really good for them, so perhaps it'll be Semper. You got quite a few new players.
Yeah, you do.
And some OGs like Iron, I believe, is the
He's
same.
been around before. Yeah.
The same Iron that played many, many years ago. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? We can only speculate. We'll have to watch that back after. Of course, for this stream, getting through this technical pause, getting into what is the final round of regulation, and potentially the final round before we go into that 1v1. Should Scars finally put the nail in that coffin at Cafe? And I am absolutely... I'm on the edge of my seat just waiting for Kobe versus Rek, because I was so convinced it was going to be Rek all day long. And then Kobe comes out with that huge 4K.
It changes things, doesn't it? There
it
it
really
is.
does. C9 Kobelax versus Scars Rek, a 1v1 for survival. Today is the only day where the duel card is activated, and it automatically happens as soon as teams lose all of their bullets. And yeah, as we said before, I mean, coming into today, Cloud9 had 6 bullets left. They put in their reload 2 bullets from their reserve, and then 6 using the extended mag card, and then Scars reloaded 2 bullets, which is all that they had left. Both teams are all in. A little bit of confusion, I think, about how the extended mag card works. I think both teams would have gone completely all in, like Scars would have used extended mag to essentially
2 plus
reload
6.
8 bullets.
Yep.
I think C9, had they known how the extended mag works in more detail, they probably would have reloaded 12 bullets. There's 6 in their
6 plus
reserve,
6.
plus the 6 in the extended mag. But regardless, one thing that's interesting, another, I guess, confusing aspect about the format that it's important to clarify, the result of this match determines how many bullets they get. So, for example, if C9 wins this map, this match, before we go into the 1v1, they will get their 8 bullets, right?
Yeah.
They get those. The 1v1 doesn't affect how many bullets the winning team gets, only how many bullets the winner of the 1v1 gets, if that makes sense. It's a little bit confusing, but I hope you
it's
guys are
2
following
separate matches where the individual result will give you the reward.
Exactly.
It's not combined
Perfect.
together.
That's a great way of explaining it. So, and to follow on from that, like, should Cloud9 lose this next round and lose the match, but then win the 1v1, they will stay alive. Scars will stay alive. We won't have any teams eliminated from this match.
Yeah. Whereas if you win the game, and then you
then
also
win
win
the
the 1v1, the enemy will go home.
Yeah, and also you get an extra bullet for
elimination.
eliminating a team. So there's actually a lot of incentive to not only win this game, but then win the 1v1.
Yeah, if you 3-0 the opponent in the 1v1, you get 3 bullets plus 1 for the elimination. That's 4 bullets extra.
So, like, let's say Cloud9 win this game and then win the 1v1. They get 8 bullets.
Yeah.
So they go up to, well, it would be 4 plus 8, so that's 12.
That's 12.
Yeah. Quick maths on stream. Never do maths on stream. 12. Then they win 3-0. They would get another 3. They go up to 15, plus they would eliminate Scars. They go up to 16 bullets from 6 at the start of today.
That's incredible.
Incredible indeed.
Can
And
change very
for
quickly.
Scars, I mean, they only put 2 bullets into their reload for this game. They didn't use the extended mag. Probably they'll be using it tomorrow, I suspect. Should they win this game, they'll get those 2 bullets back, plus another 2. They'll go up to 6. Then if they win the 1v1 3-0, they'll get 3 for the 1v1, plus another 1 for the elimination. They'll go up to 10 bullets. Which would be pretty wild, considering how terrible
they started. Yeah.
I mean, only won a single round in their first 2 games against Wildcard and Fnatic. And there's no doubt about it, Scars are going to have harder and harder opponents from here on out. They really need to win this game right now. If they win this next round, they guarantee they will not be eliminated today.
Yeah, also, mind you, Scars picked Cloud9 because they were, when you're the lowest seed, aka you have the least amount of bullets, you will pick your opponent in order that way.
They could have picked any Apex team, by the way.
Any team, period, besides a rematch.
But besides Wildcard and Fnatic, but they could have picked PSG, for example.
Yeah.
They could have picked Elevate. They could have picked CAG. They didn't even pick their fellow Japanese team that they would know better than anyone.
Which, to be fair, if you got Japanese representation, or any for
Probably
that matter,
don't
you don't want to knock out those people. You want to keep them in the scene, man.
Yeah, though arguably...
Region strong together, you know, like that's how it goes.
I like that attitude. I hope that's what they were thinking. I hope it's not that they were scared as tag.
Not afraid, just respectful.
Yeah.
This, though, after a bit of a technical pause due to a rehost, we are now back in the action with Scars looking for that final round. And when you have the technical pause, you
so
can
tempted.
sit there and think to yourself what you want to do. And yeah, this risk assessment, there is a world where if this is not a 6-5 scoreline, you maybe jump out a window and take a risk. But in this particular instance, the pause is likely not going to risk it because you got a C4 in pocket, you got that active use scanner, and you are playing the centerpiece of this strat. It's a middle bomb site or middle floor bomb site, and pause can scan everywhere, up, down, left, right. There he is.
Oh,
They
he is
got a
being
yellow
watched.
ping.
They know exactly where he is. There's 2 drones watching his position. So good move from Washoe not to go in for that. Bit of fire, forcing Choppy back.
Okay, a call as well.
Where is the entry here from C9? Where
Just
are they
red hatch.
activating on the back of this? Also some pressure from the very bottom of White Stairs down in Garage. That's Giddy. Oh, the plan is going down.
Hold up.
But some kind of a C4 impact grenade does stall out Paka for a brief moment. 2 big kills though. Dream, Kobe, again is on the floor. Another big one from Giddy. It's all up to Fish-like. 3 players low on HP for C9, but a hell of a long way to go for poor Fish-like. He's trying to be slippery here, but they know exactly where he is. They will continue to swing, and they will push us into overtime. C9 are fighting tooth and nail for this match.
That's cold from Cloud9. That's cold from Packer to call that strat being down 5-6 because, mind you this, if Packer goes in as Capital and dies on the plant attempt, like, that's probably the round over. You spent the fire, the smoke, you rabbled on Din, they know, plus you had that Pulse downstairs. But the thing is, they saw Pulse had walked into reading, so that wasn't going to be a C4 downstairs. Then we saw a play on the attacking side, also bottom white, that could walk up as well. So very, very small things happening in that round with massive consequences or a reward, of course, depending on what side you're on. But I really, again, want to praise C9. Calling that attacking strategy, when you are backs against the wall, it takes a lot of balls. Especially from the Packer, who is not the most experienced IGL just yet. He's still building his career up.
Yeah. Yeah, he had quite a short stint, all things considered, on M80.
Yeah, didn't have the best time there. I think that whole M80 roster was a bit like, maybe that's the wrong people that are matched together.
I think for the
That happens
first time
sometimes.
ever, M80 is actually looking like a cohesive team. And ironically, it's because they picked up a team that kind of found themselves as a team 9 months ago, or actually a year ago, I guess.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's been over a year since that original Unwanted roster built together, the Beast Coast roster put themselves together. Yeah, I think trying to build a team from the ground up was never the strength of M80. We have a real brief technical pause here, guys, as we go into overtime, just to build up that suspense a little bit more. We felt like there wasn't enough suspense. We wanted to add a little bit more for you guys.
You didn't mention the most important piece of M80 and why they're doing good now, though.
Kino?
No, obviously not Kino.
I hear he's a really good Montaigne player.
Oh no.
No, like, that memory
Dude, that
back.
was a stage where Parker and I work in NAL. I was going in on Kino, dissecting his plays on Twitter. But you know, we had a conversation about it civilly. Then we had a DM about it, and Kino never made that same mistake again. Whereas when you talk about some people, it's a goddamn battlefield all of a sudden on social media.
It's funny.
I just want to talk to people, man.
I just wanted to say to the viewers at home, like, my dear friend Nicholas Pangu, he is the nicest guy.
In real life.
You are the nicest guy in real life, but you just tear people to shreds on Twitter and you cop it for it. Like, the Shaiko fans are not your biggest fan at the moment.
No. No. And the thing, I just want to tell up there, like, Shaiko and I, okay, we're not homies. That's a bit far. But we're definitely neutral people. Like, there's no beef between us, as far as I'm aware, at least. And we're all a bit socially awkward because we're all gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it happens. Now, the keen eyes amongst you may have noticed it says overtime match point. I just want to say that that's an issue with the HUD. This is not actually match point. We're playing a standard overtime.
Oh, so we'll keep going.
It is first to 8.
Okay.
As every standard overtime is. But yeah, you might notice it says overtime match point. Ignore that. This is just overtime. It's still first to 8. This is not match point right now.
Okay. For people who did not pay attention, you know, now you've stressed them out because they're like, didn't realize what was going on.
Well, I guess it's just important to remind people of the rules. Maybe this is Siege X. Maybe you're aware that the game is having an update. Maybe you haven't watched a lot of Siege Esports before. For you back home who might have maybe played a bit of Ranked or something, maybe you've played in the Siege Cups. You won't necessarily have experience with the Pro format, where we play first to 7 and then first to 8 in overtime.
Since we're talking about that, you see how, like, right now we're banning 2 attackers to finish the first round, then you play until after the 3rd round, and another operator ban joins, so you have 6 total. In ranked, it'll be 1 ban per round, essentially. On side swap, it resets.
Yeah.
So, for people that are curious about how does rank work with operator bans, that's how.
Yep.
Every single round, you'll ban 1 more attack and operator as a defending team, and vice versa.
Yep. The new ranked operator bans are going to be different to the new comp operator bans.
Just a round difference,
Speaking of operator bans, this has now been reset to when Scars was on the defense, which is the same as the second half of the game, and reset to when Cloud9 was on the attack, which was in the second half of the game.
Yeah. So technically, it hasn't changed at all.
I know, but I just wanted
But
to...
it will next round.
It will next round.
Yeah.
It'll
So
go
it's
back
gonna
to-
flip.
Anyway, yeah. Confusing. Fish like, oh, hello! And good night! 2 players from Cloud9 caught with their pants down as they try to sneak into Cigar Shop. Fish like will mow them down.
Oh,
He's found
and
a third as well. What are you doing, C9? You pushed overtime just for this?
Oh man, no Dokkaebi, no drone intel, but I will say this, Scars haven't played in the front lines all that often, and now
Feed me.
Fishlike is holding it.
Feed me! Oh. Packer finally puts Fishlike to bed. It's a 2 versus 4, but it's a far cry from a win for C9. The bleeding has barely stopped, and both Dream and Packer are extremely separate. Choppy looking for something. He might try and retreat back. Scars are looking to cut their losses on the top floor after losing 1 player. Look to play the advantage with the numbers that they have on site.
Just find a body closest to you and play 2v1, 2v1, because you don't want to give them any solo gunfights right now, because it's the one way Cloud9 can clutch this back. I guess with Packer and Dream, technically speaking, the most supportive cast off this roster, no Kobe clutch to be found, for example. They got 1 flashbang, 1 air jab in pocket, that's all they can work with. So it's going to be guns blazing inside a door, down a staircase, and just hope for the best. Keep
Packer
going.
goes deep.
That's 1.
He does through the smoke. Find Choppy. 3 more to find.
Hold up.
Very winnable. Look at that timer, but Ayagator does catch Packer. Looking for a refrag now. It's Dream. He finds it. 1 versus 2. 15 bullets left in the magazine as he has to go and recollect that diffuser that was dropped previously by Packer. He gets it. Now which site does he go for? Does he go to clear back upstairs again? It's because he cannot afford for another player to be on the top floor. But unfortunately for him, he has no drones left. There's very limited information for C9. His teammates can't support him. 10 seconds to play, and Rek is here waiting for him. He takes him on down, and another match point is set before Scars.
Oh boy, I was actually holding my breath there. I saw the 2 Goyo canisters going, just pop one of the Goyo canisters, please!
I mean, that would have been an instant round win, right? Had the Goyo canister been popped, but Rek, I decided, guess he wanted to go for it anyway.
Sometimes you gotta have confidence, James, and just believe in yourself and your gunfight capabilities.
Yeah, Rek certainly is going to need that confidence going into the 1v1, which is only either 1 or 2 rounds away. We have a real quick tech pause while we get everyone back into the game lobby to play out the penultimate round, what could be the final round of this game.
So James, since we have time now, what would you rate your mechanical skill and game IQ?
All right.
Compared to like
the
average player, not like Pro League. That's
Okay.
not fair.
Can I make a confession?
Yes.
I just moved apartments, and
an excuse.
I don't have my PC set up, and I haven't for about a month or 2.
You have a laptop, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the problem?
I don't even have a desk. Like, it's my...
Laptops don't need a lot of space. Kitchen counter? You have that, right?
Barely.
Bathroom sink?
You want to play
Bathtub?
the bathroom sink?
Anywhere
on
with
my
space.
laptop in the bathroom sink. I'll get like 20 frames.
Oh, so yeah.
Well, okay, bit of a weird, annoying, nerdy tech thing, but my laptop, it doesn't use... It bottlenecks through the internal GPU when I don't plug it into an external monitor.
Oh.
So I need to plug it into an external monitor. It's to do with something called a muck switch, which gaming laptop nerds will know about.
Don't care.
Yeah, it's just another excuse. I will get bugger all frames
I will
if I
take
don't
back
plug in an external
the
monitor.
bathroom sink statement then, because
Okay.
monitor space is not fit for that.
No, it is not.
Nor is
Anyway,
a mouse mat.
so look, at my prime, I was like a solid player before.
We've
they
all
introduced
had
Cherry.
primes.
Okay, my prime was Grim Sky, so that was a long time.
That's a while ago.
Back when they introduced Maverick and Clash. No,
And Hereford rework.
Yes.
And Hereford
I
rework.
hated that map so
Yeah,
much.
thank
Still do.
you.
The last time I played ranked, I was pretty bad.
Okay.
Pretty bad.
It's been a while.
Yeah. I did
happens.
play a bit of CJX when the closed beta came out.
Yes.
I played, obviously that was only the new game mode, which is called
Dual Front.
Dual Front, which that's what I was about to say, obviously. I played a bit of that. I feel like I was alright at that. I just love playing on Mario. I zip zap around the map.
You're an Amaro player.
Oh yeah. Only
that's-
in Dual Front. I don't play.
Not in the regular game. Your team doesn't like playing 4v5, do they?
No.
So yeah, what's the ranking like? So the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying
Okay.
to figure out Mechanical versus game IQ. I'm not curious about if it's 20-30. It's more like, where do you feel like you rank yourself higher than the other? Are you a
Okay.
mechanical player and IQ player?
I feel like, obviously, like, strategy, I understand. But the problem is I understand pro strategy really well because I watch that. And when you play ranked, you're not necessarily going to apply
quite the
that,
same
right?
thing.
So I'd say strategy pretty high, but it's kind of a moot point because you're not going to use that in ranked. I think my mechanics recently, because I haven't played, are quite low. But like if I like played regularly, I think I would be okay. Like I think solid, like average diamond, but like not competing with champ players.
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't be able to out aim champ players. I'd have to outbrain them.
Okay.
And yeah, I think my weakness is probably in stressful situations. I can't talk, and anyone that's played with me has noticed that because
Just go quiet.
I often like soft IGL when I play ranked with my mates. Like I'll kind of half IGL with someone else.
Yeah.
And then if I'm like in a clutch or like if it's like 30 seconds to go and we're about to attack and I'm focusing on like something I'm trying to do, I won't be able to talk.
Okay.
So that's
funny.
So if I was like actually playing a team with someone, I reckon I could do the early. I could call
Yeah,
the road
early
clear,
stage,
but
yeah.
I could not shot call the execute because I will literally just be silent. And if you ever talk to Guz, he can vouch for this. I
Yeah.
go silent in the end of the
Oh
round.
my god, I
'cause I'm
haven't seen that
so
before.
stressful.
I've seen people start like either yapping or just like not making sense. I've never heard somebody just go quiet on me.
Literally,
It's like, James, hello?
So I play with like Guz, the other cast. I play with Sky a lot, who's one of
Yeah,
our observers.
observer.
And the two of them will be like, "All right, we're gonna do this," and they're talking a lot in the pre-execute, and then they're like, "Okay, yeah, good, Dev, are you there?" And I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
I'm listening. Okay. Funny. But no, it's funny because you and I had a combo I think yesterday where you asked if I ever IGL'd. And I was like, oh yeah, but actually I IGL'd my entire career.
Yeah, it's funny.
And you were like, isn't Fabian the IGL?
Yeah.
We used the same system where Fabian would IGL the roam clear, aka the first half of the round, 1 minute 30 seconds, and I would call the end round execute and plant, which is the last half of the round.
That's the thing I'm shit at. So you would, yeah.
So we would compliment each other as well. You're like,
hopefully,
budget Fabian. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's the biggest compliment
that's
I've
the-
ever. I also have 3 hammers. Funny coincidence.
Oh my god.
I bought them from Bunnings Warehouse.
Oh,
but
okay, fair enough. I think something else. But it's funny because IGLing systems, they differ a lot between teams. Originally, way back, almost every team had a sole IGL that would hard call, you go there, you go here, you're ready, okay, go.
Yeah.
Then we got, I want to say that Penta, Fab and I kind of were, at least in Europe, the starters of the duo system where you had a role. Fabian again calls the roam clear, I call the plant, and then teams started having just multiple IGLs, like having 2, but not specific at one task, just complementing each other in general.
Yeah.
One round, maybe Canadian had a really good idea, second round, his teammate Young had a good idea. It wasn't specific to a part of the round. And nowadays, with the game being much more difficult at high skill level, it's a whole team job to call together and share that information.
Yeah.
It's so hard to solo call in the current state of Siege.
Totally. I mean, you've got 5 players with 5 sets of eyes. All of them are seeing
Exactly.
different things.
Yeah.
You can't expect one person to have enough information to make the call.
Exactly.
Me personally, my favorite thing to do when playing Siege is to identify what the opponent's doing and then call a counter to it.
Yes.
So, like,
Yeah.
you know, if you're playing ranked and you see a Maestro, you're immediately like, all right, pick Bravo.
Bravo,
Can you
boys.
do this? Can you do that? That's my favorite thing. Or, like, my favorite thing is when we lose a round and then you just, like, you lose a round on defense and you, like, figure out their
You
plan
go back.
immediately and you're just like, guys, I know exactly what they did.
Yeah.
You play here, and we'll just hard counter them.
I love that as well.
And then my teammates were like, no, we just lost that site. Let's
Yeah,
go,
go
try
somewhere
this side
else,
instead.
yeah.
And I'm like,
It's like, no, now we know.
I know what to do.
I've seen the light.
Yeah, well, hopefully C9 has seen the light after Scars had such an unbelievably strong first half on the attack. They went up 4-1 before Cloud9 finally rounded off with a second defensive round. After 7 rounds of Cloud9 on the attacking side, they go back to the defense, and we get to see what they've cooked up. They're going down to Kitchen. Scars had some deadly attacks, but they failed to break onto this bomb site.
And there's a Scopus on the board.
Yes.
That's like the big outline. Like Kobe is on Scopus, on frag duty, looking for a spawn pick or an aggressive swing somewhere, and just playing the lone job right now. I think is a very aggressive roamer. With the rest of his team playing like a 4-man stack where they can play the bomb side, they can hold things down.
He's not going to be playing Bakery though. That's handed over to Dream. And last time around, Kobe was instrumental in Bakery.
But at least you have Omai now, because last time Kobe kind of raw dogged the position, no utility. Now you have Omai in case of a Capital or flashbangs, whatever. The thing about Scars, though, is that their attacking lineup doesn't scream, we are really good at this thing. It's very much ideally, roam clear, vert, air jab, sense, go for a plant. But with Kobe roaming around, if he sticks and stays on this ground and goes for a fight, just getting 1 kill here, would be massive for C9.
Yeah.
Because either you kill the Vert operator, the gadget deniers, or the plant person.
Oh, have they not seen Kobe yet? Are they going to check the corner? They spot him. They see that it's a Scopos as well, so they don't know if he's going to TP away. The drone sees him. He has to win this fight, and he does. Beautiful pre-fire. Double kill for Kobe.
And get out of there.
And now he can just go back to site, reactivate his other shell. It's beautiful from C9. It's exactly what they needed, and now he can go and replace that position inside of Bakery as well. It's a wonder start, exactly what C9 would have hoped for.
And I think he killed the two most important operators. He killed Bach, which is like the better vertical operator for like the deep angles down to that the Ram can't quite get, plus the sense, which is the bomb set execution, the way to get cover for the plant attempt. Now you have, Ram done the vert partially. You have Twitch, which again can clear out the Goyer canister, sure, but how do you get in the bomb set? How do you get into a comfortable plant spot, especially 3v5? I don't know if you do. This is going to have to be Scars on plan B, trying to go for a kill or two, and then trying to find a way in. That's not going to be easy.
And they also still haven't burnt that gas pipe in the hallway here. Finally, it gets shot by the defensive Packer. I feel like Fishlike probably should have gotten that with the Twitch drone. Just forcing a little bit more time delay here. Rek activating the Ram Boogies. He wants to take this fight against Packer, but I mean, Packer, no doubt about it, has a superior position. He's got that smoke grenade, but the bait comes through. It doesn't matter. Packer lands his shot anyway.
No way.
Rek goes down. Fishlike dispatch with all up to Ayagator in a 1 versus 5. And there's no doubt about it. Cloud9 have sent us to a 15th round.
Of course, you're going to go distance, right? Get down to the final round, into the 1v1.
Long bloody game this has been. I tell you what, we're going to have the full 5 rounds of that 1 versus 1.
Yes, please. Don't make it quick. And this is going to be one of those, like, basically tactical timeouts right now. Scars are probably talking together right now, figuring out what do we do for next round, what defense do we go for, what strat do we pull out. Again, you can say, why isn't he trying to win the round? He's 1v5 against Toxic Babes, Goyo Fire, and Fire talented players. It's probably not going to be one regardless of how good you are.
If anything, right now, Scars need to be saying, okay, we're going back onto the defensive side. We run our defense of reading and fireplace. Where do we go? Do we go back to Kitchen as the only other bomb site that we have won?
Yeah.
But we also know that we've lost it to Cloud9 as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's where C9 had... Yeah.
It's funny, really, because we had such an attacker-favored regulation with 8 rounds of attack 1 to only 4 rounds of defense, and then we've had exclusively defensive round 1s here in overtime. Are Scars going to continue that trend? Will they win on Kitchen? Or are they going to change it up completely? Will they change bomb sites, go to something that we haven't seen before, try and throw a spanner in the works for Cloud9? Either way, it's a pretty big gamble to be making. Of course, there's a lot riding on this match. Both teams are all in, and indeed, Scars have changed things up. They have not played mining once in this game so far.
Okay, so this is obviously a bit of a gamble, and the thing is, again, Mirror is banned. That's often, as I always say, that's kind of the opposite that you really offer this bomb site, and then plant deny can be a problem. We've seen Scars play very much like Time Deny, you know, Echo, Goyo, Smoke. We've seen them play the opposite, playing a lot more like mobile. This is a bit of a toss-up. Like, they have 2 C4s, Plant Deny, that's great. They have a Smoke, but they don't have a way to, like, buy time in the round itself, right? They have to, like, roam aggressively, play Cigar, play Piano, kill Jones, fall back. They need to use their bodies, player positions as a way to stop C9 from getting into the map too quickly. If you give C9 time, Packer will find a solution. We've seen that time and time again. Apply pressure onto Packer, onto C9 in the front lines, that's how you're going to slow them down. So I want to see them kind of like when Fishlike was playing aggressive in Piano and got that 3K. Just, not that they do exactly that, but I get it to here. Play in the front lines, meet the Jones on the first entry point, and then fall back step by step.
Yeah. Ideally, for Scars, start with an early advantage and then just play the percentages. It's what we saw Kobe do, as you said, last round. Now Kobe on the Ash. He's been giving that Ash license. It's now his chance to go and show what he's worth on the entry. We saw a big 4K from him in an instrumental round previously by Cloud9 on that Kitchen attack, and he may well do the same here. For now, as you said, Scar starting on this top floor, a bit of a roam over in Piano. Unusual to see those obs blockers, but they have slowed down this drone work. C9, though, very eager to get their boots in the building. It's Kobe, and he's up and he's all about it. There is actually a drone from Ayagator watching his position as well.
There are 2 drones in different colors roaming about. Do they know, though? Bit of sound cover there, but Kobe has an angle, has the gap. Oh, no, misses out.
But doesn't matter because elsewhere, Dream has taken down Fishlike, so an early advantage for C9. After 4 match points that Scars have had available to them in C9's first ever match point, now it's their chance to close this game out.
I want to say Scars look scared, right? They give up top 4 immediately. They're running back. They've only shot like 6 drones total. They've given top 4 control. They've lost a player, taken some damage. I want to see them fight it out, stick it out, and really make this one count. But right now they're giving C9 map space, man advantage, and time, as I keep saying, for Packer to figure out what's the plant spot going to be and how we're going to get there. And they're relying on ratting in these corners and going unnoticed, but we've seen the attacks. They have a drone right in pillar that sees the majority of the building that they haven't gotten control over yet. Plus, Deimos striking individual defenders, figuring out where they are.
And there is a hell of a lot of information available for C9. Ash charge goes out, opens up the
Kobe.
angle. What a pre-fire from Kobe. Alligator's head taken clean off. And Cloud9 are getting closer and closer to finishing off Scars, putting him on the verge of elimination. C9 went into this match going all in with their bullets, and now they're looking to make good on that promise. They will deliver. Packers taken out, Watchtoy leaving Choppy all alone, all the way down in the basement with just about no chance of denying this plan and absolutely no chance of winning this round. It's a flawless close for Cloud9. After a monster of a game, finally they can breathe a sigh of relief. Head in hands for Packer. Kobe is fired up. And he's got to get ready because a 1v1 is coming his way very shortly.
Oh my god, but the mental boost, right? Going into a duel, knowing that you have won the biggest battle of them all, at least for today, and getting that dub in the match itself is huge. And I gotta say, it wasn't pretty for either Scars or C9 in some of those rounds. And in the end, C9, they got there. Scars struggled to close it out, started off really strong though.
4 different match points Scars had in front of them. It's a huge boost from winning only a single round in their first 2 playdays, but now they must stave off elimination, and it all rests on the shoulders of that guy with the fluoro hair in the middle. It is Rek versus Kobe in a 1 versus 1 duel coming up right after this.
Any day I walk through the fire, go hard when the stakes are higher, never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn.
Walk through the fire.
I see the tears from wanting to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it no pain. Crash in the plane. That's about to leave some of my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. Won't stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
It is time for our first 1v1 on the B stream. That's
Yep.
right. We went the distance in this game, and now
All
it's
the
time
way.
to settle it in a duel. It has been unbelievable between Cloud9 and Scars. 5 match points that Scars had, and they fumbled every single one of them. They are now down to 0 bullets,
Yep.
and that means that they have to duel to survive. It is Kobe from Cloud9 versus Rek, a Dominican player versus a Japanese player, and a massive chance for Scars, the last chance to stay alive here. On the flip side, Cloud9, now they actually they got all of their bullets out of last game. They got their 2 refunded plus their 6 from their extended magazine. They're now rocketing up the standings, but they have a chance to earn even more. If they win this, they will not only get the round difference equivalent, so if they win 3-0, they get 3 bullets, but they'll also get 1 extra bullet for eliminating Scars.
Hi, guys.
Meanwhile, this is the team. This is Cloud9 and Scars backstage, actually watching on these monitors right next to the camera that you're watching right now. The whole team is not allowed in the player booths while this match is going on.
1 versus 1. No coach, nothing. It is you with your thoughts and a singular admin against each other.
Yeah, and I can guarantee that admin will not be saying any words of affirmation or support. It's time to get into it now. Pengu, you explained to me the rules. Can you dive a little bit deeper? What are the rules for this 1 versus 1?
Okay, so we're playing best of 5, so first to 3 in score count, of course. There is a no shield rule, because that's not fun, right? And we're playing on Chalet. That's pretty much as loose as the rules go, to my knowledge. In terms of the meta game, we talked about 1v1s, right? We spoke about like Deimos, Vigil, Boss G's, Dokubi can be great. It comes down, of course, to a very different mind game and ball game than a regular 5v5 round, because you can't have a guy droning for you. You can't have a guy giving you ideas. It's up to you what you see, what you hear, and some players will just go for gunfights. Some players will set up traps, hide in the corner, wait for a certain part of the map to be activated, and then go for a kill. For now, it's Kobe just kind of hanging out, watching the camera, seeing where did Rek spawn, and where is he going?
And so we already saw where Rek spawned. Now Rek does only have 1 drone left, as 1 was shot in prep phase. He's going to look around for Kobe. Kobe is now watching the West main cam. Rek knows his drones have spotted, and now he sees the Vigil disruptors. The meta has certainly changed. Now, Rek, as time goes on, will generate those logic bombs he can use later into the round, so he's likely to play this quite slowly.
I like this though, right? You get 2 flashbangs, you get a phone call, you have a good long-ranged weapon in DMR or Burst G, in this case a DMR, but also a good close-quarter combat weapon in the SMG-12. So right here we go, Rek, waiting for the call, goes for it, and now has about, 10 seconds time to figure out where is Kobe exactly.
Kobe forced back. Both players with that SMG-12. Kobe also has the Boss G should he need it as a single shot. 1 kill weapon. Rek is inching his way forward. He's now deep into the bomb site. He has the defuse. Great flashbang. And a lone shot from Kobe, but Rek has doubled around. He's juked him. And he has won the first round of the duel. A beautiful start for Scars. Rek up 1-0.
A couple of points here that I was thinking about before we start this the first round. Rek was on fire on the starting side of Cafe, and then he went 11-1. He died in the final round in the first half, then he got 3 kills for the rest of the game. That was it. Whereas Kobe, I think he said he was like 1-4, and he finished on the top side being 16-10.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, what? If Scars have a slow start here for Rek, mental boom maybe. Thinking, I was chosen before the game started. I had a great time in the beginning of Cafe, then I fell off. Now I gotta play against Kobe, who came after me so aggressively before in Cafe, but no, Rek gets the right start.
There's a lot more pressure on Rek's shoulders, as Kobe isn't actually facing elimination.
That's
here.
also true.
If he loses this 1 versus 1, it actually doesn't really affect Cloud9 that much. I mean, obviously they miss out on a lot of points, but they've already won a lot of points today. They reloaded 8 bullets altogether, which means they've gone up to 14 as a result. Pretty good. After 6 this morning, that's certainly a huge amount of value. Now they have a maximum chance of winning 3 more out of this game if Kobe wins outright from henceforth, but for now it looks like Rek's gone to change things quite significantly. He's gone with that mirror. Meanwhile, Kobe also changing things. He's gone with the Ram, a very unusual pick.
Ram can cover a lot of sound and of course do a bit of self-destruction, not just through the vert but also through a wall for a crouch rotate, for example. But I do think the Ram here is risky. In the window he goes. Rek surely hears it.
Good positioning.
Sees him.
Pre-fire goes out. The flashbang's also incredibly powerful. There's no rotate. A spray through the wall. Rek looking to double back. Kobe's heard it, but it doesn't matter.
Good night.
Cool, calm, and collected. Rek finds a second kill and a second round, and Scars, they're looking at their hopes and dreams on this moment right now. They're on the verge of survival. Rek only needs one more round.
It's gotta lock it in right now. I mean, that was ridiculous, right? It was Kobe holding the angle, knowing the swing was coming, and Rek just wide swing and instant flick. Just gets the laser beam headshot. And that's, again, high fired weapons, right? The Vector. It's so good in these kind of situations because it's about killing your opponent first. It's really that simple.
That it is. Now, Kobe now selecting that Vigil once again. A smart move. He's not vulnerable to drones. But Rek's actually going to go with the Deimos.
This doesn't work against Vigil's gadgets, so I feel like once you figure that out, surely Rek will change the operator. If you Demo strike a Vigil and he pops the gadget, that nothing happens.
Yeah.
So it's one of those. We saw actually in the PSG Elevate 1v1 just a few minutes ago, that final round was
he's changing.
He's changing it now, yeah. Final round was a Vigil versus IQ. That's a bit of a mind game that can be happening there.
Yeah, IQ obviously can see the Vigil through walls. I think the Dokkaebi here, it's hard to pass up an operator like that. Not only have you got the calls, you've got the SMG-12 for the close-range engagements against a lot of the really powerful SMGs in the defense. You've also got the DMR for long-range engagements, and let's not forget flashbangs, so powerful. I think flashbangs are one of the most powerful gadgets in a 1 versus 1.
You definitely want those. Now I can imagine, you know, if you're Scars, you know, just one more round. You're watching, you're hoping, you're being cheerful. It was all down to Rek. Has the problem solved. This very simple situation of the 1v1, but it's yet so complicated because, again, no one can help you. It's just yourself. In the basement he goes. It's always about getting into the building the safest way possible to be able to be like as far as way. Basements, top floor, for example, etc.
He's going to have to walk past that West main camera, but I don't think Kobe's going to spend any time on cameras.
Early call.
First call to go out. There's no way that Kobe could be on cameras. He's actually going to risk it and go for the logic bomb right now. And Rek all the way down to the bottom of the solar stairs.
Okay, so he's playing like, he has bases, right? Base 1 is going to be the entry point, then you're going to make the call, get the second base of operations. It's going to be trophy right now. Hops on cam, he's waiting for the second and final call. He's going to push that button. Now he's by the bomb site. Then it becomes a brawl. So right now Rek is playing a slow-paced game, increasing that tension and making Kobe think, where is he? Because we know where Dokkaebi is playing from. Kobe has to assume or guess it.
Oh.
Impact.
Impact to go out. Rek just playing passively, hoping to bait. But Kobe still has no idea. I mean, he has an inkling that this player is on solar, but there's no evidence of that. For all Kobe knows, Rek could be pushing from the complete opposite side of the map, but now that flashbang reveals the position. Now Kobe knows exactly where Rek is pushing from. Rek only needs to find this kill to keep his team alive. It's a 3-0 result in favor of Rek. He dominates Kobe. And he wins his first duel. He keeps Scars alive.
If only Cafe looked at that for Scars, right? Thank you, Rek, for keeping our hopes and dreams tournament alive. Thumbs up indeed from both hands there. Maybe a handshake towards C9. Yep. GG's, guys.
Very happy about that. After an incredibly tense maximum overtime match in the best of 1, which Cloud9 won, Scars made the 1 versus 1 duel look all too easy. Both teams live to fight another day here at Reload. And that duel has finished off. I always knew that Rek was going to be good, but Kobe had such a good performance in the second half of that game. Where was he? He really did not have the duels down pat.
I will say this, and you just kind of pointed out, in that situation, one player is fighting for literal survival in order to get a few more points on the board. Kobe won the war, and Rek won the battle.
Rek won the battle. It doesn't actually, it's kind of ironic. It's like, if you win the game, that has a lot more impact than winning the 1v1 duel.
Yes.
At least for Kobe.
Yeah.
Honestly, for Rek, had he lost that 1v1, Scars would have been out of the tournament. At the moment, as it stands, spoiler alert for the A stream, PSG Talon, they lost the match and then they lost the duel. They have been eliminated from the tournament. C9 walk away with a hell of a lot of points, or a hell of a lot of bullets rather, up to 14 from their 6 at the start of today. Scars live to fight another day with 3 bullets in their reserve, thanks to Rek having a heroic victory in that duel. Of course, we've got more games to get through today, so we'll toss it to a break and we'll see you on the other side.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello guys.
Bom dia.
So Philippox, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
+1.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know?
Yeah.
That can be like saying, guys, we can, like individually you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah,
exactly. Like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying, like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding, like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. To, like your team understands and like buys in, and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right? On the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
Some responsibility.
some
for sure.
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time. And so like, as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
Yeah, it's negative.
it's just negative balance, you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have aura. Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Yeah, respect, yeah.
That's true.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for a reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJEX.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, 1 mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1. Pick their opponent. 2. Decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Smoke every round.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a East or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Ah, of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you said,
good.
it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and
that's
why, for me, it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I would probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you play it, and it's just kind of you can attack it in so many different ways, and the pacing can always be changed, and it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer. It's kind of I'm not sick of it yet, but Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. It's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about Club, obviously, mine's always been Club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on Club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's you can make it just really easy. But I just feel Club-wise, strategically, it's just
Strategically, it's the same map.
Well,
it's
yeah, but it's who's better at the basics, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah,
There's the Club, it's who's better at the basics.
Well,
and it's you're going to punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels sometimes defending on that map feels
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. the transition to IGL mainly happened just because, you know, on Beast Coast, it was, you know, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, you know, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning like something new. You know, I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds like a third aspect to the game where I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control the whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most like fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I felt like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, you know, putting too much pressure on myself. But nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. You know, give like 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, you know, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, like, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
Any day I walk through the fire. Go hard when the stakes are higher. Never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn. Walk through the fire. I see the tears I wanted to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it in the rain. Crash in the plane. That's about to leave my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get to Michigan. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to Reload. We're playing more Siege X today. Yeah, that's right. We're not done. In fact, Hengo, we have 3 more games. 3 more games.
3 more games?
On the B stream. Wait, 3? 3?
Or are you...
Wait, oh.
3.
Oh.
Do you not do that?
If you know, you know.
Oh, wow. Yeah, if you know,
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
That's a bad one.
That's right. We do have Fnatic versus Loud up next. And we've already seen 2 elimination matches happen. One on the A stream, one on the B stream. Here, this is not an elimination match. Both teams have had 1 win and 1 loss so far.
Yes.
And we're not really sure where they sit, particularly Fnatic. Like, the expectations going into this tournament for Fnatic were...
Not good.
Humble.
Yeah, okay, that's a better way to put it.
Humble. That's
humble.
a nice way of putting it. Like, these guys, we've got 3 debutants on this roster in Jegs, Sarks, and Jax. Neither of those players, none of them have made it to a major event before. In fact, the last time we saw Fnatic at a main event was actually back in 2020 with the Australian roster. It's been a hell of a long time since these guys have made it to the main stage.
That's true. I mean, there is some players, look at old Berlin Major Rogue Days, Tristan
yes.
Coach as well, D-Pick of course. But yeah, this is a newly fledged roster that is gonna, again, humble expectations. And I will say a decent start to the tournament so far. They haven't underperformed and haven't massively overperformed. But today, that can change.
That's right. And of course, they're going up against a pretty tough opponent, Loud. A big pickup for the former Raza Gaming Academy roster that went so deep at the 6 Invitational, surprising pretty much everybody. They were the LCQ team out of the South American region. These Brazilian players have really made a statement for themselves, and now they're representing one of the biggest orgs in the game in Loud.
Yeah, and Dafo, no longer Dafo Deal, just Dafo has been popping off. You and I casted him, he was doing double digits, he was flying on the map, and just being not flashy, but so damn consistent. He's the newest pickup for this roster. So, honestly, what if not will stop for him?
Yeah, it's a huge upgrade, clearly, over Basetto, who was already a great player, and Loud were already performing really well. Now they've got an upgrade, they're looking even better, but they're not perfect. I mean, they started off phenomenally. They had a big win over Falcons, one of the best teams in the game. Of course, the runner-up of every single event last year were Falcons. They've also been chickened twice so far in our Reload opponent-picking format. Loud took them down in their opening game, and then, unfortunately, yesterday they lost to Secret. So, where does that leave us? So, Fnatic, after their first 2 matches, losing to DZ and beating Scars 7-0, leaves them on 8 bullets in 7th place. Loud themselves on 6 bullets in 12th place. So Loud actually challenged Fnatic, and they have a lot of confidence going into this game. Do the Brazilians? They reloaded 4 of their remaining 6 bullets into this match.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a fair chunk actually. Whereas Fnatic playing it very safe, only going with 2. Is that correct?
That's right. So look, if either of these teams win, they will end up on 10 bullets. If Fnatic lose, they'll end up on 6. If Loud lose, they'll end up on just 2 bullets remaining. So there is still a lot more at stake for Loud, but let's have a look at where our battlefield will be. If you have been following so far, there won't be a 1v1 at the end of this. It's going to be Border, which is chaotic in its own right. Even if we're not having a 1v1 to stave off elimination for this match, Border is going to be a great place to see these teams go head-to-head. A huge fragging map.
It's going to be a damn bloodbath. So worth noting here, the final ban rather from Loud was Consulate, which they played against Secret. I will say they looked pretty good on it, but when you have shown a map, of course, if you can go to a different one, not to have any prep work against you, you can hide your strats and go in blind, is better. So I feel like Loud said, you know what, we know Fnatic they can do the counter prep, they have a good coaching support system, we're gonna go for a different one. Go on Border, where it's equal territory.
And we have not seen Loud play Border at all at the tournament, neither have we seen Fnatic play Border. It's fresh battlegrounds for both of these teams here at Reload. It's time to dig into Siege X. Of course, we're playing the brand new build of the game. It's not even released yet. These pro players are getting advanced, hands-on gameplay time, and Fnatic and Loud, it should be a banging game on Border. To kick things off, let's have a look at this new ban system. Loud starting on the attack are going to ban out that Mirror on the defense. Fnatic banning out that Montaigne.
Monty and Border is always interesting because a lot of teams don't know how to play it that well. It's very hard to play it well. Smoke ban is one of those aha, gotcha moments.
Yeah.
And you can just again enforce the attackers to go for quick plants, to go, just play quick in general. The only way to really substitute a smoke is kind of a Goyo by pre-placing them in spots where you throw a Toxic Babe or Tashanga. And I think Border is too fast of a map to play as slow of an operator as Tashanka. So now when it comes to plant deny and generally slowing down the game, you just have less options. And this might show us that Loud, they want to go fast.
Absolutely. This should be a great opportunity for Loud on the attacking side to really set the tempo here. As for the defense, we're seeing that Castle make an appearance. We've seen quite a few Castle bans already today on Cafe. Was it in the first game or the second game? Oh, it was in our first game. It was on Lair, was it?
First game was Lair, second game was Cafe.
When did we see the Castle bans? Was that yesterday? My brain is so confused. We saw a lot of Castle bans.
Both on Cafe, between Scars and
That's
C9,
right.
both teams banned Castle.
So it was, oh my god, my brain is so...
It's a lot of Siege.
It is a lot of Siege.
We're also watching the other stream.
We also have a lot more bans than we used to.
Yeah, of
because
course.
It used to be you ban one attacker and one defender for the whole map. And now you get to ban 2 and then a third come round 3.
On both sides.
On both sides. So you actually get 6 bans instead of 2 now, which is a huge upgrade. It's changed the game so much, and these teams have really just run with it. Of course, that castle staying in means that Jegs has really changed the architecture of the map over on the CCTV side, where Grubby is currently going to be the one playing.
Tricky spot. We used to have, in the older maps, a lot of kind of spots in the map where you have to like play to live as long as possible. CCTV is still one of them. One of the few ones left. You can often have like 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 different attackers fighting against you, and you don't have a lot of help. This from Fnatic is a classic EU border game though. It's playing Esports extension with the keeper barriers, Fenrir magic and activate to help with the entries, playing CC extension as well. They're trying to deny Loud an entry path into the building itself, and that's where Basetto on the Blackbeard kind of has to come into play now and open it up somewhere on the map, and so far hasn't done that. With that being said, those Sarks kind of peeling off now back into office. We see the Skylight drone right there, very nicely used by Dafo, getting a bit of information. And they are making headway here for Loud. It's not necessarily super fast, but it's safe. They're all alive.
Fnatic are not looking to expose themselves. They've got a lot of keeper barriers to hide behind. A lot of Azamis from Sarks as he can continue to hold that position. Top east stairs taken. That's funny to see the gas pipe actually destroy that keeper barrier. That's a good little bit of tech to be aware of. Another gas pipe being popped on the side, it seems. It's that Deimos tracker still to come out from Perez. Still a bit of a quiet mid-round moment here from Loud as they're just poking around the bomb site, trying to figure out where the best point to ingress is. It looks like it will be an office take.
Yeah, it does look like it. The thing about this is for Fnatic, yes, you have 5 defenders alive, that's great, even manpower, but the further, you go back towards the bomb site, the less playable positions do you have available. You can be stacked up shoulder to shoulder in a very tight space, except for Grubby right now, inside of CC, still holding on that key position, pop the hatch, drop down, perhaps trying again stay alive. Time 40 seconds and Loud, having gotten a single kill, Fnatic, they give the map control, fall back, map control, fall back.
A lot of damage done onto the Blackbeard of Basetto there. Deepak.
Careful.
Yeah, I mean, Basetto's going to have to be careful because you really need to have a lot of HP as a shield operator. You can't afford to be low.
Poor Deepak.
A simple shot, but yeah, as you said, Deepak's in a really awkward position. He's also nowhere near that smoke grenade, so he can't use the Warden's smart glasses to peer through it. He's worrying about this pressure from outside on the Armory balcony as Loud is seriously encircling all the way around. In goes both of those players, Perez, SDK, live, lighting up the scoreboard as Dafo starts to force a plant down. And my god, they are just hunting down the remaining players. Sark goes for a flank. He might be able to find it. He can't deny the planter. It's a 1 versus 1. As Perez is on the floor, and Dafo has to clutch up and hold down this post plan against Jegs. There's no chance here for a revive. Jegs is low HP. Perez just scouting for information. A good flash from Dafo. He knows exactly where Jegs is. And all he needs to land is a single bullet. Bearing 9 in hand, he sprays him down. And a big clutch up for the newbie in the opening round.
One of those things again where Fnatic, they are so close together, they don't know who has to watch every single angle, and with that also, they have to worry about so many different things that can go wrong. They have Archive's window, Archive's door, the Sandwich Rappel, Armory door, the Bieber's door, and the office flank from east stairs. And you saw at the tail end there, it was Deepak and Warden, middle of Armory, who had to worry about 4 different locations. Then Grubby came up the main staircase and played by that Bieber. But then the call came, hey, there's an attacker 90, Grubby, watch that. He looks away for 2 seconds to clear the angle. In that same moment, Loud, 2 players, they walk into the Armory door, they take down Deepak, and the plant starts going down immediately. And it was a good response from Fnatic, flanking security, getting that 90 kill, and then going for a backstab. But because the breach hadn't been open on the hard destroyable part of the wall, they couldn't see the plant from security. Had to go all the way outside, wide swing the reinforcement, gets 1, and gets traded.
Yeah, it's a shame though. It felt very close for Sox that it potentially have clutched it up, but good explosive execute from Loud.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see on Border, right? There are some really power positions that you can hold on Border, but for the most part it's very claustrophobic, and with nades and other util you can really flush them out. Need a little bit of explosivity, not just on the attacking side, but also the defense.
Yeah, I mean, we do call Border the TDM map, right? Because it comes gunfight and team coordination above simple strategy.
Yeah, because the defense can't just sit there and play quote-unquote normally. They have to play a bit of TDM because the map is so small that if you don't play TDM on defense, you're pretty much guaranteed to die.
Yeah. In a perfect world, if you as a defending team can control where the fighting happens, you are winning. Whereas the attackers, they force the execute or force the attacking piercing point, so to speak. They're in the better position themselves. Fair bit of Brava we've seen today, actually. A bit on Cafe, now seeing here on Border. And I'm looking at the defender and I'm going, what are we hacking here, boys? You know? Fenrir Mines, of course, is a decent value target, but the Mossy Pest also making life hard. So sacrifice the drone, get Mossy pested,
hack it
Brava, hack it back, and now nothing happened.
It's a game of hacks.
But look at this.
Grubby does actually have...
I was like, guys, somebody passport, run out right now.
Yeah,
Nobody's there.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that would be such
Sox
a
is
free
running.
kill.
Sox is trying to get there. Go, Sox, go!
Sox and Deepak are both pretty close to it. Sox is going to try and make it happen. Wow, Live just stayed far too long in that rappel. Good info, good team coordination, and with that, Grubby is going to fall back. He's going to forfeit control of CCTV. He says, look, I've done my job.
Again, playing the layers.
Oh, this is a jump in. Aggressive from STK. I don't think anybody knows. He's got the down. Hasn't finished him off as of yet, but that nade may well finish off the player. Indeed it does. A good trade from Jax, but the damage was done nonetheless.
Now again, Fnatic 3 versus 1. They get the trade that's well done. Again, they choose where the fighting happens right now, but they're falling back towards the bomb zones more, surrendering Office, Archives, and now also East Stairs. Oh wait, as I say that, oh, this spin! Oh.
Get turned. Sox, in theory, would have had that shot under the player in the hallway, but Daffo just survives it.
Some people might say there, Sox, what are you doing? They were red-yellow pinging from the 90 default cam to make him turn around to shoot the camera. Same second, Sox swung out. It made sense, but Loud, they had two players there kind of ready for it. And I mean, look at Daffo's health. It was one bullet off the mark.
It was worth it there for Loud. Still a valiant play from Fnatic. 3v3 now, but look at that HP. As you said, Daffo is a hair's breadth away from falling. Grubby also pretty low.
But they are just casually planting, by the way. No plant deny here, no C4, no smokes.
How are they going to try and deny this plant? They have to go and send it straight on through, but the air jab does hold at bay for a brief moment, and Grubby eventually finished off. Trying to find something, and there's the down here from Jax. And Basetto finished off. Perez is going to hold up above. He is pretty much unlosable in this situation. Unless it becomes a 2 versus 1, maybe Fnatic will have a shot, but both of them are playing from upstairs. A flashbang to go out, another one as well. Easy plant denial there from Jax. It's all up to Deepak. With two players upstairs, there is absolutely no way he makes this work.
Wow.
And Perez will finish him out. Great start for Loud.
Frustrating rounds, though, because if I'm the coach of Fnatic, Tristan, by the way, we're close like that. You know?
Oh, yeah, not Sathis. You guys are buddies?
Sathis. I was forgetting he's called Sathis. I'm not sure the story is there, but no, Tristan and I, we play ranked together sometimes, actually. I'm looking at these rounds and going, we're actually winning right until we're losing. I know that's every round, right? What
wow,
I mean,
that's a 35 IQ.
That's pro analysis right there.
Somebody clip that and ship it.
What I mean by that is that Fnatic are winning the round from pretty much until the final 35 seconds. It's going well, they have either man advantage or equal numbers, they have good map space, but then they surrender one part of the bomb site, and both times Armory doors a gap, and the second time just drop the hatch and plant immediately. They didn't have an answer. So Loud, they get to say, we know where the gap is, if we can get there, we can exploit it in a 2v2, 3v3, it's fine, and they are happy with just saying, Fnatic, you think you're in control, but you're really not.
Yeah, Loud are really good at just very quickly identifying,
yes,
look, we can pretty much plant right here,
that last round, how did they even know? I mean, they just took office. We saw them literally, two defenders dropped off his hatch. Sox swung Easter's door. I'm thinking, okay, now they're gonna drone for like 30 seconds, right? No. As that happens, we're talking about how Sox made that plane, it was worth it. They dropped and planted immediately. They were so ready and so prepared to take that fast push.
All it took was one quick drone inside of a bathroom. Saw the bulletproof camera. They must have just taken down the bulletproof camera, dropped and planted.
And again, the smoke ban here is genius, right? Because both of those two rounds with smoke open, if played, of course, could have easily stopped both of those plant attempts.
Yeah, Smoke has been such a staple for so long. Very rarely gets banned. I think people sometimes take for granted the kind of strats that you can do when Smoke isn't in play, when a C4 isn't expected. I mean, people are not expecting, or Fnatic more specifically, are not expecting this level of pace from Loud.
It's kind of weird because, or it's fascinating actually. Loud are not playing fast at all. They're playing at one of the slowest borders I've seen in recent times, but they're doing it so well, and they're always progressing. Often teams that will get stuck at it. Oh, that's awkward.
Wow.
They'll get stuck at a certain point on the map, like taking CC is difficult, for example. Loud, they will take E stairs very slowly, work down the hallway into the break room, and then slowly towards CTTV. They never have like a wall where they cannot progress. They're just slowly going forward, second by second. This right here is where the most aggressive seen Fnatic try and stop them from doing anything. They're pre-firing, they're holding on CC, they're holding E stairs, and this time they're not falling back. They're sticking their ground because they realized Loud aren't doing anything until we give them the space. What happens if we don't give them the space?
This could be surely where the execute starts to come through. Loud.
That's a vault.
Yeah, I don't know how he found that. Jeg's caught off guard. Now deep in through the hallway.
Hello?
Live Groovy! What's Sark's doing there? Live cleans him up. Meanwhile, Groovy's gone down as well, and Fnatic are dropping one by one. It's just Deepek and Jax left. Loud can slow down. Nice peek from Deepek. He'll drop back downstairs and onto the site, but he's about to meet a few players. There's one just around the corner, hiding in the site. It's Basetto. It leaves Jax all alone in a 1v3 off-site, and so far from home. Loud have a full minute to look for this plant.
Such good gap finding again. They just know where the pressure points are, and again, an easy kill. They're just waiting. They know he's somewhere, probably in Armory. So yeah, Blackbeard downstairs, waiting. This guy in Archives, waiting. Gets the final kill. And I'm so impressed by how easy they make Border look on the attacking side, because we all know from even playing ranked, getting in the building, it's difficult. Yeah. They always have a gap. That round, off his window, just jumped in, sprinted down the hallway, shot Groovy in the back. Then it was Archive's window as well. And those two pressure points was enough to completely turn the round over.
Loud are spending a lot of time working together on all of those pushes. And yeah, as you said, Blackbeard taken out by Fnatic. I think that's a good move. We've seen almost every round so far Loud leaning into that particular shield. They don't want to play a Monty or a Blitz. They want to play something that gives them a rifle.
Yeah. And with that, a tactical timeout from Sathus, aka Tristan,
your
coach
mate
of Fnatic, and my pal, my lad.
One of the lads.
Fun fact, we have a Fresh, of course, has a spreadsheet of every person he plays ranked with. And it tracks the win rates of who he plays up with and how many cheaters you play, all this kind of stuff.
Oh my god.
Tristan and I have like the most disgusting win rate together. And individually, when we're not together, it's pretty bad actually. It was like, I think we did like 50 games one season with like a, I don't know, like a 86% win rate, and we almost never play cheaters. And then with those me, Fresh, and someone, like a specific third person, we always play cheaters and we always lose.
Wow.
So we track those things.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that that's exactly what he was telling his team right then. Like,
he was telling
guys,
stories about him
take
and
a
I.
tactical timeout. By the way, I just want to tell you a few stories.
Pingu and I would have won that round, by the way.
This is what me and Pingu
in our
would have
rank
done.
stack, we do this.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's been a bit rough so far as a start for Fnatic. It's 3-0 up for Loud. What do they do?
I mean, the round score doesn't tell the full story. I will say this has been a very close matchup where Loud has been a little bit better, but that little bit has given them so much value.
Yeah. It's been a little bit better every time, though.
Yeah, every turn, every time.
Yeah.
I feel like for Fnatic, it's the details that has to change. Closing the net, not leaving gaps, and in this case, I actually like the idea they're playing more bulletproof utility. The castle, for example, the Melusi, technically not bulletproof, but technically is.
Partially bulletproof.
Partially bulletproof. And then I'm not sure about the Tuberau. I guess that's again if they realize that Loud are playing very slowly right now, they can slow down even further.
But Loud are really only slow until they flip that switch. Like,
and then they're fast.
Exactly. Like, they're slow for the first minute and a half, and then they just collapse really quickly and then fortify their advantages.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Tuberau on this bomb set either. I feel like
Weird
there's a
pick.
world where you can be like, oh, and we're dead.
What's Grubby doing? I mean, Fnatic have been sending it out windows.
Oh, that means LOL in Portuguese.
Yeah. Brazilians love to laugh.
They do love to laugh. So Fresh has predicted that Furia wins the entire event because they are riding on such high vibes alone. So I'm like, you know what? It's a vibe event. You know, Loud, they got the vibes and they're winning.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Prep C4.
I like this.
E1D goes out.
That's
This is a big toss. Beautiful. And STK goes down. Tempted to just go in on that though is Daffo, even though he's being watched by that bulletproof camera. Straight on, Deepek trying to escape back onto site, straight through the Bs. He goes down, and eventually Daffo does find his kill. Meanwhile, flushing the rest of Fnatic away. Jax, he might have found his first kill, but now he's got 4 more to find. An explosive push from Loud, only a minute into the round, and Fnatic capitulate.
I'm sorry, did I say that we're a slow attacking team? I was...
They're
so
just trying
good.
to disprove you again.
No, they're so good, honestly. I mean, they own border at this point. Like, it is ridiculous. They have the perfect read every single time. Slow, fast, middle part. And it's like an Office Archives kind of fake push into Armory plant. And they're not cheesing with shields or anything else like that. Like, don't keep your line. It's like Capital Grim that round. That is like the shining stars of it. And it seems like they just have these like pocket strats they can pull out and say, okay, they got priority on Office, so we're gonna plant Armory, we're gonna sell it Office side. Because they have 3 people over there, they're gonna have to react. And then they just find the weakness again, as always, which again time was Armory. Now you're in the point for Fnatic where, okay, we tried our baseline, we had our prep, that didn't work. Tag timeout after the final open event comes through. Tristan, coach can talk to us, that didn't work.
No.
What do you do now? Do you go customs order and just not care anymore? Like,
No, I don't think you can. Like,
you can't. No.
I don't think Fnatic can go to the 4th site when they just have such shoddy defenses on all these other sites. And look, it's not that they are doing terribly necessarily. It's that Loud are in peak form at the moment.
They are.
Fnatic are just floundering. Like everything they try, it just doesn't seem to work. You can have a nice C4 tossed here, but Loud, they have so much confidence. They do not give a damn. They can just march on him. I still can't believe Daffo found that kill after he was being stared at by that bulletproof for like 20 seconds.
But also, like, they played Falcons and Secret to get here, so and they've had good results. Like the win and loss, like they're both like in the middle tier, like 5-4, 5-7. Where it's like they've had really good practice leading up to this 3rd matchup.
Yeah.
Whereas Fnatic, they've played Scars.
Yeah.
Back before Scars were getting rounds 7-0, starting defense on Skyscraper, of course, and they played DC where they lost 3-7. Like so, when they played a good team, they can kind of pushed over. But look at this. Ice. Oh no!
Great
Not
shot.
like that.
Nice use of the vert there from Grubby, holding onto the top floor. He's also got Jack supporting him. STK needs to come and help out his shield player in Basetto. It's the disappointment of not having that Blackbeard. Oh, there's 2 players in STK's sights. A 3rd appears. He hasn't taken down anyone. The timing is off. Jax goes deep with the pistol. The shotgun put away in favor of the track sting. It doesn't work out for STK. Live has got to get back into it. Him and Daffo both have found kills, but it's all up to Live. In a 1v2 with more than half the round remaining on the Deimos, Live has a decent chance of making this work, but Fnatic are closer than ever to finding the first round on the board.
3 trackers, 1 just spent, 2 grenades in pocket. I mean, this is completely winnable still. The issue is, Fnatic, they're playing it well. They're both playing up above. They know Diffuser is probably somewhere in customs or stuck because all the killing happened there. And they can just oversee the bombs out from Vert. They got a bulletproof camera, they got default cams. So, tough decision for Live. Do you think there is a safe plant spot? If yes, you can try and go for it, but if not, they can just drop down that hatch.
He must know the whole map is clear. He just sprinted through the whole ground floor. He's gone in and planted. Grubby had Vert above, and now he whips out the Vendetta to open up some lateral holes looking into the bomb site. Grubby and Jax in awkward positions. Live loses his shot, but on the repeat, Grubby falls.
Track him.
It's now a 1 versus 1, and he can use the Deimos track. Indeed, it comes through. Where is Jax? He hears him around that corner, and he surely is going to win it. What a clutch from Live. Fnatic cannot get around.
Played perfectly. The intel, the utility, the positioning, and most importantly, he realized that there's no realistic way to win the round. He has to make what's called a desperation attempt and just stick in the diffuser despite 2 guys on the vert. And it works out. And we know for a fact that they were hearing the plant going down. We saw them looking at the vert. And yet, they didn't really make more holes, they didn't drop the hatch, they blundered it. And this might just be the pressure getting to the players of Fnatic saying, we don't want to risk getting outplayed by dropping the hatch in mid-air when you're hip-fired, because in CTX, as you're dropping down, you can no longer ADS. He comes off the plant, shoots us, it's a 1v1, you start shaking. I genuinely think the pressure is getting to them so much that they fumbled that 2v1.
Fnatic, you're one of the first teams to find a 7-0 here at Reload and therefore get that extra flawless bullet as a little reward, a little bonus. Could it be that Loud's about to do the same thing? This has been looking like it. It's been a slaughter. Fnatic had one chance to get around and it was right then, and Live made them look silly. The guy is running around with the Deimos like he doesn't care. I cannot believe he sprinted through that whole map, sprinted to that diffuser, sprinted to side, you know, vaguely checked things. Hey, it's clear, I'm going to plant in a safe spot. The absolute balls on this guy, the cojones.
Oh, man. And also the...
How's Grubby nearly dead?
I think he jumped out the window or swung the window. He also got spawned or anti-spawn peak last round where he died very early on.
Yeah.
So we're getting a bit silly with it, which to be fair, I think anything is fair game Fnatic. It's getting silly might be necessary, in fact.
They've been pretty silly this whole game. They've been jumping out windows every single round, and it has not worked out great for them.
But nothing's worked, because Loud, they have an answer to everything. That's what's so frustrating if you're a Fnatic player right now. You tried slow, you tried fast, you tried logical, you tried like chaos, and yet whatever you throw towards Loud, they say, we recognize game, we'll just do this instead.
Very well adaptable team in Loud. Certainly made a name for themselves. One thing I hope is that we get to see the Rayora from Perez have an impact this round. Great spray from STK, just a little pre-fire onto the side. We were spectating and you could barely see who he killed. A little spray through that wall onto the side. Basetto has fallen though, so that's the shield gone down. Basetto has really struggled since not being able to play that Blackbeard. I think that was a good ban from Fnatic, but the rest of Loud's been able to pick up the slack.
That's the thing. I would say the Blitz player, or the Blitz operator rather, has been pretty much pointless so far. It's just like a drone, it's an IGL, you walk around for information game. He's always been dying, but then something happens around him. This time the Blitz dies before his teammates can help him, really. Question is, what is plan B? Perez downstairs for Aura, Gates, and Pocket. Look at these stairs. There's a player above. He whiffs, actually. Perez, unlucky.
Yeah, Jax almost missed that one, but thankfully he gets it.
Round? Is this it?
It could be. 4 versus 2 now for Fnatic. The best chance they've had so far. Grubby wins his fight. Live and STK both have been very deadly players so far in this game. He knows where one is. Sarks, he takes down Live, all up to STK now. Only player to have found a kill so far. He finds a second. Are they going to keep on swinging him? He's got to get that diffuser back up at some point. Reloads the M4 and goes hungry for more.
That's a tough one. Those feet holes, you have to crouch, are prone to fight back. Really now on 1 HP, flashbang going out, jump in the window, but nobody's really here. Thankfully for him, no Gumans in the area either, it looks like. Dying to a Guman is never fun, but in this particular round, not sure it matters how you die, because it is inevitable. There is actually a Guman.
He is damn good at clearing these angles, I'll tell you what. But low HP against 3 players with no defuse, there's no chance of that happening. Fnatic are finally on the scoreboard. It took them 6 tries, but they found 1 round of defense on border, and now we move into the second half. They've staved off a flawless defeat, thankfully, so Loud won't be getting those bonus bullets.
Trying to think here. It's always hard to predict the first 2 bans because we don't know what the teams are gonna do, expect to do, but that third one is fun to guess along, right?
Yeah,
because like this makes sense.
And surely Azami or Mira, you can't leave them both in at some point. The Azami banned out.
Okay, and Blackbeard follows through. I mean, Blackbeard is like the shield on board. You get the grenades,
very
you get
good
a gun.
for Loud. Yeah.
Now I'm curious, what's the issue gonna be in Fnatic's eyes and defense? Is it gonna be Azami and Mira? Is it gonna be a castle? Oh, also smoke.
Interesting.
Okay.
So double shield ban for Loud is kind of, you know, usual. But for Fnatic, getting rid of that smoke, I mean, it proved very effective for Loud, especially in those early rounds, going for those executes.
Yeah. Okay.
Does leave the mirror wide open.
It does, which is also getting picked the very first round, which of course means you're going to have to play Ashe or Twitch to kind of deal with that particular operator. A Frost right now is also a curious one to me. Border isn't typically a Frost map, but we do see the occasional conk that somebody finds himself.
I like where Perez is putting it currently, and the office window is a very good spot for one. Archives window, you could gamble
CC
that.
window.
CC window is actually a great one because often you can clear CC but not be thinking about that. Like you won't necessarily get a chance to look at that window before you're jumping into it. The thing is, with that Frost nerf where you can self-rev, it does make it a little bit less powerful than it perhaps used to be.
Not just that, but also what happens after the self-res. You can't sprint for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And I feel like Frost Trap, self-revives, or just revives, it doesn't happen all that often. Sometimes I get reminded how miserable that is.
It sucks.
You literally cannot sprint.
Oh,
this is
Zero
cheeky from
pick.
Spawn.
I
Zero
really
is underrated. It's like Sense.
Especially on this map. I mean, have a look at this. Deepek's got these pre-lined up
God.
zeros. He's got so much information from Spawn.
The thing about Zero is that I would love to play this operator in ranked, but the game is so fast-paced that in the ranked game mode that you don't really have time to sit on the Argus cameras and put them down, all of them. This is a nice one because you do it immediately off the spawn, just like permanent information game, and the cameras don't move like a regular drone, so you won't hear them jumping around and stuff. It's a lot quieter. Oh, but they're
being
see regardless.
spotted gradually, but there's a second one up
That's
there.
why there's 2 of them. You know, C1, they won't expect the second.
Zero does have a lot of those Argus cameras these days. I mean, he's already deployed 3, and he's got 3 more in pocket.
He was buffed from 4 to 6. They skipped 5.
Yeah.
And yet people still don't play him. It's kind of crazy.
A lot of pressure all over the map at the moment from Fnatic. Bit of aggression here from Grubby. How did STK get downed? I don't know if that was from Grubby. I didn't think he'd shot enough bullets. Perhaps it was from the other side over at the top of East Stairs where most of the Fnatic players are gathering at the moment. Bezzetto's starting to feel that pressure. He lays out another Wamai disc.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's going to be goodbye to to STK rather, thanks to that big nade from downtown.
Good progress being made, man advantage, a lot of utility as well, information game. And again, this Argus cam is still alive. It's, I mean, such pivotal information. You see the window jump out possibly. Yeah, turn around, get the pre-fire. Oh, not quite, Deepek.
Just a
nice try.
millisecond too late from Deepek. That would have been a free kill, but Jegs is going below. He's going to open up this hatch with the Deimos pistol. Deepek, meanwhile, has died. Oh, he jumped straight into the Frostmat, jumping out the window. Besetto finds one and somehow manages to survive. Jegs didn't have enough bullets to confirm that kill. It's Calamitous for Fnatic. Loud once again slipping through their fingers, and Besetto allowed to fall back.
Ah, that's criminal. The 1, the 2, the Frostmat pays off. Oh my god, the pre-fire as well. It's falling apart. About 35 seconds left. Time could be an issue for Fnatic because those mirror windows are still alive and the Ash is in the grave. What now? What do you do? Yeah, getting that jammer sub the tracker from Deimos working, but there it is. Jax again, deep angle from security with that ACOG secures the kill. 20 seconds, 3v2 favoring Fnatic.
2 anti from Live. All Loud need to do is sit behind these mirror windows to claim match point to Fnatic players out on the Armory balcony, looking for an entry. It's a good pre-fire from Jax, but not good enough. Dafo's there, he's found one. He does get traded back again. And Fnatic find their second round in the game. They're looking to mount this comeback.
It's a big one. Again, for Fnatic, the big thing for me is the mental side of things, and now they can start getting a little bit of that confidence back into it. It was a hard-fought victory of a round, but they were fighting the entire way through. And of course, when the side swap happens, you gotta figure out, okay, how is the opponent going to play defense? Because they might do it very differently from that you were doing. So the first 2 rounds typically is to figure out, okay, what's the vibe gonna be? Now you gotta go for counterplays. So Fnatic, they buy themselves again 1 more round. And Border is attacker favored. It pretty much always has been, so there is that to mind as well. It will be usually easier to win on the attacking side than defense.
Yeah, for 5-1 is still exceeding expectations in my eyes. Yeah. Fnatic would have really hoped to win more than 1 round of defense. I don't think that 1 round of defense is enough. But Fnatic will have to have a really exemplary attacking half. I mean, it's just 1 round deep. I wouldn't get too crazy about it, especially because, I mean, that round was not... It was not an open and shut case like most of the Loud rounds were.
Oh no.
There was a serious fight there from Loud. Fnatic really struggled to isolate some of those players. It's the danger of a pick like Zero, right? Like, they knew exactly where that Wamai was for that whole round. Couldn't do anything about it.
It's funny because 3 Argus cam spent like this again from spawn. They see all of office besides the window, jumps in with the information. It's free, Frost Trap. And it's a classic. It's why I love and hate Siege, right? Because you have all these levels to the game, all these layers, also verticality of the bombs, of course. It's like, oh, this is free, go, 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 go. And you didn't join the door for a Capcan trap or outside door Fenrir mine. Like, there's always something to be conscious of. And the longer or the older the game has gotten, there's more and more of those different elements in the game. And I feel like if you've always been a Siege player, you love it too. But as you started playing a few weeks ago, it's a lot to learn at once.
Yeah, there's a bit of a benefit of having played this game for 10 years, is that you only have to learn things one at a time instead of all at once. What is this aggressive pick from STK? He baits Jegs into the re-peek and takes him down anyway. Good opening from Loud. Fnatic now a player down, and with Deepak struggling to find his way onto the scoreboard at the moment, and Grubby falling as well, Fnatic are really in dire straits. Loud have fortified their positions on the site. They can just sit back. They don't have to take any more risks.
And no mirror against the mirror window. So, okay, they got pop on the zero cam, actually, the Arcus cam. That's huge from the skylight. But I mean, this is just old school border. Mirror window, bandit trick, run away, die, unlucky, but a good trade almost happens.
Oh, double kill from Jax, big. Clearing the rest of the top floor players out. He is very low on HP, but my god, he's had a phenomenal performance. He's the top fragger in the server right now, all the way up to 11. 3 players from Loud to try and hide downstairs. On the site, yeah, actually 2 players on the site. I think Fnatic is not aware of STK's position.
You know, I think it would have been genius to Twitch drone yourself and reset for 20 health. that would have been a Giga Chat play.
I mean, it's still only 1 bullet worth of damage. Oh, you got to commit to that, Jax. STK allowed to escape. He's so tempted to peek for another one. Commando in hand, another spray, dueling back and forth. He spots one player elevated, but Jax finds him. It's now a 2v2, 3 kills for the Twitch. But guess who's gone back upstairs? It's Perez. He's looking to open up. Oh, the ankles to the floor. No. He sees Jax and he denies the plan. Now it's a 1v1 on the side. Besetto gets him, and Loud have launched themselves onto match point.
Such a good attempt again for Fnatic, but again, they had to fight so hard every step of the way, and I gotta really accommodate Jaxo there. You were playing basically 2v5 or 3v5 when that round started going in your favor, and you kept going, and you kept going, and the plant was, I think, about a second from being finished, and that could have been enough to win in a 1v2 for your teammate, but no, the Vert, the Reed, Loud, they find the gap again. It was a simple secondary pistol, make the right Vert hole, and find the planter.
Oh. And Fnatic, let's not forget, they took their tactical timeout 3 rounds into this game at 0-3. They ended up with an 0-5 start. And then they scrounged 2 rounds together. Loud have now come back with match point. I can really see why Loud had a lot of confidence going into this game. They reloaded 4 of their 6 bullets, as you can see on that top overlay, whereas Fnatic had 8. They only reloaded 2. So Fnatic knew that this was going to be a tough game. They didn't want to go all in. Well, neither of these teams went all in. A little bit disappointed. I feel like Loud could have gone for a little bit harder than just 4 bullets.
Yeah, but then they used the extended mag, right? And Fnatic only had 8, so you can't really go too crazy in the end.
I mean, you could have gone.
Oh yeah, 6 and then
you could have put your 6 plus.
That's true.
I guess you could have gone 2. Yeah, no, you are right actually, because they get 6 out of the extended mag.
Yeah.
They already have 6.
Yeah.
So they could have gone. They were on 6+6, but you can't go that high because you can only reload as many bullets as your opponent has. So the maximum they could have gone was 8.
They've gone I think they've min-maxed this pretty well without sacrificing potential reward.
Should have gone 5 in my view.
Oh, should have gone 5.
Should have gone 5.
Okay.
Keep 1 extra life, and then you can always extend it mag tomorrow if you want.
I mean, you're not wrong. You could really min-max it that way, but I feel like also Loud have played it different than other teams. They found themselves pretty low in the bullet count, but they got extended mag still. They're playing well. They got good experience so far, good practice. Sarks finds Besetto. This one heating up with a fast, aggressive push in the building.
Yeah.
Where was this on defense? That's what I'm thinking to myself. They were not happy to take fast on defense. They're finally doing it on attack.
It was the fastest opening kill we've seen so far from Fnatic.
By far.
It took a minute and a half to get in the building in their first attack. Now a reply, an aggressive peek from Perez. He himself has had a really good game. Already clocked double digits. Baiting is Grubby, but Perez gets the better of him regardless. We will have a revive, though, come through. In all likelihood, Deimos comes on out. That's going to make things awkward for Dafo. And they're actually going to go send it into side. Jax, though, walks straight into a goo mine. He can't plant as of yet. He's going to relocate, go for a replant. But Live is there, and he sprays him on down. Jags looking to duel him, looking to reply. And Live holds down the fort on the bomb site, taking down both of those attackers looking to rush. It was a nice idea from Fnatic, knowing that you've got Perez upstairs, knowing that Dafo's upstairs as well, but Live would hold the fort. Now 3v3.
Oh my god!
But again from above, the retake. Live has done everything for Loud. It's all up to Deepek now, and he's down on the side. He needs to go back up again, but he's worried because he's getting sprayed down from Perez, takes his head off, and now it's a glorified 1 versus 1. Dafo versus Live. As the revive comes through, and Deepek is going to hunt him for it. Dafo's ready, and the game is over. It's a loud and resounding statement from the Brazilians. A 7-2 victory over Fnatic.
What an incredible final round to show the capabilities of this roster, of the Brazilians. I mean, they're playing such a flexible game of border, back and forth, really using verticality well there. And just again, we saw 4 separate injuries in the final round, one at a time. And they kept playing the do I rest, do I cover, do I rest, do I cover. The mind games towards Fnatic there, making them have to choose their struggles in that moment.
Yeah, I don't know if they were aware that they had it down on the side still, but my
Not
God.
sure.
I think that's the most players we've seen down and the most impact that has resulted in players being down in a very long time. Beautiful play from Loud. We were a little bit unsure after their first game where they beat Falcons. We were like, what, are these guys like the next big thing?
Yeah.
They made main stage top 6 at Invitational, and then they lost to Secret, which we kind of picked as a mid-pack team.
Yeah.
Now a resounding victory over Fnatic certainly is going to boost our expectations of what we think Loud are capable of.
Yeah.
Certainly one of the top contenders for top 8.
Also small thing, but in that final 1v1, Tiffany 1v2 because injured player, he tossed the C4 as a sound cue. If he shoots it, he's pushing up the middle stairs.
Right.
And if not, you go for the res and you insta-pop it in case he was pushing
Cool.
it.
I didn't
Those
even
small details make a huge difference. That's why he came off the revive and went for the gunfire.
Yeah,
So just perfect.
phenomenal showing from Loud. They end that game up from 6 points, or bullets rather, up to 10 bullets on the standings. That's going to shoot them up. Fnatic, they were at 8 at the start of today. They put 2 behind this game. They've lost them, so they're now on 6. A huge up for Loud. Of course, we've still got 2 more matches here on the B stream, so don't go anywhere.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello guys.
Bom dia.
So Philippox, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
+1.
Yeah,
agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know,
Yeah.
that can be like saying, guys, like individually you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. To, like your team understands and like buys in and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right? On the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
Some responsibility.
some
for
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time. And so like as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
It's negative.
it's just negative balance, you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have aura. Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
My name is Alex Goals 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJEX.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, 1 mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Smoke it around.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse. Bro.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like Clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a east or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Ah, of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you said, it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and that's why for me it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of like individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I'll probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because like we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you like play it, and it's just kind of like you can attack it in so many different ways, like, and the pacing can always be changed, and like it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to like entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause like a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale like over the years.
What about labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate labs because I think it's just like like you said, a smaller clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer. It's kind of like I'm not like sick of it yet. But clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off like what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. Like it's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about club, obviously, mine's always been club favourite because I'm a firm believer. The better team wins on club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's like you can make it like it just really easy. But I just feel like club-wise, strategically, it's just like
strategically it's the same map.
Well,
it's
yeah,
never changed.
but it's like who's better at the basics. In my opinion,
Yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah,
There's the club. It's like who's better at the basics.
Well,
and it's like you're gonna punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels like sometimes defending on that map feels like
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Like, Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, like, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel like really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. The transition to IGL mainly happened just because, on Beast Coast, it was, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning something new. I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds a third aspect to the game where I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I feel like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, putting too much pressure on myself, but nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. Give 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, like, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
Any day I walk through the fire. Go hard when the stakes are higher. Never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn. Walk through the fire. I see the tears I wanted to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it no pain. Crash in the plane. That's about to leave my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Time for an iconic Brazilian battle. It's a derby between two of the most iconic teams from this region where we're casting from right now. That's right, it's the Reload in Rio. Pengu, we've had a couple of interesting games so far.
Yes, we have.
I do want to take a brief moment to just mention what happened on A-Stream, because what the hell?
Oh boy. Yeah, what did
G2
happen?
versus Wildcard, and G2 put all their bullets on that game and they lost it.
Yeah. But, however, they did come out victorious in the 1v1 afterwards. Laura beat out Bay in a, was it 3-1 scoreline,
Yeah, I believe it was 3-1.
3-1 scoreline.
It means that G2 do go into tomorrow with 2 bullets, which, funnily enough, is actually still less than Scars have from their 1v1 earlier today. Like, Scars went down to 0, and then Rek won 3-0 against Kobe. Yeah. So, yeah, anyway.
Oh my god, I went to the hallway, and C9 was there, and I looked, and I stopped, and I looked at Kobe. For like 5 seconds, he starts laughing like, and I kept walking, and the entire team just started chuckling like, ah!
That's hilarious.
We're all memeing him because, what up, Kobe?
Poor
Like
guy.
0-3? Come on.
Poor guy. Of course, let's pay our attention to FaZe and Team Liquid. Like we said, iconic match here in Brazil. These guys have played 41 times across their careers since they entered way back in 2018. Yeah, that's right. It's been 7 years since these teams entered the game. FaZe Clan, I think they won something recently. Oh, right. They're the world champions.
Right, yeah, the hammer. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. And they got some cold photos. Cyber with the hammer on his back, with the whole crowd spectacle. They got some banger photos from there. And the thing is, FaZe Clan and Liquid, it's funny because I think a lot of fans, at least until recently, would say Liquid are the team from Brazil. We know them better, and they're the ones that they have our hearts. Liquid have not found international success at the highest level. They've made grand finals, they've made top 8 appearances, they've also got out in groups. And the thing is, when they do get to that final, they always fall short.
That's right. The few times that we have seen Liquid in grand finals, they've lost. But of course, paying attention to FaZe, they are the reigning world champions. A year ago here in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, rather than in Rio, they made it to that grand final. They were up with match point before them for such a long time before being reverse swept by the now Furia roster. Of course, their opponents, these guys have had a little bit of a makeover. For the longest time, the heart and soul of Team Liquid was Nesk and Palu. And guess what? Palu, he's been cast aside. Finally, that ultimate duo has been broken up. Palu's finding his own success on the now W7M roster.
Good.
But
Okay.
big updates here for Liquid. They've brought back Ask, who played on this team for a hell of a long time, and Diaz, who is Brazilian but has played most of his career in North America.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was thinking of for Diaz, you know, you go from Brazil to America, the language barrier, now you go back into Brazil, and even though it's your main language, I cannot play Siege at this level in Danish because all my callouts are in English, right? It's a tough one, but what we saw from the one game we saw from Liquid so far in this tournament, you and I casting, Diaz has been a monster and has been instrumental to Liquid's success, but it has been the full team, especially Diaz, Maya, and Nesk in that spearhead entry. Then you have resets like the Flex guy, because it's kind of exists in the background. Ask, similar to Lagonis, a full-blown IGL support player it looks like from the very limited games we've seen so far.
That's right. Liquid are looking good. They had a big win yesterday over Cloud9, but let's get to the map veto, of course. We're actually going to go to Lair, where we saw Liquid beat Cloud9 just yesterday. Both of these teams have won one game and lost one game. Both of them are currently on 7 bullets. It was FaZe who challenged Liquid. FaZe reloaded 3 bullets. Liquid reloaded 4 bullets. So how crazy to imagine that FaZe Clan, who are by far and away the more favored team in this matchup, they've won the last 6 head-to-head encounters between these two teams, and they're the reigning world champions.
Yeah.
They're actually hedging their bets a little bit. They're only reloading 3 to Liquid's 4.
It's been a wild tournament, James, and there's been a lot of upsets and weird situations, and half the people that are watching probably don't know the format still. They're like, what actually is happening? And I promise you, very soon it'll all make a lot more sense, because once we get to top 8, in just 2 days' time, we'll have all of our teams locked in. It'll be back to regular format Siege.
That's right.
So just bear with us for now. Okay, we're learning, we're explaining, we're all trying to get there, but it's been fun.
Yeah,
I will say
look,
that.
I don't think you should bear with us. I think you should embrace it.
You
This
should embrace.
Reload to Survive format has proven, especially today on day 3 when we have these 1v1 duels, it has proven to be extremely exciting. We've had 3 1v1 duels. We could potentially have another one later with SSG and FearX. If SSG loses that game, they actually went all in on
Just like
FearX.
G2.
Just like G2, if they lose, then they will have to 1v1 to survive. Of course, here on the B stream, FaZe Clan and Liquid, it's an iconic Brazilian match, like we've said many times, but there's no doubt about who the favorites are. Even with these roster changes from Liquid, everybody would be predicting FaZe Clan to come out ahead in this matchup.
Would they now, though? Because if I'm thinking about Nesk and what he's capable of, I mean, I'm probably still take FaZe as the leader card. I will say this, though. I think there was like a 6 months period sometime last year where people were like, is Nesk, past his prime? Is he too old? Has he lost touch with the game? And I think actually it was more of a matter of how Liquid as a team were playing around Nesk, or rather not playing around him as an individual player. And then we saw, towards the tail end of last year, Liquid made Nesk back into a flex player. He's playing Ying and he's making space for other team members, and that was because Maya joined the roster, who is this younger gunner style player, and now you have the Diaz also in the mix. This is probably the most aggressive front heavy Liquid we've seen in a very long time, and it's not just the Nesk show, it's a full team effort from the front all the way to the back. And I also think it takes off pressure off one individual player, of the old Nesk Paolo, they gotta do it all, into being like, we are team Liquid.
Yeah, that they are. Nesk, you mentioned him. It's incredible to see not only that a player is still performing so strongly after playing the game for 10 years now and playing at the very top level for, well, I'm going to say it was 2017 when Brazil first got introduced into the Pro League. So that's 8 years now that Nesk has been playing the game. He is still an entry fragger. This guy is 30 years old. He's the second oldest player at the tournament behind Virtue but on BDS. And he is still, like, this guy's a dad. He's a dad. He's still entry fragging.
He is a dad. Nesk also the first ever pro player to get a 1v5 clutch in a game against Pain Gaming back on Old Oregon. He was playing Valkyrie in the 1v5 and just got the job done.
Iconic.
I remember watching that with Penta back then. It was the most ridiculous, crazy clip we had ever seen back then.
Yeah, and Nesk is still a phenomenal player. He will lead Team Liquid to an attempt at revenge. This long-standing rivalry between two of the greatest teams to ever come out of Brazil. It's FaZe and Liquid. Lair is our battleground. Can Liquid right the wrongs of the last 6 times they have played FaZe and they have fallen? All the world champions once again continue their domination over Team Liquid. Let's jump into it.
Kai being banned out first, together with Blackbeard. Okay, again. Heart Breachers, Wall Deniers, and Shields. Those are the big 3 categories we tend to see getting banned here at this event, and also in scrims when we gather talking to pro players. And they'll double down. Blackbeard and the Monty, Kaid and the Bandit. And when we get past the 3rd round, there is a world we'll see Blitz getting banned, and a Mute, for example, or 2Brow, so they can really triple down if they want to, or they can split their eggs into different baskets, saying, okay, we've banned the shield, now we ban some utility, for example. With that being said right now, of course, immediately Handy goes onto the Blitz. Of course, this can change with the attacker repick system that is still in the game on the Siege X build, but this goes to show that FaZe Clan, as an attacking team, they have such a depth to their operator pool and their attacking strategies.
That they do. A lot of options here. On the defensive side, the Azami has slipped through that ban phase because of it being such a hard breach counter, such an electricity-centric veto from FaZe. Liquid looking to try and fortify their positions. They've also got the Skopos, a Greek operator. Not usual to see that. Ask also is typically, as we've said, the supportive player. And usually you put Skopos on a fragger who can essentially like fight for their life and then escape with the spare shell.
0 Heart Breach.
Oh.
Despite Bandit Kaid ban, they have brought 0 Heart Breach.
Why do you ban... They didn't even bring it on Vidiking on the strike.
You know why?
Why?
Because we're brute forcing, baby! We got the glass, we got the blitz, we got the finger. We're about to get crazy with those chips. It can be a fast, brutal round, and the thing is, Liquid, they have to be prepared for this. If you're Liquid though, strategically in your mind you think, okay, they've banned Kite, they banned Bandit, it's gonna be a slow round, hard breaching oriented, we can't stop them, we gotta fight the breaches. That's not gonna be the case at all here. The breaches will stay intact. They are getting debated. Oh, he's drifting! He's drifting!
He still hasn't got the
He's stuck on the wall.
No, second twist drone comes in. Looks for a little bit more. They're sending it very early on. We're going to just take down any traps that might be sent on through. There comes the Frinker, Adrenal Sarge. Like we were about to see the Blitz make his way in. Maya tries to escape, but Handy will not let him. A little bit of pressure though. as Handy is restricted from moving on forward. We know exactly what Handy is capable of on this blitz, and whoa, it's awkward. Poor Ask shut into the corner. He finds one, still manages to survive. KDS eventually goes for that refrag, leaving Liquid bloodied. Just 2 players left alive. It's Diaz and Resets on the site, holding down with half the round still to play for FaZe.
Geno Swift saves the blitz there. Handy keeps him alive. They have 1 smoke in pocket, so to enable Souls on the glass. If FaZe can get back together and stabilize, they still have a second execute, so to speak, in the pocket. Diaz on the Warden has the perfect gadget to stop it, however. It's practically a 1v3.
They're all looking to fight him. KDS does find one, and it's all up to Resets now.
Ooh.
He finds a second headshot with the SMG-11.
Woo.
Out comes the shotgun, but Souls gets the better of him. And FaZe, in a 1v1, managed to come down through with that very first round.
Souls on hard support? Nah, Souls on glass.
Yeah, that dude's fire. I mean, I can't believe, firstly, that Resets managed to make it into that 1v1, but FaZe really chose violence when it came to that round. We saw the veto, and we were like, okay, yeah, they're going to go hard breach because they've banned out the 2 hard breach null operators, and then they just send it with this set piece with the glass and the blitz, and yeah, I mean, it got a lot closer than I thought it was going to get.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, when you have the ability to brute force around like that and just say, okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go, it can just change everything, because Liquid, they have to pick their 5 defenders, obviously, and then you can attack a repeat into it. If you see a weakness and you've banned the hard, the wall denying operators, if you don't see like a blitz counter or a glass counter, it's just freebies, or at least it may be. In that round, the Twitch, of course, big praise, shot a lot of utility. Cleared out the goo mines, I believe, on the window, so Blitz could jump on in, and then the timing saw Legion throw a second goo mine, but it didn't activate in time for Blitz, so therefore Blitz gets deep in the building, gets the opening kill, and that just opened things up. That's the thing, once you're in the building on lair, especially like in the middle of it all, you're in, you are fully committed, there's really no way back out of that one, and FaZe, they just stuck to it.
Yeah, it's very quiet. I wonder what FaZe are planning this round with hard breach on the cards, but the Fuse?
Fuse is a great operator for fun stuff. Explosions,
fun stuff.
utility clear.
Vertical game.
Yeah, I mean, clearing out Goyo canisters, Banshees, like, once you get the roam control, you can just like fuse 2 spots vertically and you don't gotta worry about any utility.
Well, you gotta put some sledge holes down, get that fuse going, and then you should get free kills and people running away from those cluster charges through the floor.
Also possible, like while you're planning, you just pop them. There's a couple options there.
Yeah.
I still wish you could just stack 4 of them in a row and go punk. Love that to be possible.
Yeah, that'd be incredible. Well, there's the first one. It's actually not down into the bomb side. It's onto the roam clear. Speaking of...
They'll do vert, technically.
Yeah, true,
floor. Actually.
It will open up the floor already. Handy finds Maya. Where was that Legion playing? Perhaps part of the roam game. Handy ready for a second one. Ooh. Resets, looking to peek him, and the roam has been completely dismantled. Nesk, arguably meant to be the primary roamer here on the Scopos, still has not found anyone. Diaz, I believe, peeked up through the floor for that kill.
Yeah.
Nesk is going to have a big impact here on this roam game.
What's this?
As you see the long angle, does not land the shot that he needed to. Now they know exactly where the Scopus is. Nesk may well need to try and go and teleport to his other shell to try and support his teammate on the site.
Togepico's gonna stop that for now. Can't use the gadget during that time, and Intel is there, and you see Liquid, they think, okay, what's happening? Back, front, we don't really know where they are. Souls finds Nesk, now Diaz in a 1v4. He was so good yesterday, not good enough right now. Handy, not flashy, but so damn precise in these gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, Handy absolutely dominated on that roam clear. Nothing to say for it. Team Liquid didn't show up. FaZe looking unstoppable. They know exactly what to do on it is. It's just another day in the office for FaZe. That said, let's not forget, these guys did lose yesterday to W7M.
Yeah, that's the thing. Brazil keeps pumping out teams that are super, super good. Loud and W7M are both quote-unquote new rosters, and they're both like taking swings at the top dogs.
I mean, W7M had an appearance as Team 1 just over a year ago at the Atlanta Major, where they made Grand Final. And a lot of people make deep runs. A lot of teams make one-off deep runs.
And then disappear.
And then disappear out of nowhere. But the thing that happens with Brazilian teams is even when they're supposedly nobodies, and then they come out of nowhere and have a deep run, you got to take them seriously. Because it only took W7M a year after that Atlanta Major performance to actually win a major in Montreal.
That's ridiculous. And I mean, same with Loud that we just saw, right?
Absolutely.
Like, when they're around Academy, it's like, yeah, they might not go top 6 ever again. They absolutely could. Like, they are so. And then they got a big org now. They got support. They got financial assistance as well. They can like be full-time players, if you will.
Totally. Brazil is so OP. Can I just say that? Like, how are they so good? There's been like.
Well, I'm trying to figure that out still.
There is no doubt that they are just like the best region. Like they don't always have the #1 team in the world, and there are still really strong teams from other regions in the world. But how is it that Brazil just always has so much consistency? There's always at least 4 teams from Brazil that are serious championship contenders.
That's the thing. And it's only gotten better with time. There was a world where, you know, oh, FaZe is good for Brazil, or Liquid is, but it's literally more and more and more.
Yeah.
They're at the point where they gotta send more than 4 teams to events nowadays to make them all fit. Liquid, again, just kind of waiting for the first step here. Big difference, of course, now is Liquid against C9. They could control the pace often, both in the attack and defense, saying, we want to swing, we want to fight you here. Very different looks upon the first 2 rounds and the thirds currently. Liquid are waiting for FaZe to strike first, and then just trying to have a counterplay in mind. But FaZe, once they get the running pick, they just keep going, and there's always a follow-up play elsewhere.
Good usage of the gas bay, but Maya is the first to fall. That's 3 rounds in a row that Maya has been the first one to die for Liquid. FaZe, dangerous on these opening engagements. Cyber needs to be careful not to overpeak. He's trying to support his teammate on the blitz. Handy wants to make his way deeper towards that side, put that pressure on resets. The last gas babe goes out, still half the round to go, but Liquid are dropping one by one. A C4 goes out, but Diaz is the first one to find a kill for Liquid. Another big shot for Diaz. And now it's all up to him. It's going to need to be an ace. He sees the blitz. He doesn't have to sweat too much. He is the warden, activates the smart glasses, and then spots out the blitz once again. Doesn't want to waste too much time trying to fight this blitz because that diffuser is going down the other side. Can't afford to turn away from him. Tries to bait out Handy. Does a lot of damage, but still hasn't killed him as of yet. Doesn't want to get too close. Even more damage done. He should be able to finish off Handy here, but can't find enough bullets. Eventually, Handy's on the floor. Finished off. Vidiking and Souls now in the post plan. And Diaz has to land 2 more gnarly shots here. Vidiking is tempting fate, going for these swings, as is Souls. Another long angle, and eventually Souls will put Diaz in the dirt. 3 rounds straight for FaZe.
Nice try for Diaz, I gotta say. I mean, he made so much work of a really bad situation, but again, it's FaZe who has the upper hand. Again, they keep it an opening pick, that's the one big thing, but also Handy played that round perfectly, just on the blitz on his own. They rotated to have the majority of players on the backstep instead, and Handy was on his lonesome on the blitz. Then, of course, walks inside, isolates the last player, gets the information, and now we see the final operator bench. Will they triple down on shields? Because it has been a major problem. It's gotta be the blitz, surely.
You got to counter Handy.
It is, and the warden.
Yeah, ironically.
Here comes the Inglass instead.
Yeah.
They've chosen their fate.
Yeah. It's funny as well, because for FaZe here, like, they get rid of that warden, not knowing with 100% certainty that it's going to be a blitz ban. If it isn't a blitz ban, then, oh my god, blitz is even stronger now. Warden is banned. If it is a blitz ban, then that's okay. We've got Ying. We've got Glaz. We have so many different tools in our toolkit that we could bring out. And now, immediately after that, veto, after that additional operator ban, Liquid are taking their tactical timeout.
I like this. The longer we've been in this tournament, the more commonly we see the tech timer being taken on that 4th round beginning or end of the 3rd round, because now you got the full picture of the first half. And when you're down 0-3, you need to bounce back and get that even half or get at least 2 rounds here for Liquid. There is no world in which you go 1-5 or 0-6 and can realistically beat FaZe, because they're not going to make enough mistakes for you to utilize to gain back those rounds.
Absolutely the truth. There's no way that you can let FaZe steal an aggressive lead. Well, we back into it. Tactical timeout is done and dusted. Liquid back onto the defensive side, and what do they bring in the absence of that Warden? Knowing full well that FaZe will likely be doubling down on one of those other aspects like the Ying or the Glaz. We already saw the Glaz teased out early on.
The thing is, they may do it. There's a very high chance they will do it, but FaZe can also just play none of those Warden-oriented counter operators. Yeah, they can just play standard Heartbreach and whatever utility. Like, they have Capital, they have Graham. I mean, they got options, they got Deimos.
I mean, in fact, on the ground floor, the basement bomb side, lab and lab support where we're going right now, the last time FaZe played it, they didn't run any shields or Glaz or Ying. They actually ran the Fuse. They ran the Dokkaebi. They ran the Sledge. They were going for map clears. So they could very well do the same thing again. But no, indeed, they are going to change things up.
Want me to say it?
What?
It's not the basement bomb site.
Oh, really?
Yes,
you were giving me the funniest look while I was talking. I'm like, what do you know that I don't?
We had a comment earlier where you're like, yeah, call out all my flaws on broadcast, and I was like, I'll say it.
You take it seriously. Yeah. Oh, good. No, I appreciate that. Look, thankfully, I don't know what I'm talking about. And
That's my job.
I've got you for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I correct you, because it's my job to say those things.
That's all right. I'll call you out when you're wrong. When do you reckon that will be? I'm still waiting.
Somebody did on Twitter, and I asked him for feedback, and the guys just ignored me. I was like, I would like some feedback. It's hard to come by good criticism. People just complain these days.
Yeah,
I want to do better. So if there's anything wrong with my cast, you guys think I can do better, please let me know.
I think you should smile more.
They can't see my smile, James.
No, but I would enjoy it.
You need to watch the screen. You've seen the wrong bomb sites, for God's sake. Focus up here, okay?
All right, hold
Just
on
like
a
Handy, focusing on the bomb site right in front of him. He's by the bomb site door right now on the nuke, the perfect operator for this job. The thing is, only one member of Liquid is inside the site itself, the rest are above. But with the gadget of nuke, you can totally sneak in, but it is a risky play.
Oh, hello? Souls has snuck in from the other side. You've got two players on the attack. Snuck straight up and with a smoke and perhaps a plant available. FaZe have dominated the bomb site. This is so cheeky from Cyber. He snuck right on in there. He's planting in the smoke. As it subsides, he starts to take a little bit of damage. He's worried about the vertical ability from Liquid to deny that plant from above, but they are a bit lackluster on information. There are Valkyrie cameras in the site they can try to use. A second smoke is available for KDS. Meanwhile, resets shut down through that vertical potential. Cyber's still looking for a safe spot to plant. He needs KDS to deploy another smoke for him to have a safe place to plant. But I think FaZe are slowing down. They have the numbers advantage. They don't have to force this plant down just yet.
They can give the Fuser a hand out on the nuke actually and walk in and plant with the gadget active. You'll see a brief gift on the ground but no person to red ping essentially.
Wow.
This could work if Liquid aren't paying super careful attention towards the cameras themselves, or you can give the Fuser back to Cyber and then go for backstab upstairs. Handy had a choice to chase smoke that was above earlier, but just stayed his ground instead. FaZe, they've hit the reset button. They're droning, setting up drones, trying to figure out what are we gonna do here. It's gonna be Nuke walking in with the gadget on.
In he goes.
And planting with the gadget on.
And the
plant can't see it.
Protected by that wall as well, but Maya does see him from above and goes for another big kill as well. The round is flipped on its head. FaZe had a 5v3, and they've lost 3 players since then. Souls and KDS struggling to try and recompose without taking that top floor. Maya now hungry for even more, and he does spot another one, a quad kill for Maya. KDS doesn't last. Great recomposure for Liquid and a huge round from Maya.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid perfectly understood there what they need to do in that strat. As long as they have top floor control, they are A-okay. And Liquid, or not Liquid, FaZe rather, they were trying to just 5-man downstairs. They were missing that backstab up above. And I really want to see the nuke early on when Cyber is sprinting to the bomb side and taking all these gunfights. Walk up the staircase, go for a backstab because they're trying to chase Cyber with all the cameras and the verticality. Missed opportunity for FaZe, but with that being said, it totally could have worked what they were doing.
It was a really nice idea.
It really was.
Really like that nuke pick as well. But Liquid, credit to them, they held on. And even in the absence of information from Valkyrie, Maya he had an abundance of vertical holes to check, and he really knows all the spots. He clearly knows that bomb site.
There was no
really
Ying, like, they'll hear the plant, right? And you start peeking the verticals. If they were spamming Quintelas or Dokkaebi call, it might have worked to plant with the nuke. But they kind of raw dogged it. Nobody was shooting or fighting or anything else.
That was a nice idea there for FaZe, but credit to Liquid. They got that bomb site on lock. It's the first time they actually went to that Monk's Briefing bomb site. They're not going to get to go back to it in this half. They're going to need to show that they can also hold out on this top floor and the basement bomb site if they are to tie up the scoreline. Going down 0-3 could have been part of the plan here for Liquid.
Oh yeah?
Well, not...
Guys, let's lose 0-3 just because.
Bear with. Not that they wanted to,
okay,
but that they were open to. Hold that thought for a second. Ask is pretty keen. I don't know if he's going to commit to this. It is way too late. We know that. We can see the outlines. There's no one there.
Oh, the players can't see the outlines? It's just us?
Shut up.
Oh, okay, so I thought they could all see each other. It's way more exciting if they can all do that. I mean, he kind of has a really good idea of the ish whereabouts.
Yeah, he does know that they're on the roof. Oh, he's worried about that's a very long angle.
Okay.
Did he actually see him?
swing?
There's no way. I have no idea how players can see that well. Like, that must be a pixel.
Have you seen how close their monitors are to their faces?
Yeah, and
that's
they're all like 4:3 aspect ratio.
Yeah. Actually, fun fact, I think Brazil plays the least 4:3 of any region.
Really?
Last I checked, they play a lot of 16-10, 16-9, 3-2.
I like 3-2. I'm a 3-2 player.
I'm a 3-2 player now as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow, I have the same settings as Pengu, guys.
No, I have the same settings as you. I think you were first.
Oh, yeah, I was.
I've been a 16-10 guy most of my career.
Yeah. So what I was going to say about Liquid, not that they wanted to lose the first 3 rounds, but they wouldn't sweat it if they did, because by the time the 3rd round rolls around, they can ban that 3rd shield operator.
Yeah,
and it could just be that they really didn't want to deal with that shield.
And they called their tech timeout as well. Like, they very much seemed prepared, but like, okay, this is going to be a game plan going forward. And we've seen a big change up, not just from Liquid, but from FaZe. There's a very different pace, different avenues now below the bomb site with 2 vertical players going to walk up a staircase with those flashbangs and take staircase control instead of bomb site control.
I like the refrag ability here. Souls and Handy together. 1 by 1. Likely to be Maya waiting for their resistance as they cross his hallway. A lot of patience here exuded by both teams. Here comes the flank though. But Souls is eagerly waiting. Rifle in hand. Hard holding this flank. Ask is so very tempted. He's likely to be baited very soon.
Oh, that's
almost
close.
wins the fight under Souls, but he loses his life, and Liquid lose their flank operator. Now FaZe have to collapse on the side, but Liquid will hold firm. Nesk hiding behind his keeper barriers, resets to hold firm with the SMG-11, and FaZe are floundering, caught in these goo mines. The Deimos activates, Handy finds his shot onto Nesk, and now a 2v2 as FaZe recompose.
One more gas in the pocket right now, resets on the smoke, so they can wait this out, bait the last one, and go for a planet attempt here. Totally possible. Last one comes. It hits the mark. 15, he swings Maya. Oh my god.
Unnecessary for Maya. He didn't need a swing. The plant was denied by resets. Now KDS and Handy, they can't afford to go for another plant here. They have to go deep. Resets! Reagrosses onto him and finds the double. This guy is so damn good with that SMG-11. The immovable rock on sight. The baby face as well. He's so good for Liquid, and he keeps them going.
Beautifully played. Positioning, waiting, having discipline. Whereas Maya, we can see the gameplay differences right there. And it's funny, when you have a team of 5 players, you're going to see the game differently. Not all 5, but some of you. When you have Resets and Maya, you might be like, one guy's going to say swing, one guy's going to say wait. We can plant deny. It's important that you sync up in that situation. You both either swing together or you both hold your nerve. They didn't, and that it puts Resets in an uncomfortable situation for some people.
He doesn't care about that.
He doesn't, but some players, especially younger ones, not saying Resets is one, but let's say we're talking about some of our rookie teams here. If your teammate puts you in that 1v2, you might not be all that prepared for it, whereas veterans, I mean, they'll take it.
Yeah.
They thrive in those situations. They want those situations.
Resets is a phenomenal player, though. I mean, he does look very young. He's got a babysit face, but he's actually the same age as Ask and Handy. He's 22 years old.
So he's kind of young.
Well, I mean...
22 is kind of young.
Yeah, but in the context of like Siege Esports players, 22 isn't crazy young.
Okay, unrelated to this game, sorry. When you see Team BDS, are you thinking a young team or an old team? Don't check the stats. What do you think when you think of that roster, when you see them? I'm thinking young gunners.
Yeah,
They have the highest average age in the entire tournament.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes, they do. I saw a stat. Because Virtue is 35 billion years old. He's 30 or whatever.
So who's dragging that average up for BDS?
Virtue's dragging it up.
Oh, sorry, the new BDS. I'm still living in the past. I'm thinking about...
Sorry, yeah,
no,
not Falcons.
No, you're right. And I think Liquid's probably one of the older ones as well, because Nesk would drag that up too.
Yeah. He's the second oldest player total.
Yep, absolutely. What do you reckon the average age of players at the tournament is?
23. I know that.
You actually checked that?
I didn't check it, but somebody posted it on Twitter.
Okay, I am
My
trying to
memory
look
is
it on my
23.
spreadsheet, but my device doesn't show averages, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So
My
I
memory is
can't check that.
23, but I think it's in that area, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, previous events I checked, it was usually around 24.
Yeah.
So it could just be that we've got a younger wave of players.
Yeah. Of course, this team is a bit specific. This is the 20 partner teams, not qualification.
yes.
So we do have teams at this event, like we always say, like the Wildcard, the Fnatic, the C9, where we may not know if they would qualify through like the regular stages to a major, but they are here, and they do all have younger players.
Typically, yeah, absolutely. A lot of debutants on those teams. But Resets, I mean, yeah, he might be technically young, but he has a lot of experience. He's played on stage at 7 different events.
Okay.
He's had 11 international events that he's played at.
Really?
Yeah, 11.
That's impressive.
Yeah, 4 SIs, 5 majors, 2 EWCs.
So he's been going to SI since he's 18 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Incredible.
That's pretty good. Now, nobody's going anywhere in this round. It's very much a stand still and stand off. We're waiting for the first move to be made, and Liquid's got a good roam. They got a good bit of pieces around the map. And it's FaZe not really getting the full map control this time. They've spent 2 minutes taking top floor and just now working down the rocket stairs. Little bit of vert, and you can see this right now. Their player checking all the angles. The drone work haven't done the D. They have 2 drones left, mind you.
Come on.
Risky.
You got to push for this reset. Oh, he doesn't want to.
It's tough now.
Unfortunately, he had no choice but to go for it. He was trapped, cornered between a rock and a hard place. Cyber found him. Cyber's found another one. Nesk is out. And a 2-player advantage for FaZe. The roam is almost completely nullified. I'm not sure if they're aware that Maya still remains lurking in the shadows upstairs on that ground floor. He has the chance to flank, and I think he's about to flank Handy. He doesn't seem to be aware of it.
Koyo Fire popped as well. Low time for FaZe. And Maya waiting for the perfect flank. If he retakes the vert holes itself, he just denied the planter, so this is genius.
He's just holding the line, but it's allowed FaZe to get inside. Ask the last player on site. He's holding down the fort with this Vector with the ACOG. He's found 2, looking for another one. A lot of damage done.
Oh my
Finishes
God.
up Cyber. It's all up to Vidaking now, and Maya's got him dead to rights. Oh my God. Ask is so fired up from that. The site was his to hold, and he had no worries.
It must be such a hard position for Maya to be in, where it's like, don't worry, I got the vert. Like, let them plant, and Ask like, no, I had to fight this. Like, I can't run away.
I had to kill
He
everybody.
just kills everybody.
Damn.
But it's funny because in Ask's mind as a player, it's fine if he dies because Maya has, quote-unquote, the round from the verticality, presumably, right? So he's pretty much taken all those high-risk gunfights that normally would be round defining, but without a care in the world, possibly because Maya is the win condition. He's just there baiting for time. He's not swinging outdoors. He's waiting for FaZe to swing him, holding the angle, because Maya should have that guaranteed victory. Operator bans confirmed now. Munti, Deimos, Asami, Tubarao. Quite different from the flip side that we had before. And FaZe only really played Heartbreach like 1 or 2 rounds where it came into play, into like relevance. Not something that we see on Lair very often.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Villa. When Villa first came to pro play, everyone's playing double Heartbreach. And then there were some teams, Reciprocity, Fox's team, who's on Endless, they would be the first team that I can recall that would play no Heartbreach or Villa and just change how teams could play that map. This could be FaZe kind of trendsetting for a different playstyle.
Yeah, it could well be. That said, it's hard to imagine why you wouldn't want to bring some kind of hard breach on this top floor for that external wall that we just see Cyber using his batteries on now. Or even the wall that he's now reinforcing, which is where you would typically want to plant. If the defense leaves that reinforced, then it can be really challenging to flush players out of that corner.
Totally. It is a very, like, wall deny heavy map, and it's also why the 2-bar ban makes sense here, because again, it's just difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
And I always say this, I do think that the area that this map is lacking is just the verticality. The map has it to offer, but a lot of teams aren't really going below with the idea of blocking upstairs. We see it sometimes here and there.
I think we will. I mean, that's
it'll come with time.
Presumably why Ask is on the buck right now. There's no other way to really clear Bandit batteries or the Bandit juggle. We have some baby EMPs on resets to try and assist Diaz opening that external wall. But if we see Cyber juggling the wall with his Bandit batteries, then Ask is going to have to go below. Typically, we see the Deimos go downstairs as the main vertical player on this map, but obviously
it's kind of like a
banned
Night
out.
Haven lap situation where, like, with the red pings, Deimos, Grim, you can like really track people.
Yeah.
But I feel like there is so much room just to play the block, almost like old Coastline or Border, where there's a lot of vert to be had. But again, that requires a lot of effort, map control.
Yeah, I mean, what I like to do personally is you get your hard breaches outside the wall, you use your EMPs, you bait Cyber into starting the bandit triangle, and at the exact moment you start bucking from below, you should get a free kill.
That's a grenade for the barbed wire. Good value trade, I would say, given that barbed wire is just, it kind of exists. Nades, a bit hard to come by. Only 2 in this particular round. A lot of drones dead, only 3 left already for Liquid's first attack round. So they're going in mostly blind, and the round is still more than halfway to go.
And they have no shield to compensate for that lack of information.
Do not. This could be tough, but that's where Maya, Diaz, Nesk, as those like entry-style players can shine, because they can clear these angles. Maybe get a pick. At the very least, force back the players off FaZe Clan. They have spare reinforcements, so if Vidican says enough is enough, we can fall back, reinforce that side wall, and then again play the layers. With the block is active like you said downstairs, getting good value on the roof.
Vidiking is burning a lot of his smoke really early to enable him playing aggressively in this hallway, but before too long, Resets is going to be able to march on forward. Andy is so tempted here. He's being sprayed from the other side. It's Ask, the hard breacher, or Diaz rather.
Oh, he baited
and he does bait him. So nice from Diaz, clean. To sprint away, turn around, and take him down. Oh, but Vidiking is there. The double kill with the shotty. And he puts Liquid's push to rest. Diaz on the ground, likely to be finished off by a C4 here indeed. Nesk has found one, jumps straight back out. How do Liquid recompose after that calamity?
Gotta get Ask inside the action right now. Yeah, get those cameras, get top stairs control, and I'll either play with Nesk or go for that backstab. It's 50-50 gunfights for now. He's behind the chair!
Oh, he could have wallbanged that if only he'd known. Now it's all up to Nesk. Low HP, saw for a brief moment Vidiking on the other side. These 2 FaZe players separated. He might be able to isolate these 1v1s, but Souls finds him before he can do so. And FaZe start their defensive side in good stride. That said, the first half was a little bit more challenging than they initially expected, so they don't have much of a lead here.
I mean, FaZe getting 3 attack rounds is pretty damn good in the end. I mean,
yeah, but it was 3 in a row and then 3 lost. It feels like a missed opportunity.
But then we just gotta praise Liquid's tactical timeout for making the right calls, right? Yeah. Focus on the positives here,
You
James.
are right. I mean, FaZe still have that tactical timeout in the pocket as well. Should they get a little bit of a read on how Liquid are playing?
I don't have this stat, so this could be complete BS. But from my memory, FaZe Clan is not a team that takes a lot of tactical timeouts, and especially early on. I believe, from memory, that they tend to hold on to it until like late to the game because they do have a really solid game plan, and they can problem solve as time progresses. And I wish we could speak more on like a one-on-one basis with the Brazilian players because it's the best region in the world, but there is still a language barrier with a lot of these players that it's hard to have like a really deep conversation with them, because I'd love to pick their brains on IGLing, strats, scrims. For example, I didn't really know this until recently. In Brazil, you scrim what's called 2-2-2. So you scrim map team 1, 2 maps. Team 2, 2 maps. Team
Really?
3, 2 maps. So you scrim 3 different teams in a day.
Really?
In EU and A, we either do a 5-mapper for one team or a 3-3. So there's so much more diversity of playstyles and sharing of strats and knowledge in Brazil than other regions. I genuinely didn't know that because back when I was a player, we didn't know that system.
No, I had no idea, but that's such a good idea.
It is a really good idea.
Yeah, you get so much more variety instead of... Because over 5 maps scrimming the same team, you're really just starting to learn how to play against that team rather than learning how to play your strats against as many different teams as possible. Once again, Brazilians, just big brain. There's a reason, many reasons why Brazilians are far ahead of the rest of the world at Siege.
Okay, so this is the bomb site, Maya. You do realize this, right? There's a player. Okay, you're dead. Handy? Yeah, he's never free. That's the thing. He's always busy with something. This time taking out the entry of Maya. Had Maya won that gunfight on the other hand, though, this entire round will look very different because then attackers have side control and the other Romans will have to, run back towards the bomb site. KD's onto second.
Yeah, what's going on?
Burn him to a crisp. Nesk, 1 HP as well. This round is kind of falling apart for Liquid very quickly.
Yeah, it's really rough. Diaz is going to have to run through the fire. He's almost going to die doing so. Does eventually take down Handy. Yeah, I'd say that's worth it. Problem is he's likely to be refragged here, and he's worried about the vertical angle. Now he's got a mirror window to work with. That's not half bad, but both him and his teammate Nesk are extremely low on HP. Out comes the logic bomb. The call ringing true for these 3 FaZe players. Cyber is actively watching
Saw the laser.
Know exactly where he is. Are they going to swing him together? He finds the first one, a quick spray, and Neska's on the floor. The repig with the pistol! But Cyber whips out the deagle and puts him down.
In
Big
his face.
play for the world champ, and FaZe starting very nicely on their defensive side. That's 2 rounds in a row.
Looking good. And this is why having a good anchor player is so important. There's 2 ways to play the anchor role. It's what Handy was doing, right? When you're playing the bomb side, more or less alone in that anchor position. You're holding down the fort, as we say. Either you can hide and give them a lot of control. That's one way to do it. There's no right or wrong. Or you walk around the bomb side and you're actively trying to figure out where they are and ready for a fight. If Handy is playing more passive and lets Maya walk in that door, it becomes a lot more difficult for Handy to ever get back into the bomb side unless he kills Maya. Whereas when you're hiding in a corner, it's like, okay, this may work, this might not work. The earlier you take the fight as the anchor, the bigger warning does your teammates have on the roaming to fall back towards the bomb side. So by the time the second attacker reached the bomb side, KDS was also down there now. Whereas if Handy was playing much more passive, it could have been a 2v1. And then KDS won't be there in time to respond.
Liquid look a little bit shakier on their attack.
It's just harder, like compared to like C9 you're thinking about, yeah?
Yeah. Well, the thing that strikes me is like Liquid. Very occasionally, you see individual players with so much gusto. They're like,
okay, yeah.
Mario last round. He's like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna send it. I'm gonna go for this. I see a gap.
Yeah.
And then there's nothing else from the rest of Liquid. And then they very slowly but surely, like one player tries to kind of see a gap, but there's no cohesion to it. They're not like, oh, guys, let's commit to this together. You compare that to how FaZe attacked.
Yeah.
There was so much conviction there.
I can see that, but I also think maybe Liquid have been caught in a bit of a web here of, against C9, this worked every single round.
Yeah.
And we did have the conversation, can they do this against like the best teams in the world? They're up against a literal world champion.
Yeah.
So it's like, but yeah, I think you're right. I also think it's fair game for Liquid to try it out. That was the first time when Maya was like playing pure gap finding and just going for the bomb side. It didn't work, now they know that. As long as they don't do it again, I'm completely okay with it.
This is a little bit more slowly and surely. Nesk has breached a wall onto site, furthering that breach.
This is the flex player, by the way, playing Striker, playing Hard Breach, playing Entry, getting the kill as well.
Love that. He's going to go straight deep in. He's actually going to look for a plant. Maya's going to contest the vertical holes as well, dropping down the hatch, and he's caught off guard. This is a very early plant from Liquid, and Maya is ready to cover his teammate. FaZe looking so lost. They did not have any idea the plant was going down, and now as they trudge their way back to site, they are easily taken care of. Liquid untouchable. What is Vidiking to do but desperately try to open some vert? There's no chance of it. It's a 1v5 and a flawless round for Team Liquid.
Simply just lack of vert holes there from FaZe. I mean, you need one of two things. Either information to then deny the plant or see where it's going down, or a ton of vert holes to just peek out wherever it happens. They had neither.
Yeah.
Operator bans now. So I don't really have... I mean, okay, I can see Dogaby being a problem. Outside of that, I feel like it's a pretty free game here.
Yeah. I know. I'm just thinking back. My brain is still stuck on that previous round. So Liquid, when they defended that bomb site really successfully, they had a Valkyrie, right? And they had the ability to hold it in, what was it, 2v4 post-plant from
2v4.
upstairs. They just held on to that purely through the vert and the information. FaZe lacked both of those things. And now we see the Grim ban and the Mirror ban. FaZe have been liking that Mirror pick. I feel like Liquid's Grim hasn't necessarily been instrumental though.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, it's annoying to play against. And also now you can free yourself off the mute most likely, because that's gonna... Only real Grim counter is the mute jammer, but the mute's great for a couple things. It's great against Blitz, it's great against Dogaby, and it's great against the Grim. And we saw FaZe play a lot of those operators. Liquid haven't shown it yet, but now they're kind of hovering the possibility of it at least, and it's gone.
Yeah, man, never mind, that Blitz is picked off of. We're actually going to see this Nook. I feel like we've seen more Nook in this match today than we have in the rest of the tournament so far.
Yes, in our casts for sure. I really love Nook as a character, but it
because
only
she's
really...
Danish, right?
Yeah, I'm so biased. So no one can say her name correctly either. That's the
Nook.
big... Yeah, I mean, you're pretty good at it.
Thank
but you're Pingu's duo. So
I
like
have to. That's actually my name. I don't have a name aside from Pengu's duo.
No, yeah. Little fun banter there from the green room earlier. But that's the thing. People say like Nook. A knock? It's like,
Yeah,
it's
I hear a lot of knock.
Nook? Yeah, knock knock. Who's there? Like not Nook. Like come on. But it can only really work as an operator when you're up against heavy intel, the Valkyrie, the Echo, the Maestro, etc. And even when you're up against them, it's still a gamble because they can hear you walking. You're not like silently walking around. So if you go, I hear a player, but I don't see them, it might be Nook.
Yeah.
And at this level of play, players are good enough to know those things, of course. It's not your average ranked or casual match here. Especially not with these two teams.
I like this Maverick pick.
This is a struggle, I feel like, of like, what are we...
Very, very, very careful.
C4 fake.
Worried about a C4. Was that a rip? And then a pocket?
I think he's just mind-gaming himself right now because you have to always think, what if it's pre-ripped?
I mean, it's been a little while since he's been on Liquid. Maybe he's a little bit juked out. He hears ghosts.
He's
very
still safe.
Oh man, the poor guy.
I will say, this is the right thing to do, by the way, especially against FaZe Clan. Because they would know how to deal with this.
I think he's worried that there's a player proning him.
Also possible.
But he should be worried about Cyber potentially peeking him from this balcony
actually,
here.
yeah. There is a drone being flicked every once in a while, but with the right timing could work. Handy finds resets. He types in chat instantly.
Oh, immediately dropping to the floor. That was good timing there from Ask. He's still worried, trying to open this wall. He's struggled so much. This is a bit embarrassing for Liquid. They've struggled to get this first step done. And they are about to rotate this Ashe over, who's going to finally destroy the soft part of the wall. But 2 players down for poor Liquid makes this attack very challenging. Maya needs to win this fight. Takes a bit of damage from Cyber, who'll just peel on back.
Definitely awkward position. You have a glass, you want to execute, but now you've kind of lost a lot of manpower before that happens. Final 60 seconds of the round. Diaz on the glass, and those 2 smoke grenades in pocket would have to go absolutely massive in this round. We got Toxic Babes, you got C4s. They're not going to give it to you for free. They're going to counter you. Look at this.
Yeah, and now he has to wait out that gas. Wants to toss out his second smoke, maybe even go deep. Vidiking still has 1 more gas remaining. As he burns that, Liquid still need to find an opening, find some kind of a gap. Ask desperately looking for something from up here on the rafters. Maya needs to find an entry though. Remember, it is Ask who has that diffuser, and now he's found a kill. Another one for Ask. 3 on the round, all up to Cyber. No C4 to speak of. Maya has to be the one to cover because, as I said, Ask has that diffuser. Is he going to be able to get inside? There's a Surya gate in his way,
there is.
and amidst the chaos, Maya goes down. It's up to Ask to try and find him, but Cyber defends his territory. It would have needed to be an ace from Ask, and he could not get it done. FaZe hold down the fort, and they are edging closer and closer to putting this game behind us. It's 6-4 on the score.
It's actually crazy. They are Runegate won the round for FaZe single-handedly. Ask was on 2 low HP with Diffuser on the wrong side of the wall. And the thing is, Maya breached the wall open, but doesn't destroy the gate. The only thing they could have maybe done there is you're gonna Ashe charge the wall, Maya will tank the gate, and then cover with 1 HP to enable Ashe to plant. But then I feel like you're better off taking a 2v1 gunfight, which they tried, but they had to go in through the door and it was just messy. Regardless of all that, Cyber, FaZe, positioning, played it again cool, calm, and collected. No shake in the server right now because, again, the veterans are playing right now.
That's right. I mean, a huge clutch from Cyber to get his team on a match point. That's what you expect. This guy's been playing the game for 8 years now.
Regardless, one of the best players to ever do it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there was, I forget which calendar year it was, but there was 1 year where he was like the undisputed GOAT, basically. A couple of years back, and I would say he hasn't fallen off. He was like the best, like by far. He's always been phenomenal.
Yeah, and sorry, when I say he's been playing the game for 8 years, that's his pro career.
Oh,
I'm sure he's been playing the game longer than that.
So he didn't spawn into a pro career. He might have played beforehand.
Presumably. 4.5 or 4 and a bit of those years were on FaZe.
Yeah. The fun thing, year 1, season 1 pro players in all the regions that were in ANU, I guess, they spawned in Pro League career. Game came out December 1st, 2015, and Pro League qualification was like January or in December.
Yeah. Like, hey,
spawned in, I'm a pro player now. Oh, okay, good night, Souls.
Yeah.
Nice shot from Maya, bit of a pre-fire there. Good drone work again as for Liquid, but they've lost a lot of drones, most of these rounds very early. And that's why Liquid in the first 60, 90 seconds, they're getting a lot done. But then the mid to late round really starts slowing down. Nesk finds seconds of Cyber as well. Now Liquid, 2-man advantage, slow it down, hold those angles, expect aggression because FaZe Clan will likely lash out on you. Dokkaebi is great to stop that.
Yeah, it's perfect. When you get an advantage, just lock things down with a logic bomb or with an E1D. Slow down the round. Liquid don't need a rush from here on out. They know they've got map control now. They can begin working on this vert. Maya looking for a little bit more. FaZe looking to play the safe game for now. They're not overextending.
Okay. I mean, they got the Goya Fire, they got Toxic Babes. Maybe they're kind of hoping that Liquid will just kind of run out of time, be very slow because they're expecting aggression. FaZe will now play it slow. Liquid are holding dead angles, doing nothing. They're droning still, checking all these things. And with 3 Toxic Babes and Goya Fire, this very well could be one of those utility rounds. FaZe also 2 spare reinforcements could close off this wall that we're looking at right now if they want to. Totally possible.
Oh, another goo mine goes out. That does tell Resets exactly where KDS is hiding, but he's on this really narrow angle. He's about to contest a fight from the stairs. Diaz, bit of damage, goes both directions. There's no doubt Diaz has the better weapon, but KDS is still looking for a headshot. Diaz, another spray. He's the one with that diffuser, mind you, and a good pre-fire. KDS is done and dusted. Handy elsewhere on the site, holds down against that vert from Maya. 40 seconds to play as Liquid approach the bomb site.
Still got the Goya Fire, but again, they overwhelm the bomb site. Down the heads they go. Pressure on Handy. 1v4. It's clock time, baby.
He's got to do it. Doesn't have a lot of information to work with. Round in the corner, Diaz is hungry for more. And Liquid, well, they're not done yet. They keep this game going. Run it back, they say. FaZe do not have this game in the bag yet.
Early deaths, no way back in, and Liquid holding on strong. I'm not sure if Maya dropped down the hatch or died to the verticality with that shotgun, but either way, gets a bit of information. And FaZe, late in the game, had their game plan. Now, you can call your timeout, you're up 6-5, you can fully focus on the upcoming singular round and just get that 7-5 victory and end it there.
Yeah, last chance to lock it in before we go to overtime. What do FaZe talk about now? I mean, what bomb sites do they go to, I guess, is the first choice.
Anything but top is open.
That's right. And they didn't have a lot of success on that Bunks bomb site.
I didn't hate the basement one. I mean, they lost 2 players early, and it's still low on time for Liquid.
Yeah. I would much rather go back to basement, even though they just lost it, than go back to lab and support.
I rate
Sorry,
that.
not lab and support, Bunks and briefing on the ground floor.
Yeah.
Because they didn't look like they knew how to hold that from the vert, and Liquid looked very well drilled on that attack.
I'm with you on that one.
Nesk executed, I wouldn't want to be playing against that. Let's go back down to the basement, but modify that early game a little bit. Make sure that you don't lose bodies in that roam.
Let's see what they end up going for here. And of course, it comes down to Liquid's response, because when you do an attack one time, you're not expecting it to work a second. So they're going to go Bunks bomb set, actually.
Oh, I don't
With
like
some
this.
modifications. A Doc coming out, a Kaid. Different look than before. Hiding the Kaid, actually, for the wall deny.
It's a good move because Liquid did open up both the main external wall and the internal wall with the can openers and the ace respectively very early into last round. That said, even with that Kaid up, you got to worry about resets on the Twitch. We've seen so much Twitch play out of Liquid. And if that drone can sneak in and take down those electric claws, then it really doesn't matter you brought the Kaid to the table.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Gonna stick the entire lineup. Armor into ace, the rest stays the same. And I mean, I will say this lineup can do a lot of damage. I mean, you got the Global Gadget and Dokkaebi, played most rounds. A Shield Operator, always phenomenal. Soft Destruction, Utility Clear. What's not to like about it? I'm curious what the train of thought is behind the Doc. If this is just a, I have an ACOG and I can stim myself, or if there is a deliberate, maybe if they brute force the Capital, they're gonna start spamming nades or something like that.
Oh, I think he's just aggro roaming on the top floor.
Oh yeah, he's aggro.
Yeah, look at how aggressively he's swinging here. 2 more drones get sent on out.
We're drone hunting.
Yeah, well, he is burning a lot of drones, but now he's going to get swung. He's going to get flashed. He will have to try and retreat to safety. Takes a bit of damage, but he said, okay, I've done my job. I've wasted a bunch of time. I can fall back. I can heal up. I can protect the next layer of this defense.
This might just be a matter of let's target their drones. I mean, they're killing drone, falling back, killing drone, falling. Look at this. It's textbook. It's kind of old school style siege, but it's so effective. And Liquid, they're not really walking in without the drones first. They're doing that.
But he doesn't know Neska's already crossed. Does eventually get the inkling. There's still a dread mine on that door. He saw the ace for a brief moment. Diaz claims his life. As Souls not effective enough in his position on the top floor. And now Vidiking is all alone. He sees that blitz. He's got KDS nearby, but KDS has not revealed his position as of yet. Vidiking down on the floor. This is not ideal whatsoever for FaZe. Liquid are on the edge of pushing OT. The Twitch drone finishes off the down Vidiking. Resets, adding insult to injury. KDS has fallen, and FaZe are in shambles.
Great push right now. We see all the silhouettes. They're coming for him. Cyber 1 HP gets taken down. Ask with the bomb side.
All up to Handy now, not Flash. The C4 comes out. The Blitz is hunting him down. There's nothing for it. A flawless round. Ask is fired up, and Team Liquid have booked their tickets to OT.
FaZe were hunting for drones, Liquid were hunting for bodies. They take that roam control perfectly. I was gonna say, maybe get the Blitz into the front lines and create that map space, right? But no, the Blitz was a backstabber, you had the front push as well, and I think the Dokkaebi was a cherry on top, combining that link in the middle for sound cues. And I mean, that's a confident looking and scary looking Liquid, much more akin to the C9 matchup than earlier FaZe.
Yeah, wow. That's the Liquid that we want to see, the Liquid that we need to see.
Defense now, though. I want to see them stay on attack because now they got the flow going, right?
Well, let's remember, cast our minds back to that first half. Yeah, it started strong for FaZe 3 in a row, but then Liquid really found their mojo on defense. They won 3 rounds in a row despite not getting a single opening pick in any of those rounds.
And in the second half, FaZe started off strong with 2 rounds in a row. Then Liquid gets 1, FaZe gets that 6th and match point, then 2 rounds in a row for Liquid. So it's been FaZe making their, the first play, Liquid making some adaptations perhaps, and then coming back strong.
If this ends up being a Liquid win, FaZe are really going to find that choice of going to bunks again really came back to bite them.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Didn't look like they had the best playbook on it before, and I'm not going to say the playbook is the issue there, but Liquid, they had the perfect read, particularly on that bomb site.
Yeah, now Liquid really know how to play that bunks briefing bomb site. We're going to the top floor now as they're back on the defense here in overtime. We restore the bans from that first half when it was all about those shield bans against FaZe. Not wanting to let Handy play that blitz. So what do FaZe do instead?
Expect a slow one here right now. Often when you go into overtime, it's a little bit slower, and often it becomes a little bit more defender favored because of that as well. It's also why we would like to see the echo, of course information, but also plant deny, when time runs low. I was gonna say there's no wall deniers, but because FaZe they banned the Kite and the Bandit, unlike Liquid.
But they finally actually bring Hard Breach, unlike what they did in the first half for most of it.
Looks like a much more standard attacking round so far, going ops room, getting the exterior wall, trying to go for a default plant. And that's why it's funny that they're playing Smoke, Echo, and Defense, because that counters the default take. So I feel like they both have the same kind of idea. This Yoga drone sadly will die with nothing to be granted for it. Bit of a shame. No IQ needed, just use that good drone work, check the corners. Gotta protect that second Yokai, my guys, come on.
Yeah, keep that in a safe spot. Ooh, look at this from Handy. This is very cheeky. He should be exposed. Oh, a C4 comes out. It was just a bait there from, I believe that was Diaz. Oh, good info though from the Yokai, and the second Yokai drone is taken down.
Okay. Esk though shows up, takes down Cyber. That's ace off the board. Not sure exactly where that happened, but a good kill regardless.
And now Handy, he's got control of the mezzanine, but not full control as of yet. He's also got to get someone else to come and pick up that diffuser. Vidiking's now gone and replaced that position. Nesk is amidst a palace of these Kiba barriers on the side.
Oh,
surely
it's gone.
A Rotero drone will get rid of all of it. Doesn't matter. Nesk holds his ground. Meanwhile, Arse doubles down onto Vidiking. It's a 2v5 for FaZe.
What?
KDS deletes Meyer on a pixel angle and looks hungry for more. Moving in from the bathroom, but he needs to relocate. He needs to go and join up with Souls. But guess what? Nesk has his domain, and it's not going to be easy to flush him on out. Souls hunting for it, but there's support from downtown. Diaz is there. Up to KDS now against 4 players. 1, 2, surely not a third. He's going to need to ace up here on a sliver of HP. Ask and resets. Retake. Nesk's home ground. Another one for KDS. Surely not. One more bullet is all he needs. But resets will never lose a clutch. Team Liquid take the lead.
Permission to rename that pool table to resets. 2 rounds in 2 separate occasions. A huge game-defining clutch to keep Liquid in this, and now also take the round lead up against FaZe. And I was gonna praise Nesk. He was playing that positioning game so well, being the centerpiece, and the entire team playing around him. And then it was a 4v1, and they were like, we're not gonna lose this, right? And they got a little bit too silly, and KDS was nasty with those headshots.
Yeah, he really was. It was a very sharp
The
round
Maya
from
pre-fire
him.
one-tap, oh,
That was nuts. But Liquid, I mean, that was a decisive round. If you set aside some gnarly shots and some exit frags from KDS, that was the open and shut case for Team Liquid. And now they have their first match point. We've already seen 2 match points. FaZe fumbled in that second half, and now they go onto their defense. They go back up to the top floor, and if there's any shining light for them, Pengu, it's the fact that FaZe did not lose this bomb site in their defensive half.
So back to the drawing board for Liquid. What can they change from before? Right now I'm seeing a Jackal from Ask with 10 seconds left. I'm thinking that's not the solution. Okay, there we go.
Wait, double shield? There's no way.
Okay, so double shield Finka, no less.
Oh
Okay,
my God.
so often we can go like bathroom windows, museum window, you know, just really say we want to take this area and just full send it. The one thing that I feel like that could be enabled here as well is maybe get the Dokkaebi. I'm not sure if you need the Ash. There's no mirror, for example, has been banned away. But regardless, this is going to be a big investment into a full send on this potential final round.
Yeah, this is scary for FaZe.
I think Reset said, I've earned a Blackbeard round. And I was like, give it to me.
Dude, he's had so many clutches. I can't believe he's
6
only
and
had
8, by the way.
6 kills, because it feels like he's had such an impact.
This is the thing, impact and impactless kills. He's got 6 kills, 3 of those combined for 2 clutches, 2 rounds. So when you look at it that way, the scoreboard doesn't really tell much of a story.
It tells a little bit of a story.
A little bit, but not much.
It does show you how impactful Ask and Diaz have been, the 2 newest additions to Liquid.
Ask had like a 4K or a 3K where he won the round. He also had a 3K where they lost the round. So it's one of those.
Yeah.
But still, it's been a full team effort from both sides. I know Viddy King, you're thinking, he's 3 and 10, talk about him. He's the IGL, and he plays these pivotal roles, and he's been great as well in this game.
Yeah, and in this round in particular, Viddy King's role is to hold off that external balcony with his smoke grenades for as long as possible and delay that push coming in. Now, typically, Liquid only had 1 shield. Now he knows it's a Blackbeard. He's got that smoke really deep. He's trying to hold on for as long as he possibly can. That said, the Blackbeard is a dangerous foe to be contriving with.
Issue is no nades. If you can bounce a nade and push it and take a bit of space in that hallway and force Viddy King back, this Unchillivan shotgun is less lethal from a range. They've got an ops room though. Bit of rotation now from Ass going across the map, and Reese is still baiting around this area. Careful now, Viddy King. You don't want to die early. Yes, your smokes are gone, but your life is still very valuable.
And so is his position. And he's prepping a C4. This could be deadly against Diaz. It goes all the way out. It's double C4! Oh, Handy, you've just unlocked this round. Now Liquid have to get desperate. Up comes the blitz from the mezzanine. Meanwhile, Resets eventually loses his fight onto Viddy King. There's a solid crossfire here, and Handy and KDS team up together to push this game the distance. That's right. FaZe have made us need 15 rounds to settle it. And of course, this classic Brazilian derby will never end until each team has given it everything they've got.
The timing on C4 was disgusting. I mean, if you throw that 5 seconds earlier or 5 seconds later, it's a whole different scenario. If it's 5 seconds earlier, you get 0 kills. 5 seconds later, there's 4 attackers in your face. So they're going to double jump in museum window and then walk up rocket stairs with 2 people. That's a 4v1 or a 4v2. And in C4 at the perfect timing, it completely stops the push. There was no backstab. It was just a frontal staircase take with a triple crossfire established from FaZe Clan, and it shut it down.
Next level C4 kill.
Oh, we're going here again.
Oh, don't tell me. Well, at least it's Liquid on the defense. Liquid actually have a pretty solid defense of this lab support. They won it once and lost it once.
No love for the 4th bomb site, huh?
No, actually.
What's up with that?
What's the name of that one?
Armory...
Weapon or maintenance or something like that?
Yeah, weapons and something.
Yeah. It doesn't really get a lot of play ever.
I like it.
Really?
Yeah, in my Diamond Champion rank games, the enemy doesn't know how to attack. I like that. But I understand why it's a lower preference bomb site. I think it's one of those...
It's hard to defend vertically is the problem.
Yes, exactly. And with horizontally, when you got like, for example, tight and banded band out, it's like you can't really trick the exterior wall at all either. So your win conditions come down to like a lot of gunplay really, and it's just I think like a bit of a risk essentially.
Yeah. No, this bomb site here, defense for Liquid, as we've seen previously, it's going to come massively down to this very top floor bomb site, or top floor above the bomb site, rather. All the verticality. Wow, Ask really wants to get aggressive here. Seems a bit unnecessary. Liquid seem to be pretty solid on their defense when they have the patience to see what FaZe are cooking up.
Sometimes the best thing you can do is make a play that nobody expects you to make on 7-7. Take that risk, because I always say this, risk assessment changes. A play you would make 9 out of 10 times in a regulation without match point, you might not take almost ever in 7-7 all the time, because if you make the play and it doesn't work out, you might be throwing the round for your team. So it's why I tend to say that in overtime, rounds they go slower because there's less risks to be taken. FaZe Clan right now also showing us no one's risking anything. They're droning, holding passive angles, burning utility. Yes, it's early stage of the round, but they could have gone a lot faster if they simply wanted to, because Liquid aren't contesting them. They're double droning everything.
This DMR from Nesk is the perfect tool for holding this top floor. Yeah, Ask has found Handy. I don't know where that is. I also don't know why Handy's on that Dokkaebi entering alone.
That's huge kill.
Yeah. Oh, great kill from Maya. Souls does trade himself back, so at least FaZe gets something out of it, but this is not a good look. And FaZe have had far better attacks than this, but the wind has completely depleted from their sails. KDS needs this kill. He loses his life. Nesk finishes him off. Cyber and Vidiking looking desperate now. Vida finds one, but Nesk back alive again. And another headshot with that DMR. It's all up to Cyber to try and save this game for FaZe. Oh, they reloaded 4 bullets into this match, and Liquid are making them look silly. For the first time in a hell of a long time, it looks like Liquid may get the better of them. As Cyber hunting for more, but he's got this verticality to contend with. Liquid can fall back.
Don't count him out though. Low health on Ask. Semi-low on Nesk, and he's got time to work on his side. The issue is he kind of missed that opening kill upstairs when he was sprinting past the hallway, bit of missed timing. He's got to go in the breach and force it. GG in chat. They're taunting him.
Oh, that is toxic from Ask and from Maya. FaZe lean on Cyber now to finish the job. 3 players to find. He finds the first. But for the first time in 2 years, Liquid have finally toppled the beasts of FaZe. The world champions have been taken down, and Liquid soar to the top.
I know it's hard to look at this Liquid lineup and go, oh my god, dude, they're so much better, because you're losing Paolo, that golden duo between him and Nesk. But I feel like what Liquid needed more than anything else, it wasn't getting rid of a player. It was changing their identity as a team. It's just getting a new influx of ideas and creations to play into this game. And we're seeing a different Liquid today and yesterday than we've seen in the past. It's a good blow-up, and they're very excited about it. You know, it's always good new blood in the team. Kind of revitalize everybody.
It took a hell of a long time for Liquid to once again break into relevancy, but who would have thought that importing a player from North America and an ex-player that hasn't touched the team in years and dropping one of the most iconic duo, half of one of the most iconic duos in Palu would actually lead to a better team.
IGL Lagonis, we can't understate that as well. They're IGL for years.
Absolutely. So many key components of this Team Liquid roster have changed, and they seem better for it. On the flip side of that, FaZe Clan started their campaign here at Reload, taking down Team Falcons, who are probably the most feared team at this event, at least with how many chicken cards have been played against them. And then they lost to W7M. Now they've lost to Team Liquid. What's going on with these world champions?
It's a good question. What's happening at this event? Well, upsets, craziness. I feel like Game 4 and Game 5, the final 2 ones, are going to be absolutely spectacular.
We were promised a crazy event here at Reload in Rio, and, well, it has delivered so far. But we're not done for the day, so stick with us. We've got more matches coming up your way.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello guys.
Bonjour.
So Philippox, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
Plus one. I
Yeah,
agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know,
Yeah.
that can be like saying, guys, we can, like individually, you can't be doing that, you can be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying, and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah.
Because, like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying, like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding, like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. Like your team understands and like buys in, and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right, on the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
Some responsibility,
some
for sure.
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about like about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
hey, say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time, and so like as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
Yeah,
it,
it's negative.
it's just negative balance,
yeah.
you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have aura. Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Yeah, respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Are you ready for reload?
With CJEX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJEX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJEX.
Ué, tá perdido?
Tô mesmo.
Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, 1 mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs, one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke. Just
smoke every round.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's literally played like Clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And Clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a east or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you said, it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and that's why, for me, it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, I'll probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you play it, and it's just kind of you can attack it in so many different ways, and the pacing can always be changed, and it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer. It's kind of I'm not sick of it yet, but Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. It's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about Club, obviously, mine's always been Club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on Club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's you can make it just really easy. But I just feel Club-wise, strategically, it's just
Strategically, it's the same map.
Well,
it's
yeah,
never changed.
but it's who's better at the basics, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah, that's
the Club. It's who's better at the basics.
Well,
and it's you're going to punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels sometimes defending on that map feels
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. the transition to IGL mainly happened just because, you know, on Beast Coast, it was, you know, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, you know, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning like something new. You know, I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds like a third aspect to the game where you know, I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most like fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I felt like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, you know, putting too much pressure on myself. But nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. You know, give like 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, you know, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, like, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
Any day I walk through the fire. Go hard when the stakes are higher. Never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. Let's go. La 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 la, let it burn. Yeah, burn, baby, burn.
Walk through the fire.
I see the tears from wanting to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it no pain. Crash in the burn. That's a right release from my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, and I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Time for the final game of the night on the B stream, while we also have a big and high stakes match going up on the A stream. Potential for elimination over there, but over here, Pangu, we're actually treated with two teams that weren't picked at all in the draft last night. That's right, these are the two teams that were left over.
Best ones.
In theory, the best ones. In theory. Remains to be seen. We've seen a few surprises so far. I mean, for example, Team Falcons on just one bullet left near the bottom of the standings. So this event has been, well,
no one can stop
crazy.
Fabian so far. You know?
No, true.
Yeah.
But here in DZ and W7M, these are...
beat them. Maximum what time?
True.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, yeah, look, M80 have had their fair share of woes, as have many teams in this tournament. We have unfortunately have to say goodbye to PSG Talent already, but all the other teams that were on the verge of elimination have scathed their way out of it for now. Now, this is not an elimination match, but DZW7M is still a high-stakes match. One of these teams could end up very close to the top of the standings. Either of these teams, whoever wins it, they've both reloaded quite a sizable number of bullets for this. They've kept it kind of in the moderate area.
Yeah.
They haven't gone like crazy as, and I think that goes to show a lot of respect between these rosters. DZ have had a phenomenal showing so far. They've taken down both Fnatic and SSG. They have 10 bullets in their arsenal, and they've come into this game loading up 4 of them against W7M.
Yeah, pretty impressive as well. If they win, they'll be on 14, of course, and also they are in a good spot where like they can go big tomorrow. They can still stay in it nice and slow if they win. A lot of options there for this roster, and I really like the new iterations here with Spirits and Citizen. More European power. What's that to like, right? 2 Brits on playing bench, and of course the coach can go Kenny behind them as well. Spirits, best shield player in the world, hands down. It's going to give this new style to Darkseer that we've never seen from this org before. More fast-paced, more again shield-oriented, while still having the OG members like NJR and Pampasu.
Yeah, and I'd say arguably this is the best 5 players, the most talented roster that we've actually seen from Dark Zero so
Like across
far.
the board, yeah.
Absolutely, since its inception. But whether they will gel together well enough to be a championship contending team remains to be seen. On the flip side, of course, W7M, the Montreal major champions from last November, they gained Palu. They've had a huge upgrade in theory on their roster. They lost Dash. He's gone over to Wildcard. He's been doing all right over there.
Yes.
And Palu, of course, on Team Liquid for the longest time. Liquid seem to be prospering a little bit better without him, but you could almost say the same for W7M. They're looking even stronger now that they have him on the roster.
Yeah, it's funny how you can just make a roster change and somehow get better when you're already so damn good. But then again, it's Palu, right? So we kind of expect good things from them. The thing about WCNM is that I feel like they're just a roster where they have like a very fresh take on Rainbow Six Siege, and they're playing the game in a very loose style, but playing close together. They're not going to be stuck on playing these very specific operators. You're going to be playing, oh, let's do the glass smoke shot and do the ping ping pow. No, it's like, let's just kind of feel it out, find a gap. Hey, come with me, we're going to take a gunfight over here. And they play simple Siege, I would say, but in the best of ways.
Versatile team, that's absolutely right. W7M have had a rip-roaring start here, a close 8-7 win over M80 to kick off their reload, and then they had a huge win, taking down the world champions 7-5 against FaZe Clan. Of course, FaZe has now lost today against Team Liquid as well. W7M, the first to bloody them. But of course, let's dig into the map veto. We only have one map today. It's a best of 1 series. And we're going to Clubhouse. So keeping in mind the stakes behind this, Dark Zero have reloaded 4 of their 10 bullets. W7M reloaded 3 of their 9 bullets, which to me is an interesting choice because I feel like W7M might actually be the favored team in this matchup.
You think so?
I have a feeling. I have a sneaky feeling.
Maybe it's too early to tell because, again, these are 2 new, quote-unquote, new rosters, mostly on Dark Zero's side. But I also think there's just a lot of respect being paid right now. Remember, they were the last 2 teams in the draft last night. Nobody picked them. That's why they're up against each other. So they have to assume that, hey, we are, at least as of last night, the best of the best.
Both teams failed to meet expectations at the Six Invitational in Boston, failing to make it to the top 8. Let's have a look at what the operator bans are here on Clubhouse, where hard breaching and shields are both so powerful. We see both teams delve into bans that will affect that meta play.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary right now. Question is, will it be another shield plus Kaid? Or what are you going to get up in here? they're taking their time right now,
Yeah, they
actually,
really
really
are.
considering their options. Of course, right now doing this, the coaches can also talk with their players, so it's also not a tactical situation. Yeah,
Double
so both,
shield
yeah.
ban.
So double wall deny, double shield. Again, pretty standard clubhouse.
Yeah, but what's curious to me, like keep in mind, like who's banning what. In this case, Dark Zero starting on the defense. They're the ones who have banned double shield. Now, if I'm W7M, when we switch over into the second half, I'm going to be banning a hell of a lot of shields against Spirits.
Oh, are you really?
He is, like you said, the best player in the game on shields.
Thinking
at the
about all
moment.
three? Because he's going to play Ying Shotgun if you do that. You know that.
Look, I'd probably rather verse Ying Shotgun on Clubhouse than I would play against Spirits playing Blitz or Blackbeard. But, of course, Dark Zero, they're the ones who've gotten rid of the shields. W7M have already teased out the Ying. But let's talk about the metagame on the defense. So, in the absence of those electrification operators, the Kaid and the Bandit, are DZ going to invest much into Hard Breach Denial?
No, I mean, the thing about these Mujam is that it can help stop against the Ace and the Hibana and can openers, but it's not going to stop anything against the Thermite Charge on these repellable walls. So I think the Mujammers, again, can be for the Grim Bees, for drones, other gadgets, a Blitz as well in close quarter combat. The big thing for me right now is Dark Zero, despite not having Bandit or Kaid, are going to a bomb site that typically revolves around wall deny of playing the CCTV bomb site. But instead they're bringing the Castle, the Mirror, for a setup downstairs perhaps, and then getting the Jaeger to counter a possible Capital to clear out the catwalk rafters, and then saying we're going to play a bomb site in a different way and try and make that work. Big thing for me actually is a bit of that Ella. I mean, this I think serves as a trap already. It could be an Fenrir, Melusi, and Ella, etc. Citizen is one of those players who will play operators to his liking. He might say, hey Ben, you gotta play this corner. He'd be like, yeah, but I'll play this operator to do it. A lot of freedom usually for Citizen.
Yeah, and of course those Ella Grismont mines are really powerful against the Blitz. If Volps manages to get caught in one of those, his shield will be knocked back, he'll be a vulnerable target. Perhaps part of the idea here, or perhaps it's something else, I don't know, just theory crafting here. But this setup is a little bit unusual from DZ. I quite like to see it. We've got the castle, we've got the mirror, not often mainstay operators of this bomb site. An extension downstairs, Pambazoo playing here in Lounge. He's got mirror windows facing into... Wow, that was a shot and a half from Citizen. If I can interrupt myself for a moment. Dots goes down. An aggressive push though.
It's a barricade.
Volps, you got to win this fight. Nath bests him. Embarrassing for W7M. Already 2 players down. A sliver of HP. Can Nath find another one? Shotgun in hand. Again! Loban finally trades him on back, but he has been worth his weight in gold. Dark Zero now 2 players in their advantage, can sit pretty on the bomb site and wait for W7M to try and form up some semblance of an attack.
I don't know if Nave didn't realize he killed him or just like shooting his body after the fact, but he came out with robbery in that round, getting both of those 2 kills despite being 1 HP, blinded by Blitz, running headfirst into a goddamn barricade. Come on. Mirror window. Yes, there's a twist in the pocket, but they should just be covering that. No chance they're going to clear it out.
Well, the only way to get it is if you can sneak into that drone hole. You're going to have to be really quick here.
Let's see.
Oh, he knows his Rolex. Oh, he was being watched. He was so damn close there. This is an impossible task now for W7. And maybe opening that mirror window, but without it, I don't think there's a way that you can win this round.
When in doubt, frag it out. That's the motto right now, okay? Up the staircase, into that door, try and take the 50-50s and see how far you can get. Flashbang goes through, that's gotta be the telltale sign. Go, go, go.
Oh, was 2 players watching from the top of red stairs, and eventually DZ will mop up the final W7M players. Kangaroo hopping about, as he likes to do.
He's so energetic. It's funny because, like, when you watch him in, like, the draft show and you meet him in the hallway, like he's a nice guy, sure. But he's, like, usually, like, kind of shy, I find.
He's very quiet.
When he's coaching the team, however, he's louder than any of his players. I swear to God.
Yeah. There is something, though, like, about people who really find their element. When you're in your zone, people can get out of their shells. I mean, surely you would say the same about yourself. You know, you're often a very quiet man, but then when you get in the server, you get animated.
Oh, okay, when I get in the server.
Don't you think?
I thought you were going to say when I get on Twitter.
Now that's not wrong. Anyone in this game that you want to call out? Anyone,
No, I love everybody in this
shade?
lobby equally. Actually, not equally. I have a soft spot for Ben 10 because we team together, right?
Of course, Mr. Citizen.
Yeah, Citizen. Sorry.
Yeah, no, most people probably wouldn't know who you meant
Yeah,
when you
so
said Ben 10.
Citizen, his name is Ben.
I
and
know,
his nickname is
know
Ben
that.
10. Oh, because you're close. Okay.
We're tight like that. It's
There
not
was
a big deal to me.
a Reddit comment I saw on the 35 IQ Shaiko drama.
Oh, yeah.
He said, when this is the Pingu controversy drama, and it's like that meme of like that soldier in World War I or whatever, like flickering, and it's like, there was way worse drama in my younger career.
It's the least
This is like
dramatic
so
drama, the
tame.
tamest stuff that you've ever seen. Absolutely.
We've all been young. I'm sorry.
I don't think we can claim being young anymore.
No, we cannot.
Not in the esports context.
Bit of a boomer situation. Slow start for W7M. We saw that new fire extinguisher being shot for those smoke coverage on the main staircase, allowing the defenders to fall back towards that main stairs position. This time we're seeing again a lot of utility, a little bit abnormal operator picks for this particular bomb site and map. Now basement on Clubhouse. This main stairs position that's in right now, we see players kind of bunkering up and playing their life in that position with a smoke or a warden or a Jaeger, for example. Things just hanging out for now, trying to kill a drone, fall back, bait for time. And W7M, 60 seconds, with more than half the drones alive. They've made very quick progress of this map so far.
I really don't like that Palu has not destroyed this gas pipe.
Or are you thinking it can be not good?
I think he just needs to burn it now instead of having to worry about it later. Just burn it now and you don't have to...
Be done with it.
Yeah. Because there is a gas pipe in blue just underneath the blue hatch. If you're starting to make your way in from the drop down from garage. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice, but Ben 10, he's snuck all the way over to Strip Club. Doing a little dance around the pole there. I don't think W7M know he's there. He's been completely unaccounted for.
Spirit's playing the bait game on main stairs. Oh, they hear the phone call now.
Oh, he's cooked.
Oh, you gotta run. Get out of there.
Oh, wow. The ingredient actually saved him. He detonated. Oh, my God. Dotas finds him. I thought for a second Citizen had played a 300 IQ play. Shot the fire extinguisher to smoke up, prevent that blitz from going on through. Doubled back through the smoke, only to be caught by the Nomad.
Could have been genius. We're minutes ago now. I would say W7M getting that opening pick with 2 babes being burnt in dirt tunnel earlier as well means they're pretty primed for a very successful plan attempt here. I'm trying to look for yokai drones. I don't see anyone being... There's one in the hallway, that much we know. So at least one. There's 2 alive.
Upstairs.
Yep. That means that Plant and I is ready with 40 seconds to go. Volp's rotating from main stairs to blue to main stairs.
Problem is, there's a gas pipe here in the blue stairs and another one in the longer hallway of blue he's going to have to worry about. Doesn't seem to be detonated as of yet. There comes the last of the gas babes. 20 seconds to play. He needs to hold on for another 10 to try and wait for that gas to subside. Spirit's just holding on to his position. In goes that Finker, adrenaline surge, and here comes the push from W7M. Nath is the first to fall. Aggression from Pamba. He needs to make some kind of a move, and the impact gets the job done. But he's got 3 more to find, and Dotas has got the cover. Big round from the Nomad. W7M find their reply.
It's an awkward round to play Equarmer because where are you going to play that's actually safe in that server? It's so difficult to find that spot. Maybe Dirt Tunnel, but Smoke was playing there just seconds before. Either way, those yokai drones, they were left alive when the round finished, but were not, you know, able to be utilized because Nave died first in that round execute. So W7M to take all the time they need and just have a clean, simple execute. Down the blue stairs, Smoke's being tossed out, Blitz leads the way, and it's easy as that.
And I was wrong about the gas pipes. There were 2 still alive in blue that DZ
never shot.
DZ never shot them because they kept peeling on back to the point where they weren't actually in safe positions to detonate those. Could have bought a few extra seconds, and with W7M pushing at what 22 seconds remaining or something like ridiculous like that, I do think that those precious seconds could have afforded DZ some kind of an advantage.
Yeah, it's funny because if you shoot the gas pipe just like a little bit, there's going to be like a fire spark.
It prevents you from running through.
Well, technically you
can
could
tank it.
Lag it, but you got to tank some damage. But also, you're not going to know yet with such a new build of CGX when exactly it's going to pop. Because it's going to start going like a flamethrower, and eventually it explodes.
Yeah, and you don't want to be near it when it explodes.
You don't want to be near it. So I feel like if you shot it, like you said, about the 20 or so second mark, you're going to buy yourself at least 5 seconds, if not more.
Yeah.
And that can make or break the round when it's such a close one. Now they're gonna go gym though, just to kind of work the. This is very soft.
Oh.
Oh.
It's not a little bit
Did we
soft. That's
forget,
very
or did we
soft.
leave it soft?
Yeah, I do think they intended to reinforce that. They have one more reinforcement in the pocket. They just did not have time to get that done before the round started, and W7M peppered some bullets its way.
Ah, they've done. Okay, I was gonna try and see like where did the walls actually go, because they've only have one spare, and I see a lot of soft walls. They've gone exterior CCTV to tank the first layer of hard breach, and internal CCTV as well, at least partially. That's why they only have one spare, despite having so many soft walls. Top around comes out. It's just gonna stall. I mean, this is kind of like almost pointless. The wall will pop instantly next time unless you stack them. But again, it's the beginning of the round. You're not really buying time right now, and it's open.
Yeah.
It looks cool though.
It does.
There's a new graphics for it in CJX.
Love it.
Imagine playing Yacht with Tuberon. I haven't like checked that out actually.
No?
No.
Wait, Palu got a kill from Con? Oh, that's dirty. So because the bomb
Yeah.
site obviously has an extension from DZ, they're looking to try and play around Cash. They're going to retreat through connector at some point. Palu waited over a minute, perched up on that, I think it's a garden shed or something, from a long way away, watching for that position, waiting for someone to try and retreat through Con. He got spirits as a result, no more keeper barriers. Meanwhile, Palu is trying to dance around. He's taken down 2 of those Fenrir Dread Mines. You could also pop the gas thing. You don't want that to be breaking late in the round. I'm just so obsessed with these gas pipes. There's a lot of them on Clubhouse.
The players don't agree with you. Like, nah, it's boring. We're not going to shoot them.
I mean, if that has an impact, I'm going to... Wow, okay, what a shot. Surely...
Oh my god, the value is so good here.
That is huge from that Twitch drone. 2 Dread Mines, a bulletproof camera, and now the mirror window.
And the drone lives. It's still in the office now. Master bedroom as well. It's just, he's seeing everything. The 9, the Fenrir Mines, the BP, the mirror window. I mean, so much value to be had.
He still has both of his drones alive. And what's more, it's so much info.
And he got opening kill. This round is all Palu's. C4 primed and ready for a drop here. Blitz with the shield on the back to make less sound. I think NGR has a good idea of what's happening here. Ben picks up dots elsewhere on the map from bathroom itself.
Down goes the Blitz. The C4 comes out. He's going to try and take the fight. The C4 shot by his teammate. Meanwhile, the Tuberon tries to slow him down. He gets shot out. Now the Blitz goes aggressive. NJR claims one before Dodez goes for a trade. Now desperate to try and kill Citizen, who has found a kill already, but trapped inside of bathroom. Brings out the Deagle. Great shot from Ben. Looking for another one. A triple kill from Citizen. Palu gets in. And after one kill is traded on back. Nafe holds down the fort. DZ hold on to Jim.
Individual heroics right there. NGR getting the trade on Blitz was massive, because if that Blitz stays alive, he can easily push Ben Citizen out of bathroom 1 versus 1, that close quarter area. And then we saw Citizen again with the double deagle kill, holding that bathroom location. The Blitz ban comes through, triple shield, not against Dark Zero and Spirits, but towards W7M.
I don't mind it. After W7M is so keen on playing that Blitz, every single round Volps was insta-locking that operator. Another one I quite like from W7M is that mirror. We saw DZ play it on both the Cash CCTV and then on Gym Bedroom. They were really... They've got such good setups. I mean, it's what you expect out of a team like DZ that always likes to have... They are on the strategic end of the spectrum.
I would say so.
Where some teams are more like rigid strategic and some teams are more adaptable and frag heavy or loose. I would put DZ on that first end of the spectrum. Especially with a coach like Kangaroo.
And a play like Nafe.
Yeah.
That's also why I feel like the Troy Canadian into Nafe quote-unquote replacement, so to speak, when Nafe joined, it's one of those like, I feel like this is going to be fine because they're not IGLing super different. They're both what I would qualify as like old school IGL style people. And I know that Nafe didn't replace Canadian. He was there with him originally. Then Troy left. And now it's Citizen, who's also like a, I would say, a very vocal player. At least back when I played with him. He's probably assisting Nafe in the calling department as well. So they got a good brain for it. This time though, no mirror downstairs. So they're going to have to like, fight this out without it. Again, Jaeger for the catwalk rafters in case of a Capital or Nomad airtip spam, something like that. The thing is, when you're playing the same kind of strat, but without the mirror to extend below and above, it does make it that much harder. And the garage bottom walls are even soft. So I feel like if you just kind of breach the soft walls, breach the hard walls, Darkseer won't have many places to play from at all. They'll be very stuck in their corners and their positions. That being said though, those corners are pretty safe. There is no capital, there are no frag grenades, there is no shield operator. They didn't even bring the Ying.
Yeah. Makes you wonder what the intention is from W7M. They have none of those like special source operators.
They haven't shown us either. I mean, sure, there's 2 guys in the roof of breach, 2 guys in garage, but they haven't like committed to one take just yet. They're just kind of droning garage catwalk, like what's happening here. When they see the Jaeger and those ADSs, they might realize, okay, maybe we actually go back to master bedroom side, or they'll say let's full commit. Right now it's a smoke grenade and a Selma charge to breach that catwalk wall. Now Spirit's gonna be stuck proning on this rafter position for the rest of the round. If he stands up, he should be dead.
How many ADSs does he have protecting him? I believe it's all 3. I can't quite see from this angle.
I want to say all of them.
There's no capital, obviously. That's the main operator you want in a scenario like that. Okay, yeah,
3.
we can see there are 3 from our other POV that we have going on. Up comes some flashbangs. Of course, you only get 2 these days, so that'll only burn 2 of the ADSs. Spirits will drop down. Meanwhile, Pamba elsewhere has over-aggressed and lost his life. Spirits revealing his position. He is so vulnerable right now. He needs to try and get away with his life. Dotus doesn't want to over-peak, though. He doesn't know where he's gone, and straight down into Oil Pit. Meanwhile, he's going to have to get back to site quickly, because on the objective, all of Dark Zero are falling. It's just Citizen on the site now. And he will find 1 kill. Fall back, try and buy time for Spirits to return to the bomb site. As he makes his way down to the bottom of Red Stairs, DZ should be able to regroup.
Yeah, he's bought enough time because obviously again back to droning, checking the positions, plank going down, downstairs Spirits. If you deny this, that's huge.
Oh, it's so close. Doesn't have the angle, doesn't have the information. Millimeters away from denying that plant. DZ now forced into the post, and well, with Volps outside.
They traded?
He did somehow trade. That's an insane shot from Citizen, but it doesn't seemingly matter. It's a 1v1.
You can force him to jump in the window here and play the sound cue.
No flashbangs. No way.
Has to jump
into
in.
Con. He has to jump in. And so he goes. Spirit gets off of it. There's no way. How did they make that happen in the post plant? Spirits to clutch the 1v1, but man, you got to credit Citizen for that insane shot onto Volps outside. What a round for DZ.
The trade shot from Citizen sets up that round to be what it was, a clutch from Spirits. And to make matters worse, there was still a piece of barbed wire on the window. So when he jumped on in, not only is there a massive sound cue, he's taking damage, he's slowed, but also there is no doubt in the mind of Spirits that he's going to be exactly in that position. The plan spot was great if you're going to the breach of postman. This is what I'm going to say. In the 1v1, he was looking to connect the window, was like, okay, that's closed. I have to jump in the window. If there is no hesitation, he can go on the roof, go platform, or go upside down rappel on the platform and see the diffuser again. The main breach was open.
True. The only problem with that is, as we've talked about, one of the changes in CJax is that if you drop down from, I think, more than waist height.
Yeah, more than a vault prompt.
More than a vault prompt. If you drop down, you're going to un-ADS. You can't. So, for example, he can't just like be on the roof and then ADS and try and take that fight as he's dropping, which in a way would lend Spirits the advantage if he didn't repel. And of course, repelling makes a lot of sound, and Spirits would have had that sound cue as well. So tough call.
I'm gonna have to go back at the round there for W7M. I think the big area where they messed up, and it's such a hard thing to criticize because they should have won that round, but they didn't, right? But they didn't open the soft walls of bottom garage, and Spirits just vaulted over, stuck around the bottom for a bit, shot a few bullets, then dropped down to basement. If those soft walls had been opened up, he either wouldn't make the vault prompt happening, because he knows he's gonna probably die, or if he did make that vault prompt, they would just be able to shoot him, because they were trying to warping him through like a red ping where he was moving and it just wasn't really hitting the mark, and they had 2 separate operators that had soft destruction that round. So, very, very small thing, buys Spirits enough space to get back to the bomb site, and we know what happened. It was a clutch. But to think that he was stuck on Cattle Grafters, then winning the round is kind of crazy.
Yeah. He should have certainly died there. It goes to show there's a lot of reason to do your due diligence. You know, there's a reason why we open up those walls, even when they're left soft, even if you're not going to enter from there, just opens up a lot of... I mean, it creates this phantom pressure, right? Which then changes the way that Spirits plays. He probably would have over-aggressed, he probably would have found that kill or cut him off. This roam is really cheeky, though, from Citizen. He's been a real difficult force to contend with in this round. He is being cut now from Strip Club. I believe that's Loban. Oh, at the top, Dotas! Oh, he's so lucky to have landed that shot. Citizen almost had him. Meanwhile, unfortunately for DZ, they've lost a couple of players. They're looking to get quite aggressive. What a shot from NJR. If he was able to get an angle onto that gas pipe, which I don't think he can, then that could have been a confirmation of that kill.
It's a bit of a shame, right? Because you land that shot, you make that play, all you get for it is, well, Dodes will get injured, likely revived, so he's lost only 20 or 30 health from his original health pool. Doesn't feel like much of a reward. Wait, the timing here. The shot on the floor, Grimby's coming out. Do they know the position? Not just yet. There's the rest, the revive.
Oh,
they're doubling down here.
Yeah, NJR wants to continue peeking, but Dot punishes him. There's still another player at the bottom of the stairs. They have to force Spirits down. He finds a kill. It's really on Dots here to just watch in case he comes back. And, well, okay, Pamba's over-aggressed elsewhere as well. DZ knew that they were down in the dumps. They had to re-aggress, and Volps and the rest of the crew shut them down. Palu forgetting that he has to work on that team synergy with Norris.
Norris is a very demanding coach, right? He's like, I'm not going to come to you. You gotta meet me here, buddy, halfway. Also, I think Norris, the man behind the players of W7M, he was like the star of last night's drawing show. He was hilarious.
Yeah,
I know
you
saw
like,
it, but
there
it was
waiting for everyone to like pick him. He's
yeah,
like,
he's laughing and giggling, like he was on his phone because he was getting bored. He was being caught up by Milos. It was so fun to watch.
I think they went and got him to interview for the FaZe Liquid game, and he's like sitting there for the in the draw show, like when FaZe picks Liquid or vice versa. I can't remember who picked who.
Yeah, and he's like, "Why are you laughing?" He's like, "It's a classic Brazil match."
Yeah, and he's sitting there like, "Why is nobody picking me? I guess we're that good."
Yeah. And then, what was it? Yeah, so when it came down to Dark Side, obviously, Milos brought them both up, and he spoke about, you know, whatever. I actually don't remember what I was speaking about, but I remember the fact that he was like, thanking Kinney for giving them respect, calling them a good team, and saying that they think it's going to be a hard matchup for them.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, both of these teams struggled at Six Invitational. W7M have only made that one roster change, Palu for Dash. DZ have made quite a bigger shift, right? You bring in players like Citizen and Spirits and you expect the team to change a lot. It is undoubtedly an upgrade on that previous roster.
Yeah, but it's a quick turnaround for them, right?
It is.
It's kind of like, didn't have a ton of time going to this. I don't even know if they were a scrim with Citizen while he was still in Europe on high ping maybe, because like getting a visa and go to North America, that takes time, right?
I mean, this is something that I don't know because I'm not tight with Ben like you are. Was Citizen?
Might still have.
I assume he's been living in the US while he was playing for all his former North American teams like M80 and Sonics.
But then he was off the team for a bit and came back to Europe, is my understanding.
Oh, okay.
But I will say this, I don't know for sure. But odds are he has a long-term visa, and as long as you have a quote-unquote new sponsor, aka new org, it can carry over. So it's probably easier for him because he already had a visa status. But regardless of that, long or quick turnaround, regardless whether it's online or in person, and they've made a lot happen in that short time so far. Clubhouse with the current operator pool system, bandit system rather, I'm not entirely sure how I favor it anymore. I feel like it's always been an attacker-sided map if you're good at attacking. But with all these, like, oh, we shotgun shield, triple shield ban, you can really tailor Clubhouse into being what you are weak at. Ban that away, and now you're up against your stronger side, if you will.
It does mean that teams have to have a lot of versatility.
Yes.
Especially on the attacking side, right? Like, W7M have no shields available.
Also, like, we saw Dark Zero pivot, right? The double habits ban, okay, whatever, or deny, wall deny ban, whatever. They play the mirror 2 rounds, it gets banned out, then they do the same bomb sites without the mirror. So even flexibility and defense.
Is it going to work? Here come the Incandelas. Palu was so hyper-aware of Spirits going for that aggressive push. Volbs caught out in the Tubarao. NJR able to take him down. Doesn't matter how many Candelas you throw down there. But Dodes has snuck up the main stairs and finished off Pamba. Aggressive play from Citizen. Out of the bathroom, into the fire. Swinging the breach for 2. DZ in the advantage, up by a player. Dodes and Loban needing to regroup, but Dodes is essentially trapped. He's gained so much ground here at main stairs.
Back outside, pick up that diffuser, track on player, get the information. He's gotta work it together here. Dodes and Loban against the world. Could try and go for a plant bait. The wall is reinforced. There's no bathroom players on defense there, so they have good map control. They gotta bait DC now into a bad gunfight.
Dodes waiting on Logistics Office. He finds his kill. Still, both of these players from DZ have forfeited the bomb site to W7M. A few shots from NJR. They have to move in together. Loban goes down after his kill. It's up to Citizen. He steps up to the task. A huge 4K from the Brit. He has found a new home on DZ.
So is Citizen the king of the bathroom? It's not a great place to be the king of, but I will say this. He owns that position. Did he unplug his headset there?
I think, yeah, in his celebrations, he ripped his headset
he was like, boss, headset. Oh. Sometimes players will stand up after a big moment, and the in-ear wire is usually pretty short, and it rips out of your ear. The headset goes flying. It's not pretty. It's not easy.
Have you experienced that?
We've all experienced that.
I mean, like, you know, not to flex or anything, but I have experienced that. You see,
this
last
show
time
match.
I was in Brazil,
You were
a year ago, you know, nobody could beat the Brazilians on the main stage in Sao Paulo except for one unlikely hero. A show match to be remembered.
By just you.
But I think everyone else has forgot it, but I actually have a picture of it up on my wall.
Was it? There was a guy who flew out the admin window in Consulate. Was it Goss? Or was it you? Or was it someone else? Do you remember this?
I don't remember. Not in this show match? The show match we played on
Maybe I'm thinking
Favela.
of
Maybe it was a
something.
different show match.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different. Okay, different show match.
Sorry, guys.
I'm not sure what I'm thinking about.
Well, we played Favela because we're in Brazil, so we're playing the Brazilian map.
That map is not fun to play competitive. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, I team killed Macy J and then got a 1v3 clutch against Zig.
Oh.
My hero.
Okay, you know
former
ball.
Team Liquid player.
Yeah.
I had to team kill Macy though. It's okay. He was dead weight. No, he wasn't. I was just rubbish.
You're just bad.
No, we had Kino calling the shots on that round, so that was fine.
That explains why it was so chaotic.
Back to reality here, and I gotta say, 4-2 split for DZ, pretty happy chappy. Considering a lot of those rounds looked really solid for W7M, but there's no doubt who's been the hero for DZ in this game, and it's your mate, Citizen. A 3K earlier in the half, and then a 4K and a 1v2 clutch to close it. He's feeling very happy with himself.
Again, we got Bandit, Kaid, Thermite, and the Monty. The reason why teams want to ban the Thermite is because those mute jammers now get full value, as spoke of earlier. The mute jammers will not reach the Thermite charges on the exterior walls and the repel, but it will deny all the other Harper utility pretty much. So this is going to slow down the roam clear of force, secondary piece, or a Thatcher. This is going to be a dirt push here with a, you know, a very quick glass and Finka. There is a Goyo canister on the other side of the door. If you break it down, you'll be stalled out for 20 seconds. You can sprint through it technically, although that is being a bit of a risky play. The drone in the side, the outside the blue window as well. DC, if they want to, can go quickly. Goyo fire popped on the dirt door. So for now, just waiting.
Well, you see a lineup like this with the Finka, the Blackbeard, and the Glaz. You have an inkling of what's to come, which is some kind of set piece, some kind of execute. Why are there so many people outside this secret window?
Goyo fire is so genius here.
Yeah, Volps is just waiting for the moment. Detonates it, blocks up the window, and looks for his retreat. He said, look, I've wasted a minute. I'm happy to retreat. And here comes Nafe. He's peeking on the site. He's using his second and final smoke to try and look into the site. A few bullets come his direction. He's taking quite a bit of damage. He gets healed up by the Finker for a brief moment, but nobody's going to peek him. I feel like he needs to make a move. He can't sit here forever.
They're not going to commit to this. They're just going to peel off. Smoking is used. Grenades used. A Finker stim. And now what? They got blue. They got 2 players third. They're going back now, actually.
What a lot of investment just to give it up.
Nave's leaving now for the second time. They are looking to go elsewhere. He's right behind the barricade, and he has such a good read on it.
They haven't even roam cleared here, have DZ. They spent so much time faffing around outside of blue and outside of dirt.
If they can get into kitchen, they don't even need the hatch. A bit of soft destruction vertically to deny their chancy position, then go back to dirt and they can get their way in through the bomb site. Blackbeard Spirits on the blue staircase platform as well, looking for the way down. But the Romish is set, still alive, sees the toes. Nave goes down, trade from NGR back onto Volps elsewhere.
Yeah, but that does mean Loban is still alive. He can deny the hatch being breached. He's got so many angles. A player sees him for a brief moment. He's not going to overcommit, but guess what? DZ is starting to put that pressure on the site. NJR's found a big opening, and if he finds one more, then poor Loban all the way upstairs is going to be stranded, and he has. Dots is taken out. It's all up to Loban and Palu now as they make their way back to site, but this soft wall might be an advantage for Loban. Palu trying to duel this Blackbeard, but it's just him left. Spirits punishes him. And DZ are up 5-2 on Clubhouse.
I gotta say, the balls on Nave overcalled that strat to just hold it and say, okay, just wait. just wait. They never really changed their approach. They started in dirt blue, they ended the round from dirt and blue, and it came down to NGR dropping down that pit from Garrett's, getting 2 kills to then enable Spirits and Panda into the bomb side. Also, what's happening on A-Stream, by the way?
I just asked our producer that. That's why I was talking to our
screaming
producer.
going on.
It sounds to me like Korean screams. It sounds
does sound like Korean
Fear-X,
stream.
because it's you can. If it's SSG screaming, you'll know.
Yeah.
You'll be able to tell.
Yeah, they got their own version.
Of course, so what's happening on the A stream right now is SSG have gone all in against Fear-X.
Yes, they have.
So if SSG lose, they will have to play 1v1. Fear-X have not gone all in against SSG, which means if Fear-X loses, it won't go to a 1v1.
Yeah.
So obviously, no bias. I want SSG to lose because I want to see more 1v1.
I mean, I'm just going to say it right now. Slight spoilers, in case you guys haven't seen the game. G2 also went all in, and they had to play 1v1.
And then they won it.
And thankfully, unthankfully, whatever side you're on here, they won the 1v1, so they're still in the tournament, but they have 2 bullets left.
Yeah.
And they have no extra like the extended magazine either, so they have no way really back in, besides going crazy the next couple days.
That's right. In fact, 2 of the 3 teams that have used the dual card to stave off elimination in the 1v1, 2 of the 3 teams have actually survived in their 1v1.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I just got a call from our producer.
Oh, no.
Spoiler alert for the A stream. It's 5-2 in favor of Fear-X over Space Station right now.
Oh, boy.
SSG,
oh, boy.
I mean, they're known for being extremely confident. I saw them in the gym this morning as a whole team. They were getting their pump on, looking to try and pump the Koreans this afternoon, and now they have really gotten more than they bargained for. Of course, here on the B stream, we've got DZ and W7M, the 2 teams that were so good nobody wanted to pick them. And at the moment, DZ is looking to be quite a head above the Montreal Major Champions.
It's a slow one here as always. I feel like I said that a lot today, but it's still true. Nobody wants to make that first mistake. And again, we know the C4s are being ripped above those reinforcements. Jammers and the drone holes again. W7M playing good piece of utility. Now the fallback enabled by the keeper barrier. Nobody from DC outside of those exterior windows or single con wall either. So this is kind of like a handshake agreement, right? DC, they get map control, and this is one of the hardest things to problem solve on this attack, clearing CCTV. They get that for free now. Yes, they spend some resources, some heartbreaking, some time, but there's 5 operators alive on the attack. That's what you want for the execute. The second big obstacle now is taking connector and office. Those are the key parts to Master Bedroom Gym, is the centerpieces of the entire map right now that's relevant. How they get in there, I'm not sure. Well, they have a Blackbeard and they have a Grim.
Another question is how do they deal with the mirror windows? Because there's actually one looking into con from Office, and with a lot of the hard breach, almost all of it being used so far.
The boost spot, if that still exists, you can see it, actually.
Really?
There's a boost spot like right on the other side of the hatch in Office.
Do you know if it's possible in CJX to do that
That's
boost?
the thing, I don't know.
I wonder if
haven't tested that one.
Because if one of the players tries to do the boost spot right now and falls off the roof, you can't afford to waste that chance, waste that time.
Right, this is a problem, and time is very much taken down. Window is still not shot on connector either. Grimby is going out. They're just gonna brute force Stream Window with Blackbeard jumping in somewhat safe here, and then see what happens next. Positions tell me they might be. Yeah, 3 people. They just got a full center right now. They have no time left.
The Palu's in an awkward spot, but Citizen falls so firmly. First blood is drawn, 20 seconds left in the round. DZ, though, do have a reply. Has that pipe been destroyed? It already has, so Palu can't use that to his advantage. In goes the Blackbeard, but Spirits immediately falls. DZ will not go down without a fight. They'll keep on pushing. It's up to Nafe now. He brings out the rifle. Oh. It goes down to a 1v1, and he's got to try and stick it. Volp should know exactly where he is. And the fade comes through. W7M back on the scoreboard.
So close, and it comes down to time and information game right there. DC forced into pretty much doing exactly what they had to do there. They didn't have many other avenues to go from, and of course, Volp's mute downstairs, held the hatch inside of Gym, got 1 kill, had a spare C4, and had the red ping. If there was a bit more time for DC or a second player alive, the cover could be established, but it came down to that 1 versus 1. And here's the thing. Problem solving, when you put up all these different elements, right? Reinforced walls needs hard breaching, the Exami needs soft breaching, the mirror window needs either hard breaching or a twitch or something like an Ash. DC didn't have a tool for every single problem, so there would be an issue somewhere. And in that particular round, it was simply the mirror windows.
You can see why W7M banned Mirror on their attacking side.
You're being spread thin. Like, you want to play so many different operators, and one of the only downsides of playing a shield operator is that you get just that, a shield. It doesn't deal with any of the utility, but it gives you map control. Also, was that Korean screams I heard once more?
Yep.
You're kidding.
I have confirmation.
They're 1 away.
FearX are up 6-2 over Space Station. I know.
Okay.
Imagine, so I would love to know who the 1v1 players are. Who do you reckon you would pick? Would you get Rin?
I was gonna say Rin. I think Rin clears.
Rin versus Ashen?
No, honestly, get back Nova. Just sub him in right now. Get him on the
Get
1v1.
Nova back in FearX. Alright, you can't say that. It's a bit of BM.
I'm sorry.
Who do you reckon they'd pick for SSG? Surely Ashen.
I was thinking Ashen.
Even just for the energy.
No. Newers.
Oh, okay.
No, I take Newers.
God.
Guy's a mechanical god.
I think he would get tilted if he lost. Probably be tilted for the rest of the. Oh, I mean, they'd be out of the tournament.
They'll be going on the flight home. You mean that?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, this is exciting.
All
so
right.
is this. We're 1 round away, potentially DC looking at match point.
And guess what? We're playing CCTV Rafters, but we don't bring the Jaeger despite the recent buff. We bring that Doc. This is a little bit old school.
Yeah, but with that being said, there is no Capital. It's a sense wall to cover things off. It's a glass, it's a blitz. I will say Dark Zero have really cooked this clubhouse with abnormal strats and different approaches, and it makes it so hard for WCM to know what happens next. Because it's not the expected operators that we're seeing really out of Dark Zero. They're flexing across the board. Waiting now, one smoke going off, projector, nade being tossed actually instead on the window. That's a great nade. Steam is too late.
Yeah, Stim is way too late, and in the face of a full grenade, there's no way that Volps is able to survive that. Another smoke to come through from Nafe to look and peer through Garage and hope to find that last player on Rafters, which is Dotas. But Nafe himself is low HP, so he's got to be careful. Even a spray through the smoke could mean the end of him. Oh, here comes the light wall. And here comes the blitz. Spirit has gone straight on in, but guess who snuck behind? A good kill for Darts, but the blitz should surely win this fight. Somehow, Nafe joins together with Spirits to find his kill, but both of them are low HP, and they are alone against 3 from W7M. Nafe is trying to make his way up the red stairs, but this is so dangerous. He's the one with Diffuser. He can't go and double down on that position. He needs to rappel back up to that platform, but they should know exactly where he is, and they do peel back in the nick of time.
So close. The castle top right by the drone hole, ready to swing, holding the angle right now. Again, smokes from Spirits now, enables Nafe in. Doesn't check the corner.
Oh, there's a player below. Palu can deny from below. Even if Dots doesn't push, Palu should surely have the denial.
He doesn't check the corner.
He needs to check this corner. Nafe, look to your right. Look behind you. Dots is there. Big 2K for Dots. W7M finally fighting back.
A troublesome Rafters clear and a small gap in the sense wall. Creates space for W7M to find the opening. Castle gets 4 kills in the round. And now we're at the point where we gotta see that final set of operator bans. We can talk about the Blitz, we can talk about Blackbeard, we can talk about a lot of things. Mirror on the defense, for example, as well. The choice is all theirs. What do they think the problems are? What do they want to get rid of?
The glass.
The glass. That's
what?
Respect or fear?
Yeah, I mean, both, I guess. Straight into a tactical timeout from W7M as well. Oh, Norris says, look at me, guys. Look at me. I've got a few things to say.
Now, this is dangerous, though. I respect this tactical timeout. I think it's a great call, but you are giving Dark Zero a lot of time to also change up their stuff, and they've been the team with the most abnormalities right now, and they're getting breathing room to think about it and talk about it as a team. I think the Asami ban from Dark Zero makes a lot of sense because they're struggling with soft destruction because they're playing all these, like, pocket shot operators, right? The sense, the glass, and sure, you have a DMR, but the whole point of glass in the early stage of the round is to not show that you have it, so that they don't know if the smoke grenade is lethal or not. And I think that's why the glass wasn't shooting the cube areas off the catwalk rafters. They don't want to give it away. So the Asami was a big problem, has been a couple of rounds now, and he's gonna block off a lot of line of sight. But I like this use of the tactical timeout. WCM, they're bouncing back 2 rounds in a row. Back to back.
They've found a little bit more footing on their defense. Of course, DZ had a 4-2 split. W7M has now won 2 of their 3. They got to have a little bit more convincing of a result on this basement, though. Now, to be fair, I quite liked their defense of this basement bomb site last time around. They had that roam. DZ looked a little bit uncertain of how they were going to deal with it. Ended up pushing the site, and a big collapse on the site from Citizen and NJR really made the difference. W7M roam didn't end up being as effective as they were hoping.
10 seconds left before insertion.
They commit to the roam again, I wonder.
A lot of flexing right now, from no shields to double shields, from the Ying to one of those two shields.
Lands on the blitz again.
Yeah, and Pampas are doubling down. Now W7M, funny enough, they bend the glass and then play the Warden. I'm not saying that's like a silly thing. It's more so that Warden is great against the glass as well, as is against the Blitz, the Ying, etc. This is very much them saying, we know they're gonna replace the glass or something else that's, you know, cheesy.
Yeah.
And the Warden counters both of those, again, the Blitz and the Ying. So, great read and expectations here from W7M.
Yeah, but it's one thing for Loban to pick the operator, it's another thing to be in the right place at the right time to counter the operator. I was just seeing the castle, which we didn't actually see down. Oh my god!
What do you do against this?
Staring at two shields, poor Volps.
Run.
Castle will not protect him against that. Loban, even though he is a blitz counter, he certainly doesn't want to be playing against that. But Palu from up above, he finds Spirits before he gets down. He's not going to be revived. Pamba will finish him off. Still, that's definitely worth it. If you're Palu, you're happy to trade your life for a shield any day of the week.
The downside is Volp's low on HP. The reason why that death is actually such a good position is that Dokkaebi phone will land in the middle of Moto, so you can't hack the cameras really, so you don't get any major advantages here for Dark Zero. Thankfully for them though, they did double down on the shield plate. They do have Pamasu on Blackbeard as well. Vert being done on main stairs, that's clear. Blue stairs also clear. This means Dark Zero have full map control with half the round to play out, and Hibana for the hatches. Grenades in pocket and a final Dokkaebi call. They have, I think, as much as they were hoping for to do that final bomb set execute. There is a mirror in the bottom main with some jammers on it. That's going to be a problem. Likely saying it's going to be a blue dirt kitchen style attack.
One thing going for DZ about that mirror at bot main is that because W7M reinforced all of those triple walls, they can't actually peek through that mirror window. It's just information. You can toss C4s over the top of it, and we've seen Dots tempted to do that. He actually comes to life with the gun. Oh, what a shot! How do you get a headshot through the vert? No. That is gnarly. I can only assume NJR must have been trying to contest that position. It's very dangerous.
They lose their call. They lose man advantage. Oh, is that a freebie? Almost. Not quite though. Only one C4 plant denied though, and I don't see any good canisters just yet. This might still be completely doable for DC if they can get down without losing their life in the process.
Yeah, but it's so hard to drop down these hatches and take fights, right? Especially with the changes to how you can't ADS while falling. Pam is just hoping to try and get that kill. A C4 goes out, but it's a little bit premature. Meanwhile, Nath elsewhere has found his pick, and it might open the door for DZ. They've got their player at bottom main, and down goes the Blackbeard. Bamba trying to force that diffuser down on the ground. No more C4 available. Nath from bot main, but Dodas, he's snuck beneath enemy lines. A 1v2 now. Nath clutches it for DZ. Down to the 1v1, down to the wire, but DZ continue to clutch up.
Kangaroo Kitty lost his headset in the process. His headsetless. Gotta solve that, mate. I gotta say again, the Brits are really showing up on the server. Again, DC, they can look at the rounds very strategic and say, Blackbeard can go downstairs, drop the hatch. We know they don't have a C4. We just have to cover the right angles, but there is a small gap because they pushed main staircase flank, long hallway, and then they had dirt and blue. And the guy on the kitchen hatch cannot cover both angles at the same time, and it's why he snuck and denied the planter. But this time, they had 7 seconds spare. Enough time to pivot, get the 2v1, and that's where it gets awkward. We saw the attacker drop the kitchen hatch in the 2v1.
There's no way he wins that.
He's hip-fired.
Yeah.
With Siege X build, you will always be hip-firing as you're falling down from a vertical angle. That means that the only guy actually able to fight back was Nath in the hallway. Yeah. So the hatch guy was just baiting. But they did it well.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible that Dota's even got it back to that kind of a winnable position. There were a lot of twists and turns in that game, that round. W7M looked poised to take it. Oh my god. So can we want to talk about what's happening on A-Stream? You just got an intel update?
Yeah, I assume that means that...
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I haven't heard anyone celebrating for a while. I did ask production a while back if the game's over.
Let me check real quick. Oh, that might be today, actually. Anyway, whatever.
Oh, I mean, it'll be done by now, because it was surely.
I'm gonna check. Give me 1 second.
Well, here we are on match point for our game. DZ have 2 match points over W7M. On the attacking side, they've looked solid.
Yeah, they have. I mean, you gotta look back at this game as W7M and say, guys, a lot of these rounds could have gone the other way. The clutches, those like very close call moments. They can be proud of this result regardless of what happens next, but also I know they want more, they're capable of more. Take us all the way. Yeah. 1v1.
Oh, we're down to the 1v1 on the A stream? Wow. So it's Ashen versus, I'm assuming it's going to be...
you think Rin as well?
Rin, surely?
I'm waiting to see it.
Yeah, I'd probably put Rin in there. Come on, show us the camera. You guys at home are probably watching both streams. You'll already know. We don't know this.
Yeah.
We're busy.
We're clueless.
But we are, as you can tell, also extremely excited because of how... Oh, can you see who's...
I think Rin is missing, yeah.
Okay, well, meanwhile, Palu's found an opening kill because Panda's getting very aggressive. DZ are just throwing bodies. There we go. Dotus finally finds a kill that he was looking for in the previous round. Spirits has brought out the Ying shotgun, which you mentioned earlier, Pengu. However, in a 2v5, it's definitely not what you're looking for, especially when you can't get into the building before a C4 comes your way. Citizen can find an exit frag. It's just a mere consolation. W7M need one more round to push this to overtime.
Big setup for ultimately a very brief execute attempt there being made from Dark Zero.
So it's Ashen v Mephi, apparently.
Oh, it's Mephi!
Yeah.
Okay.
Bit of young blood.
Okay.
I like that.
I was very curious to see that.
Wow. Well, our game is still going.
Yeah,
they're
sorry
into
about
their
that.
1v1. So we got to finish our game so we can go watch that 1v1.
Oh, is that how it goes?
That said, if W7M do pull this back to overtime, it would be tantalizing. Tantalizing.
It's a nice word.
Yeah? Are you tantalized by it?
Wow. So, if you were to tell me how you, what does it mean? If you, like,
Actually,
really break it
it's one of
down?
those words where it's
That
like I
you
couldn't
use,
give
but
you
you-
a dictionary definition.
Yeah.
I know it's like exciting, it's intriguing, it's interesting.
That's how I understood it as well.
Let me have a look. Tantalizing, torment or tease with the slight promise of something that is unobtainable. Damn, that's poetic. I like that. It's a little bit. There's something a little bit scrumptious, but it is unattainable.
This I love though. Doubling down while my Jaeger, together with the castle as well, the downstairs controller with those. This is again utility town, and guess what they're up against? A Capitao. Where it's genius though is Thatcher. This is classic, like really old school style siege where the Thatcher MP they reign supreme above anything else. We don't see Thatcher played almost ever in T1 level
I
competition.
didn't see the frost mat just then. Oh, Flores drawing
They
though.
cleared
That's
it
a
too.
huge value. It is gonna. No, didn't clear the
Oh,
frost
okay,
mat.
not the frost mat.
So the only thing I'm thinking here, Nick, is maybe while DZ is so tunnel vision focused on clearing all of that utility protecting Dotas, maybe they'll forget about the frost mat. Maybe Spirits will
possible,
walk
but
right into it.
They should get at least one freebie, maybe even both. And there is actually a lineup with the Thatcher MPs that can land on a little lamp on the exterior wall, and it'll get the catwalk for ADSs. And I see Thatcher Nave out there as well. So I think they're going to do the lineup, then fireball twice, get the one kill in the catwalk rafters, then they can afterwards just isolate the second catwalk player with the Blackbeard walking up the staircase. But you are right, if they don't check the frost trap, that could be exactly how they might lose this round.
A lot
We'll
of
have to wait and
BPCs
see.
on the site and down in lounge as well. Here comes Citizen over. Surely we're going to see that fire come through soon. Where's the EMP?
Still waiting for it. He's ready.
Nafe is still out there. He's droning. He wants to check
the
his
wall.
positioning.
Again, very execute heavy strike right now. They gotta make it perfect. No gaps, no mistakes. They have to be perfect.
And they want to breach the bottom garage walls first as well. They're just crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's.
Lounge wall's a problem now. Maybe like Capitao smoke it off to enable the push on in. Crossfire against the Blackbeard. I mean, Dot is playing a beautiful position game right now. Getting drones, getting value, and stopping the execute from starting. EMP in the hand right now of Nave. Has the lineup most likely. Ready to toss it. Citizens ready as well to fire.
All right, where's Nafe going?
That's the lineup right there. It's going to
There it
land
is.
on the thing, disable. Dots finds a kill on Pambasu.
It didn't work. It did not catch. However, it doesn't matter because the nades and the fire will get the injure. Dots has also gone down. Volp's still holding firm up top. I don't know if Dark Zero are aware that that player is down on the floor. They spot out That Blackbeard marching his way up the stairs. They've also used yet another EMP. That's a lot of damage done by Volps onto Spirits. He needs to try and finish him off. He has no more impacts remaining to finish him.
Somebody help him!
But a lot of damage done. Spirits is one bullet away from dying. Volps finishes him off. So well played from Volps, holding on to the rafters despite all the utility that DZ were throwing at him. He holds firm.
Where's the help though? Spirits all alone. Injao Staircase finds a kill. Dode is still injured. Do you go for the rest? Do you go for the cover? What do you do?
Oh, they have top right control, but Palu steals it back away from them. Citizen jumps in, but there's nothing to do. W7M have pushed us into OT.
Of course, this match goes the distance. The last two unpicked teams from last night's draft will have to go all the way. Spirits on that staircase, dancing up and down, toes getting shot, just slowly dying, and no one from Dark Zero rotated over to help him. I was thinking, when you have a player like that stuck in a corner of Catwalk, just get there. 2 guns against 1, but no, they had a different plan in mind. DCU has saved their tactical timeout for this very moment, not needing it before. They can prep themselves now for the following 3 rounds to come, of which they need 2 victories to be successful here up against W7M.
Yeah, wow, it's been back and forth. Such a strong start from DZ, but W7M holding on. What do Kangaroo and the boys need to be talking about right now? They had so many ingredients, right? I mean, the strat was so perfect last round. The read with the Thatcher, with the Capitao and the nades, it worked near to perfection. And then piece by piece, it fell apart. Norris is also fired up. He's getting in the ears of his W7M boys. And if I had to hedge my bets, I'm starting to lean towards the Brazilians. After that comeback, they've got the vibes and the energy on their side.
They do, and they've shown us endurance, right? They can actually take some punches, keep going, make the adaptations, and I've been praising Dark Zero a lot for their strategical depth right now, but I also have to praise W7M. They are matching the vibe perfectly. You know, we had the Wamai Capitao, or I keep saying this, the Wamai Jaeger into Capitao Thatcher. They're both playing the same style of siege into each other. It comes down to who's better at executing and playing those small situations.
Into overtime, we're actually keeping the sides as they were. W7M still on this defensive side. And they're going to go back to Gym Bedroom. Now, this bomb site, they actually didn't lose even once on their defensive side. Funnily enough, despite it feeling like DZ had a lot of good attacks, both of DZ's wins were down on the basement. Now, even if W7M holds firm on this bomb site as they have so far, and then loses their attack, they can still go to Cache CCTV, where they've looked really solid and untouchable as well. So, if anything, W7M has won in terms of the who's more likely to win starting on defense first, is favored as for the match results so far.
Loaded mag!
It's always funny when they do that to themselves. Concuss. So he has a good old mute jammers on the castle barricades, a counter, of course, the Hibana 2x Kairos on the windows itself, as well as the floor shown partially. Can still get it though. Selma charge. This is where the Thermite ban comes into play, by the way. You can just repel, breach the wall, now you can't. So Selma goes out, you gotta get the EMPs over there, or grenades, or verticality. And again, it just slows down Dark Zero's attacking style, and they're forcing them to overuse utility to get the first step done. Bonk.
Outside of the mute jammer radius, a nade goes over the top to try and clear out that mute jammer. Successful.
It's so expensive.
Yeah, wow. He's using
3 Selmas on 1. It's the exterior wall to CC on a gym attack.
It's not even the bomb site, mate. And you've got only Hibana to do all of the rest. You've got a castle that you're probably going to want to use a lot of that Hibana on as well. Meanwhile, quite a bit of action going down. Loban looking for a long shot with that magnified scope. Hang on a second. Dodez, he's done a lot of damage. Takes down Spirits before being traded back. Well played from W7M to at least drag one player with them. And guess who? It's the the Blackbeard, the shield player that they managed to steal away on their own.
It's a worthy trade for sure. Also, mind you, they spent 1 grenade, 3 Selma charges on the exterior wall, which was also to help deal with that player.
Oh, no!
The Frostmat. No!
No!
Not
Volks
like
managed
this!
to shoot him as well. He didn't even get the
Disaster.
self-revive. After DZ had match points in abundance, W7M are looking hot. NJR, though, doesn't waste any time. He gets up and about it. Now W7M falling back, forfeiting that map control. NJR makes his way forward. Worried about a push in from Con. Another Frostmat! Pamper's not going to be able to sprint now. He's going to be limping around with that debuff the rest of this round, still those X-Karas hadn't detonated before Citizen died as well, so there's castle barricades still intact on the site windows.
And we have 2 EMPs in pocket of Nave as well, despite spinning grenades to kill Nuke Jammers early in the round. So DC actually not playing the util game all that well in this one, losing bodies and a lot of health in the process with that. 25 seconds, they got smokes. They got 1 flashbang, and that is it, but they get a kill NGR. The hero once more with almost full HP has lead his team into a victory.
It's all on NJR here, isn't it? Both of his teammates very low on HP, and now Palu holds down the fort with the SMG-11. First one goes down, out comes the shotgun. NJR can't hold! From being down in the dumps in the second half, W7M have made this comeback a reality, and match point rests in their hands.
Oh, now comes the side swap. Just like that, W7M, they show us that they have depth, they have strats, and they have a different style that they can play this map round by round.
And get this, Pengu, W7M have won the opening engagement every single round except for 2.
Is that the 2 kitchen rounds by any chance, or
it was,
does it not correlate?
It was the very first round of the game. Citizen got the opening pick on the Cache CCTV defense for Dark Zero, and then Citizen also got an opening pick on one of his attacks onto Cache CCTV. Okay. But W7M have really dominated this early round, every single round that's gone by. Now they move on to that attacking side. It feels like a hell of a long time since we saw them here. And it's Cache CCTV. They were not successful at attacking this bomb site. In fact, what's funny is the only bomb site that any team in this game has successfully attacked is the basement.
Yeah.
We've had 4 basement attack wins, and every other round has been won by the defense.
And it's funny because when you look at the operator bans, especially just like the double wall deny, the band the Kaid, I'm thinking CC's not a very strong bomb site. At least like even going back to Boston, even with banded open, this bomb site would not have a very good success rate. And here we are, we're struggling. Sometimes it's like that. And of course, both these 2 teams, because of these operator bans, are playing a more abnormal, if you will, CCTV setup, forcing things to be a little bit different. This round, a lot of different problem-solving strats for W7M, right? They got the Capital and the Sophia, the Heart Breaching, and the Nomad. They can be used for a lot of things, right? You can air jump spam the Catwalk Rafters. You can, you know, of course, try an ADS clear. You can fire off the Catwalk Rafters. You can Sophia stun anybody to check the corners. The only thing is, they didn't bring the Thatcher. So when you stack in the ADS, for example, it's going to require you a lot of ranged utility just to get past the ADSs. It's going to cost you. That's an SSD screen. Let's see.
Focus up. We're match point here. We got to focus up on this.
Sorry. Exciting. Skyra's bottom right. Selma.
Is this going to be
top left?
Yeah. No. Oh, okay. So wait, what's the idea between doing that with just
technically a way in and then a peek hole?
But you can't walk in from 4 X-Cars.
No. You can crouch walk in. You can also prone in if you want to. It's a bit.
You can't crouch through that.
So there's a trick at Hibana where you okay, not that one, no. But there is a way to do it so that you can crouch walk through a 4 X-Car.
Right, okay. I thought you had to use an extra tiny 2 ones to create that little head hole.
There's like a pixel trick you can do.
Right. Good to know. You'll have to show me that later.
I'll show you. Let's see it though. The thing is, the breach is not necessarily for entry pathways, but they have fixed it with a second Selma charge, but is to deny these angles, apply some pressure, but...
you know what, the advantage of the feet holes is that if you're on rappel, you have the advantage, but someone swinging from top red is not going to kill you.
Yeah, it's not pretty. The big question is what happens in garage. In fact, Spirits, just like that.
Oh!
Ooh, main door.
Caught out from outside lobby. Palu finds the opening kill. Yet another opening pick for W7, and this is something that DZ are going to have to think long and hard about later. They keep losing these early engagements. W7M, they've got control of the rafters as well.
Yeah.
50 seconds to play. They've got control below. They've got control of rafters. DZ are going to need to start making some moves to get this advantage back.
A tough one. Spirits could have stuck around, maybe die, fall back, maybe die. Wrong decision. Pamper back to a 4v4 now. Time is running kind of low. They got 2 smoke canisters, 1 C4 in park, with the air jab on the door is blocking Citizen's retake on that radio position. So it might be able to fight for downstairs instead. 25. WCM, where are you going to plant diffuser? Not any players. There it is. Dodes in default.
Oh, but he still has space to plant, and so Dodes will. There's seemingly no plant denial. The only C4 is taken out. The smoke babes do deny that plant, but it doesn't matter because W7M are starting to flood this site. Now, Citizen, he's been the hero for DC in this game, and him and Pam are shut out of it. W7M, the Montreal Major champions, firing on all cylinders. They remain undefeated here at Reload.
And again, that final round, both teams playing the same strat, right? It's going to be a default plan attempt with a Lake Smoke canister, meaning the only solution, C4 downstairs. There is Powell, shuts it down. Citizen was the escort. Because of that escort, they gave up CCTV control. And WCM, they go for a deep plant, cover the staircases, no way back in for DC.
And there were big stakes in this game for DZ. They put forth 4 bullets going into this match. They now will go down to just 6 remaining. W7M, on the other hand, they put 3 into this. They're up on to 12 now. They won't be near the top of the standings because teams like Wildcard and Cloud9, they use their extended mags today. But guess what? Both of these teams still have their extended mag cards they can use tomorrow or the next day to really bank up as many of those cards, as many of those bullets rather, as they could possibly get. But I tell you what, considering that this was the 2 teams that weren't picked at all yesterday, they are both on bloody fire.
No, they are. And also, I will say, regardless of who won that last round, essentially, they can both be happy with the performance today. I think they showed a great style of siege, a great game as well, and really going the distance, showing why they were both left unpicked.
Yeah, very much so. That said, Dark Zero, considering upgraded roster, they've had 2 very convincing wins so far, whereas W7M much more tested by M80. That was a really close one. I think DZ are going to be disappointed. You can see by the fact that they reloaded 4 bullets for this match. They are going to be kicking themselves.
Of course, you're not going to be happy with a loss, but I think what they've shown today was a good game of Rainbow Six Siege, and they lost to a better team. They played well, both of them. The only thing I can say for DC is that they had a lot of clutches, which got them this far. And without those clutches, is this a regulation loss for them?
Yeah. Good question. W7M, regardless, walk away with the victory. DZ have got a few things to work on, but of course, the show here on the B stream is done, but we've got more yet to go. There's a 1v1 that's just finished on the A stream. I'll let you guys pop over there now to see who won, and of course, for the all-important pick show that you guys seriously don't want to miss. All the teams that lost today, all the teams at the bottom of the standings are going to be picking their opponents for tomorrow, picking the fixtures. It's all dramatic, so make sure that you go to the A stream right now, and we'll see you tomorrow.